Chapter 362, An Unexpected Gift. Dear Sherlock, Merry Christmas. I'd planned to give you this in person once you returned to Hogwarts, but I couldn't wait any longer. This gift needed to reach you at just the right moment. You'll recall, during our last conversation about your post-graduation plans, I promised you a special present for the holidays. 3 years of friendship have taught me a great deal about you, and above all else, I know how precious your private space is. You've done your best to carve out quiet corners, the common room, the library, your dormitory, even that abandoned classroom we've used on more than one occasion. Each has its merits, but also its drawbacks, especially when you need absolute confidentiality. As a former Slytherin prefect responsible for patrolling the castle corridors, and later as head girl, mediating between Mr. Filch, the caretaker, and the resident ghosts, I've learned exactly how chaotic Hogwarts can be. To spare Mr. Filch and the castle's spectral inhabitants some needless headaches, I arranged something special in your honor. Enclosed, you'll find the precise location and instructions for accessing a new, entirely private chamber hidden deep within Hogwarts. No one but you will know of its existence. No curious prefects, no busy caretakers, not even nearly headless Nick. I only ask one thing in return, that you enjoy it in good health and keep it as your own sanctuary whenever you need a truly undisturbed mind palace. All best wishes for the season, your friend and former head girl, Minerva McGonagall. I've been digging through some of the oldest maintenance records in the castle, Filch, and after cross-checking with the Bloody Baron, the Grey Lady, and a few discreet sources among the house elves, I've uncovered something remarkable. The Room of Requirement. The house elves refer to it as the come-and-go room, because it literally appears only when you truly need it, and vanishes again when you don't. You'll find its entrance on the 8th floor, directly across from the massive tapestry of troll-bashing Barnaby the Barmy. It looks like an ordinary stretch of stone wall, no keyhole, no handle. To open it, you simply walk back and forth along that section 3 times, all the while concentrating intently on exactly what kind of space you require. If you do it properly, the wall shimmers and a smooth door slides open, revealing a room perfectly tailored to your current needs. I've tested it myself on more than one occasion. Whenever I needed absolute silence to sort out my research notes, or a secluded corner to practice those theoretical dragon-taming spells I've been devising. Don't worry, there are no actual dragons involved. The Room of Requirement delivered precisely the environment I wanted. It's real, Filch, and it's incredibly useful, if you know how to find it. As long as your imagination is vivid enough, you can have a soundproof study, an empty conference room, or even an exact replica of that old classroom we used to share. Whatever you need will materialize. I'm giving you this gift because it's far more reliable than any makeshift corner we ever slipped away to. After I leave school, I hope this space, tuned to your every requirement, will continue to serve you well. I believe it will unravel dilemmas more effectively than Hogsmeade's finest spirits and read hearts more keenly than Romanian brandy. I truly hope that when you open this letter, you feel precisely what I meant when I said, I think you will be pleased. May the hearth's warmth keep London's chill at bay. Please send my love to your uncle and aunt, and to your brother if he's still at home. Warmly, Gemma. Graduation was only days away, and unusually for her, Gemma's tone betrayed a lightness Sherlock had rarely seen in her correspondence. He folded the letter and paused, brows knitting in thought. Just as she'd hinted, his mind palace supplied the rest, the abandoned classroom with dusty desks, the bright afternoon light, and Gemma's promise. That Christmas, I have a special gift for you. Think you will be pleased. A thin smile curved Sherlock's lips. Gemma was right. He was genuinely thrilled. In his 3 years at Hogwarts, he'd unraveled nearly every secret the castle could hide. Even the Weasley twins, with their precious Marauders map, hadn't outpaced him by much, and when Harry finally got hold of that map, it only helped Sherlock fill in the last of his blind spots. Yet this Christmas, Gemma's gift had flung open an entirely new door, revealing passages of Hogwarts he'd never even dreamed existed. Even without the Marauders map in hand, Sherlock clearly recalled that it had never marked this newly discovered chamber on the 8th floor. From the moment he'd first peered at the map, he'd noticed the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets was conspicuously absent. He'd long suspected there were other hidden places the enchanted parchment kept secret, but he never expected to unearth one so soon. The Room of Requirement? Sherlock picked up the final envelope among his Christmas haul and read Gemma's neat script once more. A room of requirement, an entire chamber that reshapes itself to suit one's needs and desires, was exactly the kind of marvel he lived for. If her letter was to be believed, such a room truly existed within Hogwarts, waiting for someone clever enough to find it. As soon as term resumed, he resolved he would seek it out and test its limits for himself. Of course, Gemma's gift wasn't the only one that greeted him after the holidays. He'd amassed a veritable tower of presents, many from the girls at school. Mycroft had chuckled before departing on his own holiday travels, teasing, "You're far more popular with the ladies than you realize." Sherlock had scoffed at the time, but now the evidence was clear. Hermione, Luna, Cho Chang, Ginny, Hannah Abbott, the Patil twins, even Penelope Clearwater, all had sent tokens of their esteem. And then there was Mrs. Weasley, who, true to form, had knitted him a new jumper. He unfolded it to reveal the familiar sky-blue yarn, the bright red and gold S intertwined across the chest. Its cut was almost identical to last year's, save for a few extra inches added around the shoulders and sleeves. Mrs. Weasley clearly anticipated a growth spurt. Sherlock examined the stitching with mild approval. No one knew his measurements or tastes better than her. Aside from Gemma's tantalizing map to magical discovery, most of his other gifts were books. Classics on magical theory, treatises on obscure potions, and even a few rare volumes on Muggle cryptography. He placed them carefully on his desk, already planning how he'd devour each one. With every thoughtful present and every well-wishing card, the new term promised not only puzzles to solve and spells to master, but friends whose loyalty and warmth he valued more than any treasure. And first on his list, after he'd finished Georgiana's latest volume on enchanted architecture, would be to uncover the legendary Room of Requirement. Hermione's package arrived first, a neatly wrapped copy of Unsolved Mysteries of the Magical World and a box of chocolate frogs tucked inside. In her accompanying letter, she hinted at a new project, quite important, she'd written, in that tantalizingly cryptic tone of hers, and promised to call him in a few days once she'd made more headway. Soon after, Cho Chang's parcel landed on the doorstep, a complete set of juvenile detective stories from a remote eastern country, their spines bright with unfamiliar symbols. Then came Luna Lovegood's gift, the annual collected edition of The Quibbler, accompanied by an astonishingly detailed, hand-drawn portrait of Sherlock. In her whimsical, slightly cartoonish style, she'd exaggerated his sharp cheekbones and thoughtful frown, and even given visual form to the mischievous rack-spurts she was always talking about, tiny motes buzzing around his head. Gifts from Hannah Abbott, the Patil twins, Penelope Clearwater, and several of his male friends arrived next, each as thoughtfully selected as the last. They followed a similar theme, books, puzzles, or SEM, all keepsakes, and all seemed to share the same unspoken wish for Sherlock's well-being. Ginny Weasley's gesture was particularly homey, a tin of freshly baked cookies. Sherlock sampled one ginger snap and declared it serviceable. He mentally chalked it up to her saving the truly exceptional ones for Harry. But the most unexpected gift of all was a small glass vial sealed with a golden stopper. Inside, the shimmering liquid of Felix Felicis caught the light. Affixed to it was a tiny card, the edges smudged, on which someone had scrawled a single line in hurried handwriting. Sherlock turned the bottle over in his hand, studied the neat ribbon tied around its neck, and wondered exactly who had managed to procure what was notoriously hard to come by, and what the whispered promise of luck might mean for the mysteries he was about to face. Sherlock sat alone in the candlelit common room, a small vial of golden liquid at his elbow and a crisp white card leaning against it. In neat, clipped handwriting were the words, "Your so-called deductive method is not entirely useless." No signature, no flourish. Sherlock smirked. Only one man at Hogwarts could brew Felix Felicis with such perfection and deliver a barb with such precision, Severus Snape. Last time Snape had sent Harry Potter a gift, he'd at least signed it SS. Now he'd chosen complete anonymity. Was this another of the potions master's trademark displays of prickly affection? or a dare, masked by icy formality. Sherlock found the puzzle almost endearing. He glanced at the other parcels neatly arrayed on the desk. Albus Dumbledore's contribution was a first-edition volume on ancient runic inscriptions, its leather binding embossed with the Hogwarts crest. Minerva McGonagall had sent a hand-knit Gryffindor scarf in deep scarlet and gold, accompanied by a note praising Sherlock's bravery. Phileas Flitwick's brightly wrapped box contained a set of enchanted silver quills that hovered eagerly at the flick of a finger. Remus Lupin's offering was a leather-bound journal, its pages blank, but for a heartfelt letter about the scars left by hidden truths. Each professor's letter brimmed with relief and gratitude. They thanked him for exposing Peter Pettigrew's treachery, and for unearthing the truth behind that long-shadowed murder, and for restoring Sirius Black to his rightful place. Their words were warm, direct, and unmistakably sincere, so very unlike Snape's clipped remark. Sherlock set down the unsigned card and regarded the gifts thoughtfully. A rare warmth stirred in his chest as he reflected on the professor's acknowledgments. He had solved the case. He had set the record straight. And now Hogwarts itself seemed to offer its thanks. Every knotted scarf, every wavering quill, every earnest letter. Even Snape's silent, spitefully phrased compliment felt like praise in its own curt way. But as he surveyed the pile of tokens before him, his wry smile gradually faded. By the end of his first year at Hogwarts, Sherlock had already worked out that Professor Snape's unguarded manner around him was more than mere animosity. It was the residue of a long-held love for Lily Potter, Harry's late mother. At that point, Snape had no inkling of Sherlock's extraordinary powers of observation, so the young detective had little trouble identifying him as one of Lily's suitors, a conclusion that Hagrid quietly confirmed. Sherlock also sensed the deep guilt Snape carried over Lily's death, but heeding Professor Flitwick's warning, he chose not to press the issue. Then came Snape's unexpectedly lavish gift, which struck Sherlock as too generous to be a simple gesture of goodwill. Clearly, there was more to the professor's remorse than failing to save Lily in time. When Peter Pettigrew's confession about Snape's secret pact with Dumbledore resurfaced in Sherlock's mind, a daring theory took shape. The two of them had forged an agreement whose hidden terms still haunted Snape. He resolved to follow this thread in the next term and unravel the full story. And all the while, Snape had no idea that ever since his first encounter with Sherlock's unique talents, he'd been quietly keeping his distance, unaware that his every move had already been observed. Though Harry's terse thanks left much unsaid, he nonetheless sent a gift, one that would soon yield Sherlock another crucial lead. Of all the holiday parcels piled on his desk, only those from Gemma and Professor Snape came close to matching Harry's. Yet the real surprise wasn't the gift itself. After all, for House Black, an old and powerful wizarding family, unearthing criminal dossiers was child's play, but the letter and photograph that accompanied it. The glossy snapshot showed Harry perched atop a gleaming broomstick, beaming and winking at the camera. It was unmistakably the firebolt they'd ogled together in Diagon Alley. Enclosed was a neatly folded note. Dear Sherlock, Merry Christmas. I hope you like the gift that my godfather and I have sent you. Fair warning, though, some of the case files might be a little sensational, so take the details with a grain of salt. And believe it or not, Sirius actually bought me a firebolt. I still can't quite believe it. My very own firebolt. I was too embarrassed to tell you earlier, but the first time I saw one in Diagon Alley, I wanted it more than anything. Yours, Harry Sherlock, laid the letter aside, a small, knowing smile tugging at his lips. With this new thread to follow, Christmas Day had just become far more interesting than he'd expected. Dear Sherlock, believe it or not, my Nimbus 2000 had never lost a single match. With such a reliable broomstick, I saw no reason to empty my Gringotts vault for a firebolt. Even when you pointed out that my vault wouldn't actually be drained by the purchase, I still hesitated. Classic me, right? Then, of course, disaster struck. Just before the holidays, my trusty Nimbus began to fall apart. Oliver Wood kept insisting I order a new broom right away. He was adamant that I couldn't possibly compete on that old Comet I'd been using for practice. So only a few days ago, I finally settled on a replacement, another Nimbus 2000, of course. I'm convinced it has everything I need to outfly any opponent. When I told Sirius I planned to pop into Diagon Alley during the break to buy my new broom, he just smiled and told me to hold off for a couple of days. Then, this morning, I found the most incredible gift waiting for me. I was absolutely stunned. Sirius later admitted he should have snapped a photo of my face, and in fact he did, which is why I've enclosed this picture. Sorry for babbling, Sherlock, but I'm so excited I can scarcely form coherent sentences. When I first held the firebolt in my hands, I actually felt it hum with power, so much so that I almost dropped it. Yours in astonishment, your name. The broom hovered at the perfect height, waiting for me to mount it. As soon as I was settled, I turned to Sirius. Take my picture, will you? I'd assumed he'd hurried off to buy it the moment I mentioned wanting a new broom. Instead, Sirius just grinned and patted Crookshanks. Actually, I placed the order right after the Hufflepuff match, he said. Crookshanks really is smarter than we ever gave him credit for. He delivered my firebolt request under my name to the Owl post office, and quietly withdrew the payment from Sirius's Vault 711 at Gringotts. Sirius confessed he'd felt guilty. His big dog transformation in the stands must have terrified me, so he decided to make it up to me by getting me the best broom in the world. In truth, though, it was the Dementors who set everything in motion. If they hadn't attacked, Sirius wouldn't have changed form, and Crookshanks wouldn't have leapt into action. Still, I'm incredibly grateful to my godfather. I can't wait for school to start, so I can finally put this firebolt through its paces in training and matches. For now, I've been stuck cleaning the old Black family mansion. I thought I was handy with chores, but this place is far more of a challenge than I ever imagined. Please forgive me for not coming to visit as often, as I promised. Sirius even sent Ron a Christmas present, an owl of his own. He'd picked it out just for Ron in Diagon Alley on the very day we returned home for the holidays. Feeling partly responsible for Ron's lost pet, Sirius hoped this one would cheer him up, and I'm sure Ron was over the moon when it arrived. Wishing you all a wonderful holiday season in your warm, cozy home. P.S. Harry, please give my love to your aunt and uncle, and to your brother, if he's around. Chapter 363. The First Snow of 1994. Sherlock couldn't suppress a grin as he finished reading Harry's letter. Apparently, Mycroft's frequent disappearances from home had become the punchline of every conversation among his friends. Each one had mentioned it in passing, but that wasn't the real surprise. Sherlock's eyebrows shot up when he discovered that Sirius had somehow managed to buy Harry a firebolt, in true Sirius style. Anyone familiar with quality Quidditch supplies knew that a firebolt carried a price-upon-application tag, an open invitation for the well-to-do to cough up thousands of galleons, and a polite deterrent for everyone else. Yet Sirius, a wanted man who couldn't exactly stroll in and pay with his wand out, simply instructed the shop to debit the payment directly from his vault at Gringotts. No letter of credit, no ledger entry, just gold whisked away by goblin-delivered order. By comparison, Sherlock's own growing fortune felt modest, but even if he'd won the lottery twice over, he'd fall short of Sirius's largesse. This was more than wealth, it bordered on the inhuman. With that kind of precedent set, buying Ron an owl to replace his accidentally freed pet now seemed almost mundane. After all, if there was one thing Sirius would never run out of, it was money. Sherlock had no trouble understanding why Harry was so eager to return to Hogwarts. After all, anyone would leap at the chance to fly a firebolt across a Quidditch pitch. Sherlock knew only too well that a broom of that caliber could serve as a dimensionality reduction attack in the right hands. In the days that followed, Mycroft Holmes proved exactly as he'd said. He was seldom at home during the daytime, preferring to conduct his business elsewhere. Yet without fail, he reappeared before dinner each evening. Mrs. Holmes was delighted. For a mother, few things were more comforting than having all her children under one roof. And sharing those extra hours together meant that even Sherlock and Mycroft, who usually maintained a chilly distance, found themselves engaging in more conversation. Sherlock's prediction held true. His brother would almost certainly be based in Britain long before he'd even graduated. By early 1994, London was gripped by an unseasonably heavy snowfall, arriving well before its usual time. After New Year's Day, Mycroft's nighttime absences became noticeably more frequent. He insisted that, as a new recruit, it was simply more efficient to handle pressing matters from the office late into the night. Sherlock, however, suspected that office hours was only a convenient cover for active field duty once again. Mycroft had never meant to keep it from Sherlock. The brothers had quietly agreed not to tell their parents. A day or two later, Harry sent another letter. This time, he and Sirius invited the entire Holmes family to visit their newly acquired home at 12 Grimmauld Place. With only a week left of the holidays, the timing was perfect for a little outing. Of course, when Harry and Sirius extended the invitation to everyone, Mycroft politely declined. "If you three go, it's as good as me being there," he said. "Just give Harry and his godfather my regards." Mrs. Holmes raised an eyebrow. "That's easy to say, but some greetings really ought to be delivered in person." She understood his reasoning, however, and so it was settled that only Mr. and Mrs. Holmes and Sherlock would accept. Grimmauld Place wasn't far, just a pleasant walk from the Holmeses' own residence, so the trio set off on foot. In his letter, Harry had been almost comically precise. 12 Grimmauld Place, right between numbers 11 and 13. It sounded redundant, but Harry knew his friends well enough to make sure no one got lost. Grimmauld Place is just an ordinary London street, lined with Muggle homes, at least on the surface. Thanks to the powerful wards of the Black family, however, the entire road has been scrubbed from maps and rendered invisible to non-magical eyes. Locals have long since accepted the oddity of number 11 sitting directly beside number 13 with O to number 12 in sight. They hurry past the blank facade of number 12 without ever pausing. Now, the Holmes family found themselves standing before that very vacant doorway. From the floor above number 11 drifted the faint thrum of stereo music, while a messy pile of garbage bags blocked the entrance of number 13. Mr. and Mrs. Holmes exchanged a knowing look. "It really is uncanny," Mrs. Holmes murmured. Her husband nodded grimly. They both remembered the leaky cauldron, how they'd walked right past it, completely oblivious, until Sherlock had stopped in front of a nondescript alley between a record shop and a bookstore. Only when he'd insisted, "Trust me, it's here," did they finally see the pub's battered door peeking from the bricks. This felt exactly the same. Once more, Sherlock's unerring confidence had led them to something that shouldn't have existed, yet unquestionably did. Chapter X. Grimmauld Place, number 12. Only by following Sherlock to the front door and truly believing such a house could exist, could his parents see it. Sherlock, of course, saw it immediately, an old townhouse that must have belonged to the ancient House of Black. Crumbling flagstones led up to the entrance. Black paint on the door had long since peeled away, leaving it pockmarked with scratches. In place of a knocker hung a tarnished silver serpent, coiled in a Baroque flourish. There was no keyhole, no mail slot, only a small brass doorbell. The facade looked grimy, as if it hadn't seen a proper cleaning in decades. The one exception was the windows, which gleamed strangely clean, no doubt Harry's handiwork during his recent tidying spree. To Mrs. Holmes, however, their shine did little to redeem the rest of the house's squalor. She frowned. "Don't wizards ever clean?" Mr. Holmes gave a rueful smile. "Oh, my dear Valida, wizards are notoriously untidy, but even so, they rarely let their homes slip into this state." Valida cast a glance down the street. To her mind, the Burrow, Ron Weasley's ramshackle family home, had seemed chaotic enough, yet compared side by side with Grimmauld Place, number 12 looked positively quaint. Sherlock paused on the doorstep, as if waiting for someone to ring the bell. Valida and Mr. Holmes exchanged a look. Whatever lay beyond that serpentine door, they knew it would be Sherlock's business, and theirs for the moment was simply to follow. Not even Sirius's wife could approve of the decision, and Sirius himself harbored serious doubts. Sherlock, however, understood. Sirius might not have been happy with his new residence, yet he'd chosen to return here for Harry's sake. Love was a mystery, after all. They'd already observed as much as they could from the street. Everything else would have to wait until they stepped inside the old mansion. Mrs. Holmes frowned. "Enough speculation. Let's go in." Her husband nodded and reached for the doorbell. But just as his finger hovered over the button, the heavy black door swung open, revealing Harry's bright, eager face. "Uncle Aunt Sherlock, You're finally here. Come on in. Harry's smile faltered when he saw Mr. Holmes about to ring the bell. He stepped forward, voice urgent. Uncle, please, don't press that doorbell. Mr. Holmes withdrew his hand, eyes curious. Why not, Harry? Harry exhaled in relief. Mrs. Holmes leaned forward, peering into the dim hallway. How did you know we'd arrived? Harry's grin returned. Creature told me. Creature? Mrs. Holmes echoed. Who is Creature? He's the house elf who lives here, Harry said, stepping back to usher them inside. Sherlock's curiosity only deepened. A house elf, he said, leaning forward. Are those the little creatures at Gringotts who handle our money? Hermione shook her head. No, the ones at Gringotts are goblins. Creature is a house elf. True, both goblins and house elves tend to be short, with big heads and long ears, but that's where the resemblance ends. They differ in appearance, in habits, in social status, even in the kinds of magic they can perform. At that moment, a familiar voice answered Mrs. Holmes's unspoken question, then chimed a cheerful greeting. Hello, Uncle Aunt Sherlock! Hermione, Mrs. Holmes cried, stepping forward and sweeping her into a warm embrace. My dear child, how wonderful to see you! Hermione smiled, unperturbed by her aunt's enthusiasm. She let Mrs. Holmes hold her hand as the older woman chattered on. I called Jane the other day and asked her to bring you over. Oh, by the way, is she here? Hermione glanced back toward the doorway. Dad and Mom brought me along, and Jane is with Mrs. Weasley right now. Oh, so Ron's parents are here too? Mrs. Holmes's eyes lit up. Mr. Holmes, who had been listening from his armchair, looked up in surprise. The Weasleys too? He asked. Hermione nodded. They arrived just before we did. They're in the garden, catching up with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley on magic politics, I think. Mrs. Holmes beamed. How splendid! All our friends gathered in one place. She turned to Sherlock. Why don't you go introduce yourself to Jane and the Weasleys? And Sherlock, you must remember, goblins run the bank at Gringotts. House elves serve wizarding families. She winked at Hermione. Thanks for the lesson, my dear. Sherlock allowed himself a small, pleased smile. Thank you, Hermione. I believe I'll take you up on that introduction, right after I finish quizzing my aunt here on these fascinating creatures. With that, the Holmeses and their magical guests poured out of the drawing room, an unexpected, joyous gathering of two very different worlds, all under one roof. Ron stood in the doorway and glanced back at the street. All of the Weasleys are here. Well, except Bill, who's still in Egypt, and Charlie, who's down in Romania. Percy didn't make it either. He's holed up at home studying for his NEWTs. Harry flashed him a grin. Uncle Sherlock, my godfather asked me to invite everyone inside. Don't just stand out here. Come on in. Holmes arched an eyebrow. NEWTs? What are those? Hermione hurried to explain. They're the nastily exhausting wizarding tests, the big finals for 7th-year students at Hogwarts. Each one is subject-specific, and passing them is a requirement for most magical careers, sort of like A-levels in the Muggle world. As they crossed the threshold into the hallway, Hermione cast a warning look over her shoulder. Oh, and please try to keep your voices down once you're inside. Why? Mrs. Holmes leaned toward Harry, curiosity dancing in her eyes. Do wizards have strange rules about noise? Harry hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Not exactly. It's more about that doorbell, he said, nodding toward the elaborate brass knocker beside the front door. Sherlock, who had been taking in the room's rich carpets and heavy drapes, turned his attention back to them. The doorbell? He repeated, his voice cool and composed. When Sherlock spoke, Mrs. Holmes suddenly remembered she'd asked Harry that very question before, only to be met with silence. I knew you'd figure it out, Hermione exclaimed, turning to Sherlock with a radiant smile. Grimmauld Place, number 12. Harry took the lead through the open door, while Hermione brought up the rear, quietly briefing Sherlock and his parents on the layout. This is a 5-story townhouse, she explained. We're standing on the ground floor. A long corridor stretched before them, dimly lit by a row of old gas lamps. The wallpaper peeled in ragged strips, and the once plush carpet lay threadbare underfoot. Even without Sherlock's keen eye, the house's age was impossible to miss. Overhead, a cobweb-coated chandelier flickered weakly, its light struggling against the shadows and lending the space the same gloomy air one might find in the leaky cauldron on a slow evening. Every ornament seemed infused with serpentine design. The chandelier's iron arms curled like coils, and a nearby candelabra bowed in the shape of writhing snakes. Along the walls hung blackened portraits, their frames askew. These were the long-dead members of the House of Black, watching in perpetual silence from generations past. Hermione's finger drifted toward two full-length velvet drapes hanging between the oblong Black family portraits. "Look over there," she murmured. Sherlock stepped closer. "What is it?" She peeled back the heavy fabric to reveal an ornate frame. Mrs. Walburga Black's portrait. "Sirius Black's mother?" Sherlock's brow shot up. Hermione nodded. "Yes, and don't be fooled by the silence. There's a little doorbell by the frame. Ring it, and she'll come to life shrieking for you to leave immediately." Sherlock stifled a laugh. "So that's why Harry warned me not to press it." Hermione grinned. "Exactly. Mrs. Black has no patience for muggle-borns or half-blood wizards like us." He cocked an eyebrow. "And pure-blood families?" "Some of them, like the Weasleys, she'd tolerate, barely." Hermione's tone turned wry. "Oddly enough, though, many old pure-blood houses despise the Weasleys for associating with muggles and muggle-borns. Give them half a chance, they'd love to knock some sense into them." Sherlock studied the curtains, imagining the portrait's fury. "Well, I'm grateful Harry spared me that shriek." Hermione chuckled softly. "Consider it a mercy, Mr. Holmes." "Can it actually talk?" Mrs. Holmes asked, staring at the heavy velvet drapes as if they might part to reveal a speaking portrait at any moment. Hermione exchanged a quick look with Sherlock. "Believe me, Aunt, you really don't want to hear her voice." Not long ago, Hermione had endured the outrageous tirade of Mrs. Black, the portrait's owner, whose flowery yet bawdy rhetoric was the sort of thing you never forget, nor wish to. Hermione had just managed to offer some tactful advice when Mrs. Holmes cocked an eyebrow in confusion. "Surely you already knew about this?" Hermione ventured. "Uncle Holmes accompanied my father to Godric's Hollow last time. He must have met Harry's grandparents' portraits then." She trailed off as she realized the air had gone ice-cold. Mrs. Holmes pivoted sharply to her husband, her gaze suddenly barbed. "Really, dear? You never mentioned any of this to me." Mr. Holmes opened his mouth, then fell silent. Sherlock shifted in his seat, avoiding his aunt's stare. I must have forgotten," Sherlock said lamely. Harry, spotting the tension, stepped forward with an easy smile. "Honestly, Aunt, we only just discovered this ourselves." Mrs. Holmes studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. The room relaxed, though Hermione suspected the portrait still had more surprises in store. Mr. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "There were so many things happening that day," he admitted. "It's perfectly understandable if I forgot to mention this detail." "Indeed," he added with a rueful smile. "My apologies." Harry seized the moment. "My dear Velita, surely you remember. I did all the driving that afternoon." Under his wife's steady gaze, Mr. Holmes remained unfazed. "Once we got home, we talked for a while, and then, frankly, we fell asleep almost immediately." A soft pink flush crept across Mrs. Holmes's cheeks as she led that long-ago evening. After a pause, she let out a gentle sigh and gave him a small nod of acceptance. Hermione, inwardly kicking herself for bringing up the subject, jumped in to smooth things over. "Well, now that that's settled, why don't we carry on with our tour of the house? But maybe we should move into another room first." Harry led the way, stepping lightly past the enormous portrait swathed in heavy curtains, careful not to disturb the sleeping Mrs. Black behind it. Sherlock slowed, clearly intrigued by the thought of Mrs. Black's eloquence upon waking. Hermione must have read his mind. With a quick tug on his sleeve, she steered him away from the drapes. "Come on, Sherlock," she whispered, "before you wake her." Hermione looked at Sherlock with a helpless sigh, then gestured toward the staircase beside them. On the second floor, besides the bedrooms and bathrooms, there's a grand sitting room. It boasts a massive window overlooking the street below, and flanking the fireplace are two ornate glass cabinets crammed with, well, miscellaneous family heirlooms. A tapestry from the House of Black hangs on one wall. She hesitated, cheeks flushing. "Right now it's a bit of a disaster. Cornish pixies are swarming all over the curtains. Sirius has tried to clear it out several times, but Creature keeps rescuing the mess and stashing it away. Sirius is furious, but honestly, I think he's too hard on the poor Creature. Creature's not exactly stable. He doesn't really understand what he's doing." Sherlock cut in, eyes narrowing. "Wait, What's going on here? He pointed to the wood paneling along the stairwell. Hermione followed his gaze and froze. There, embedded in the dark oak, were dozens of wrinkled house elf heads, their hollow eyes staring out in silent accusation. They stepped into the gallery, and Mrs. Holmes let out a strangled gasp. Along both walls, arranged like grim trophies, hung dozens of small, misshapen heads, each with a hooked, bulbous nose and gaping ears that immediately brought to mind the elf Dobby. Mrs. Holmes clutched Sherlock's arm as though bracing herself for more horrors. Hermione's brow furrowed, and she fell silent. Harry cleared his throat. "Those are the heads of house elves who served the Black family for life." Mrs. Holmes managed a shaky breath. "I gathered as much, but why hang them here?" Harry swallowed. "The house elves of the Blacks see lifelong service as the highest honor. When an elf grows too old to work, the master severs its head and mounts it on the wall beside its ancestors. It's meant as a tribute, though, honestly, it's more macabre than reverent." A heavy quiet settled over the group. Hermione swallowed a shudder before clearing her throat. "Right, we'll discuss the room's layout now." As she spoke, she gave Sherlock's hand a quick squeeze, a silent plea not to ask any more questions about elf trophies. Sherlock nodded, though his face betrayed how much he regretted even mentioning them in the first place. They turned away from the grisly display and focused on the rest of the library's peculiarities. A massive oak desk carved with arcane symbols, a floor-to-ceiling portrait whose eyes seemed to follow them, and a set of brass levers embedded in the stone wall. Harry moved to inspect the levers, while Hermione pulled out a small notebook. "First," Hermione said, "we need to map this chamber. Sherlock, can you start with the doorways?" There was a hidden exit opposite the main entrance. Sherlock quietly studied the walls, tapping his chin. Beside him, Mrs. Holmes wiped pale fingers on her handkerchief, listening as Hermione guided their survey of the room. The eerie heads remained behind them, silent sentinels to a fallen family's twisted sense of honor. But for now, the investigation pressed on. Mr. Holmes, who'd been standing nearby, had seen everything, even Hermione's quick tug on Sherlock's arm in front of Mrs. Black's portrait. He bent to whisper a few words into his wife's ear. When they looked back at Hermione, their expressions had softened into approving smiles. Unaware of their sudden warmth, Hermione continued her tour with unfazed diligence, leading Sherlock and his parents through the old Black family home. "All the bedrooms are on the 3rd and 4th floors," she explained, as they reached a wide landing. "Harry's in the 2nd room on the 3rd. It's lovely, plenty of morning light, and a clear view of the street and main gate. The 5th floor is the attic level. There are only 3 rooms up there. Sirius claims one, but I confess I haven't ventured up recently. Oh, here we are." Harry paused at the far end of the hall. "Down here is the basement," he said, gesturing toward a narrow stone staircase. "The kitchen's that way." They filed down the steps, the walls growing cool and echoing with their footfalls. At the bottom, Hermione pushed open a heavy door, and they stepped into a vast kitchen. Unlike the burrow's cozy, cluttered space, this room was grand and spacious, its high ceiling and wide work tables speaking of the Black family's old wealth and tradition. The kitchen was more like a great hall than a simple cookhouse, easily seating dozens of people. Rough-hewn stone walls rose around a single enormous hearth at the far end, its flickering flames throwing the room into half-light and giving the whole space the air of a deep cavern. In the center stood a long, sturdy wooden table ringed with chairs. Yet at the moment, only 2 men occupied it, Arthur Weasley and Mr. Granger, both of whom had arrived early. True to form, Arthur's eyes shone with eagerness as he peppered Mr. Granger with questions about Muggle inventions, questions Mr. Granger answered with good humor and surprising detail. At the opposite side of the room, Mrs. Granger and Molly Weasley bustled about in matching aprons, preparing the midday meal. Mrs. Granger looked positively astonished, cheeks flushed, as a set of heavy knives, Muggle machinery she had never encountered, moved of their own accord under Molly's direction, slicing through meat and chopping vegetables with mechanical precision. A soft cough at the doorway drew their attention. Hermione stepped in and cleared her throat. Arthur and Mr. Granger exchanged curious looks, and both glanced up. "Sherlock!" Hermione cried, advancing into the firelight. "Long time no see." Arthur Weasley was the first to stand, striding across the room in quick, eager steps. With his characteristic enthusiasm, he seized Sherlock's hand in both of his and beamed, "It's so good to see you." Sherlock raised a single eyebrow. "Mr. Weasley, we met at King's Cross less than a week ago." Mr. Weasley's smile faltered. He glanced at Hermione, who was standing quietly by Sherlock's side. She bit her lip to stifle a giggle. She'd long since grown used to Sherlock's unwavering bluntness. Recovering, Arthur pivoted to face Sherlock's parents, who were seated nearby. "Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, hello! You both look younger than ever, ha-ha!" Mrs. Holmes gave a warm, amused smile. Mr. Holmes inclined his head in greeting. "And you, Arthur, seem more energetic than I've ever known you." It was no empty compliment. Arthur Weasley was a tall, thin man with a mop of fiery red hair that had recently filled in a once prominent bald spot. Perched on his nose were a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, framing eyes that still sparkled with boyish excitement. Tonight, he looked every bit as radiant and as delighted as his own daughter must have been when they first met the famous consulting detective. The Potter family's shampoo Harry had given his father for Christmas the last few years was clearly working wonders. Mr. Granger's hair had never looked better. Yet in the exuberant clutter of the Burrows' kitchen, he was a study in calm next to the ever-bubbling Mr. Weasley. After Arthur Weasley had welcomed their visitors, Mr. Granger rose and made his way across the room to greet the three members of the Holmes family. He wore a polite smile, though he couldn't help feeling a twinge of awkwardness. No sooner had Hermione learned of Sherlock's arrival than she'd yanked Harry by the best, and sprinted for the door without so much as a "Hello, father." No such excitement for his own return. Humph. Of course, Mr. Granger reminded himself, Harry and Hermione weren't exactly the Burrows' hosts today. They dashed off to meet Sherlock as soon as he appeared at the gate, leaving the real hospitality to Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, who alone owned the place at 12 Grimmauld Square. Still, Mr. Granger's manners never faltered. Any private annoyance was carefully tucked behind a courteous nod. Just then, Sirius himself bounded down the stairs, his trademark grin in place. He gave the Holmes trio, a tall man, his wife, and their famous son, a hearty welcome, then turned to apologize to Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Granger for the cramped, still untidied hallway. "Sorry about the mess," he said with a wink. "We weren't expecting company quite this early. Please make yourselves at home." Hermione Granger gave a small bow of apology. "I'm sorry. You're our guests, and yet here you are, helping us prepare lunch." Sirius Black waved her off. "No need to apologize, Hermione. We don't mind." Molly Weasley, biscuit tin in hand, moved briskly around the kitchen. "It's been over 10 years since anyone lived here," she said. "Helping out is the least we can do." Sherlock Holmes, observing quietly from the doorway, already understood the situation. The Weasleys had occupied the house longer than the Grangers, and from Harry's letters and the scattered bits of cleaning supplies, it was clear that Harry and Sirius had spent the last week scrubbing every corner. Harry, confident from years of scrubbing the Dursley house, had assumed this would be just as simple. But a wizarding home, sprawling and full of hidden surprises, turned out to require a very different and far more exhausting level of effort. Despite all their work, the place still felt dusty and neglected. "I'll help too," Mrs. Holmes announced with a bright smile. She stepped forward and addressed the two mothers warmly. "Jane, Molly, what can I do?" Molly glanced at Jane Granger and then back at Mrs. Holmes, relief visible on her face. "Could you start by setting the table? Plates, silverware, and a couple of napkins over there, please." "Of course," Mrs. Holmes replied, moving to gather the dishes. Hermione gave her guests a grateful smile. Despite her earlier embarrassment, she felt a wave of warmth at the sight of everyone pitching in, muggles and wizards alike, turning what should have been an awkward chore into a bustling, cozy gathering. Mrs. Granger gave a wry smile as she nodded toward the row of self-slicing meat cleavers and vegetable dicing knives glinting in the hearth's light. "It seems our only task is to, assist." "Oh, don't sell yourselves short," Mrs. Weasley laughed, tucking a stray red curl behind her ear. "With you two on hand, I'm certain everyone will be seated well before dinner time. Without your help, we'd still be chopping at noon. With that, the three women fell into easy conversation as they gathered around the large cauldron suspended over the fire. Mrs. Holmes measured spices and stirred in measured spoonfuls, her confidence with enchanted kitchenware putting Mrs. Granger, accustomed only to muggle pots and pans, instantly at ease. Mrs. Granger leaned back, breathed a sigh of relief, and allowed her gaze to soften as it drifted to Sherlock and her little girl playing quietly by the fire. At last, she felt the evening's warmth and the magic settling comfortably around them all. Chapter 365. Once a daughter grows up, she can't be kept. When Mrs. Holmes joined the others in the burrow kitchen, the room practically hummed with energy. The three women, Mrs. Holmes, Mrs. Weasley, and Mrs. Granger, chattered away as they chopped vegetables and stirred pots, exchanging stories and laughter while they prepared lunch for the entire household. "Let them have their fun," Mr. Weasley declared, clapping his hands together. He rang a small bell on the table to gather Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger, then steered them to one end of the long, scarred wooden surface. Ever since he'd first learned about the wizarding world, Mr. Weasley had been endlessly fascinated by Muggle inventions and everyday technologies. And now, with these two young wizards, both from Muggle families, sitting before him, he seized the perfect opportunity to learn more. He peppered them with questions, half in jest. "So, what exactly does a car's carburetor do?" And half in earnest. "How do you feel, growing up in a world you can't see?" Though his curiosity was overwhelming at times, neither Mr. Holmes nor Mr. Granger took offense. They recognized the genuine warmth behind his teasing, and before long, the three men were deep in friendly conversation. They ranged from the mechanics of combustion engines to the best spots for recreational fishing, then veered into debates about international politics and current affairs. Despite the sweeping scope of their topics, the dialogue flowed effortlessly, weaving together magic and Muggle matters in an unexpectedly harmonious tapestry. Sirius offered a quick apology to the three ladies before turning to Sherlock with an easy smile. "So, how was your holiday?" Sherlock shrugged, his eyes cool. "Honestly, a bit dull. If Harry hadn't rung me up, I probably would have gone straight back to Hogwarts." Sirius laughed. "Harry said the same thing. He's desperate to test fly that new firebolt of his on the Quidditch pitch. Although, come to think of it, he could have taken it up for a spin right here on the grounds." Harry shifted uneasily. "Godfather, I really don't want Mrs. Black giving me another earful." Sirius waved a dismissive hand. "Ignore that old bat. This house is mine now." Harry's expression tightened. He was kind by nature, and the thought of disparaging the lady of the house, who was not only Sirius's mother, but effectively his own grandmother by Black family law, felt deeply wrong. He'd tried to dissuade Sirius from speaking so disrespectfully for the past 2 days, but while his godfather was agreeable in most matters, this stubborn streak refused to budge. Sherlock caught both their glances and immediately grasped the tension between them. Without a word, he gave Harry a sympathetic nod, letting it be known he understood, and that neither of them needed to carry the weight of Sirius's insolence alone. He glanced around the room. "Where did everyone go? Have they all run upstairs to see the new firebolt?" Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. "You never miss a thing, do you?" Relief flooded Harry as Sherlock deftly shifted the conversation. "They're all up on the landing," he said, returning the smile. "But I'm sure once dinner's ready, someone will go fetch them." Before they could talk anymore, Hermione swept in and tugged Sherlock away by the sleeve. Left alone, Harry and Sirius exchanged amused looks. Sirius couldn't help but think how boldly young ladies conducted themselves these days, whether in the Muggle world or the magical one. Luckily, Harry's own quickness of wit wasn't far behind. After all, they were both still growing up, and now that Harry's name was clear and his freedom fully restored, there was nothing to hold them back. With a godfather like him looking out for Harry, snagging a top-of-the-line broom was only the beginning of their adventures. Sirius Black sat at the Gryffindor table, watching Harry soar across the astronomy tower on his new firebolt. He couldn't help but sigh. If Lily were here, she'd never have permitted him to hand Harry the world's fastest stick without 20 safety precautions first. Hermione leaned in and whispered to Sherlock, guiding him to the quieter end of the bench. Drawing a crisp sheet of parchment from the folds of her robes, she pressed it into his hand with an eager smile. "Look at this. I've spent the last few days organizing my notes." Sherlock unrolled the parchment and read the opening lines. It was Hermione's first-hand account of the Halloween troll incident from their first year, the night she'd been trapped in the dungeons, exhausted and alone. He raised an eyebrow. "You've chosen a first-person perspective." Hermione's cheeks warmed as she tucked a loose curl behind her ear. "I thought it would make the story more immediate, just like all of Lockhart's so-called adventures. But writing in my own voice means I have to relive every moment of fear and helplessness down there. And now you're going to see exactly how terrified I was." She paused, twisting a strand of hair around her finger. Even though she'd prepared herself to share these private feelings with Sherlock, admitting just how vulnerable she'd felt still made her heart flutter. Sherlock studied her, parchment in hand, ready to dive into her narrative, and Hermione braced herself to hear his honest critique. "From a narrative structure perspective, it's sound," Sherlock declared after a quick skim of Hermione's manuscript. "And the logic is equally rigorous. If you keep writing like this, it will be excellent." Hermione's face broke into a radiant smile. "Well, of course it seems rigorous. It's all true." Sherlock chuckled at her modesty. "Naturally, but even when a story is rooted in fact, making it compelling isn't simple. That's why you and Harry have real talent for retelling and summarizing events. Ron, less so, I'm afraid. Being able to tell a story well, that alone qualifies someone as an excellent author." Hermione's eyes sparkled. She reached across the table and seized Sherlock's hand. "Please, tell me more. What else do I need to work on?" Across the table, Mr. Weasley was engrossed in animated conversation with Harry and Sherlock. Both gentlemen were oblivious to Hermione's excitement, exchanging ideas as though they were old friends deep in a case. Only Mr. Weasley, with his usual enthusiasm, matched their pace, peppering each point with fascinated questions. Hermione leaned in, eager to catch every word as Sherlock launched into a detailed critique, ready to turn her first-hand experiences into a polished, unforgettable narrative. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Granger each kept a careful eye on their children. When Hermione slipped over to Sherlock's side and whispered something in his ear, Mr. Holmes couldn't hide a small, pleased smile. In many ways, his younger son had already eclipsed his elder brother. Across the room, Mr. Granger watched Hermione's audacity and gently shook his head. 15 years old, his little girl was all grown up now. But seeing the light in her eyes as she spoke to Sherlock, he felt a warm pang in his chest. If she was happy, that was what mattered. Even Granger, who delighted in teasing people, had to admit that Sherlock was extraordinary. Sure, he was self-confident to a fault, emotionally distant, determined to a fault, awkward with small talk, and delightfully eccentric, but otherwise flawless. Still, 15 was awfully young for romance, and judging by Sherlock's cool, guarded expression, it seemed Hermione's crush might not be returned. He'd have to keep a close watch on them. Just then, Ginny slipped into the kitchen. She hadn't gone off to inspect the firebolt after all. She'd simply ducked into the restroom. Ginny arrived just after Harry and Hermione had slipped out to fetch Sherlock, and she couldn't help feeling a little miffed at having missed them. She plastered a pleasant smile on her face as she greeted Sherlock, then slid into the seat beside Harry. Sirius, noticing the change at once, rose with practiced discretion and drifted to the far end of the table, joining the three gentlemen who were already deep in conversation. There were 2 wizards, Harry Potter and Sirius Black, and 2 muggles, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson. It might have seemed an unlikely quartet at the Burrow, but both pure-blood heirs were fervent advocates of Muggle rights, and their discussion was as warm as it was spirited. Meanwhile, time slipped by unnoticed in the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley, Hermione, and a third lady, each a witch of considerable talent, poised themselves over the final preparations. In a moment, they brought a vast, steaming cauldron of beef stew and an iron pot of frothy butterbeer into the dining room. "Ginny," Mrs. Weasley called, glancing at the clock, "go and fetch your brothers for lunch." Suppressing a sigh, Ginny tore herself from Harry's side and scampered up the stairs to summon Fred, George, and Ron. Once she'd gone, Sherlock beamed at the 3 women standing by the kitchen door. "Thank you so much, ladies. Everything smells divine." Sirius jumped to his feet, eager to help serve. Harry rose as well, only to be gently but firmly pressed back into his chair by Mrs. Weasley's reassuring hand. Ever since my dear mother died, no one's lived here, except the house elf she left behind, Sirius said, his voice taut as he swept a hand around the dusty hall of number 12, Grimmauld Place. Hermione exchanged a glance with Harry. You mean creature? Sirius's jaw clenched. The very same. But living isn't the word for him now. He's gone completely senile, hasn't done any cleaning in ages, and as for cooking, don't even ask. Hermione stepped forward, frowning. Sirius, you're being too harsh. You barely show him any kindness, and you keep calling him useless. He is useless, Sirius cut in, sneering. He can't dust, he can't cook, he can't even serve me properly. He doesn't recognize me as his master, and I know he despises me. Frankly, I despise him right back. This house holds nothing but painful memories. If Harry weren't here, I'd never darken its door again. The group fell silent, struck by the determination in Sirius's voice. Sherlock caught Harry's eye. Harry mouthed something brief and urgent. Sherlock gave a curt nod. No one spoke for the next few minutes, until Ginny and her brothers came into the kitchen. Hi, Sherlock! Ginny greeted him brightly. The moment Ron caught sight of Sherlock, he sprinted across the room. You really should have come upstairs to see my new firebolt. Seriously, it's the coolest broom there is. Please, Ron, Fred cut in with a smirk. We've heard that about 800 times in the last 2 days. Our eardrums are starting to callous over, George added. Ron scowled. You two said the exact same thing. But we don't drone on about it, Fred replied. He turned to Sherlock, grinning. Honestly, don't you find him annoying? So, how was your winter break? Not bad, Fred, Sherlock answered coolly. George leaned forward and whispered, I'm George, by the way, not Fred. Sherlock didn't flinch. No, you're Fred. George's eyebrows shot up. No, really, I'm George. Right, Fred? Fred rolled his eyes. Yes, he's George. I'm Fred. No, you're Fred. That trick doesn't work on me. All right, I'm Fred, Fred relented with a dramatized sigh. Seeing their twin mime act had failed, Fred threw up his hands in mock surrender. You'll have to teach us your secret. Mum and Dad still mix us up all the time. Just observe, Sherlock said matter-of-factly. The twins exchanged a baffled look and fell silent. Once the introductions were done, everyone took their seats around the kitchen table. All eyes turned to Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, Sherlock's parents, who had just been shown in. The burrow was suddenly alive with polite chatter, as one by one the family filled in around the table, eager to learn more about their remarkable guest. Everyone had been curious about what Mr. and Mrs. Holmes were like, so when the guests finally met the Holmes brothers' parents, they discovered there was nothing outlandish about them at all. Mr. Holmes was polite and soft-spoken. His wife was warm and generous. Both were immediately easy to get along with. Once everyone was settled around the table, all eyes fell on Sirius. He rose from his seat, cast a sweeping glance over the assembled guests, and cleared his throat. Before we tuck into this first-rate lunch, he began, turning to Mrs. Weasley, Mrs. Granger, and Mrs. Holmes, I want to offer a heartfelt thank you. You three came here as honored guests, and yet you've spent the afternoon caring for these boys as if they were your own. Oh, that's nothing, Mrs. Weasley protested with a wave of her hand. It was our pleasure, Mrs. Granger chimed in. Honestly, Mrs. Holmes added with a grin, if we'd waited for Sirius to do all the cooking, we'd still be hungry at supper time. Their good-natured laughter filled the kitchen, and in an instant the room was alive with warmth and cheer. Chapter 366, A Wizard Who Has Studied Magic for 2.5 years. Sirius Black shook his head with a rueful smile as he surveyed the once grand living room, now draped in dust and cobwebs. This old house has been empty for 10 years, he said. When I first returned, I could barely find a clean bowl or plate to eat from. He turned to face Sherlock Holmes, Hermione Granger, and Fred and George Weasley, their expressions earnest in the dim light. Thank you all for standing by Harry when he needed friends most. Over the past week, ever since Sirius's dramatic escape from Azkaban and triumphant return, he had listened as Harry recounted every hardship he endured, both in the Muggle world and here among wizards. When Sirius learned of Harry's life at Privet Drive, he was ready to march straight to Little Winging and give the Dursleys a stern reprimand. But Harry, surprising even himself, managed to calm his godfather's fury. Harry felt a flicker of relief. In the company of a mind as keen as Sherlock's, he had begun to apply simple deductive techniques to his daily routine, far less intricate than Sherlock's own breathtaking observations, but enough to sharpen Harry's awareness of the world around him. Now, standing in Sirius's reclaimed home, Harry realized how much he had changed in the last 2.5 years. With friends like these at his side, he was certain he could face whatever came next. Predicting Sirius's reaction to the story of Harry's childhood wasn't hard. Even though Sirius pressed Harry to recount every humiliating detail, Harry kept the worst of it to himself. He'd watched Sirius's face darken at the broad strokes. Revealing the full extent of the Dursleys' cruelty would have sent him over the edge. Nothing could have held him back. As Harry grew older, he began to see the Dursleys in a new light. Much of that understanding came from Sherlock's intervention. With Sherlock's gentle persistence, Aunt Petunia finally gave voice to the fears and resentments she'd buried for decades. Sherlock was right when he said that most misunderstandings spring from silence. Once people open up and speak honestly, problems that once seemed insurmountable can often be smoothed away. It was tragic, he realized, that so many stay locked inside their own silence. When Aunt Petunia poured out her long-held regrets and asked for Harry's forgiveness, he gave it readily. His heart was generous enough to let go of old hurts. He would have gone to visit the Dursleys himself, had he not been so consumed by his own obligations lately. Since Harry had fully repaired his relationship with the Dursleys, he saw no reason to risk it again, especially after all the help Sirius had given him. Over a late supper in the kitchen, he explained how he'd managed to reconnect with his aunt and uncle, weaving subtle memories of his lonely childhood into the story. Then, at Sirius's explicit request, Harry turned to life at Hogwarts, and this time he didn't hold back. "For 2.5 years now, I've been studying magic," Harry began, "and I've picked up a few hobbies along the way. Boxing, fencing, and of course Quidditch. I can't promise I'm a star at all three, but they keep me busy between lessons." Sirius leaned forward, his dark eyes gleaming. Even though Harry's time in the wizarding world was measured in mere years, those years had been rich with near disasters, powerful friendships, and dazzling discoveries, far more thrilling, in Sirius's opinion, than anything a Muggle could experience. At 35, Sirius Black himself knew a thing or two about drama. Born into the oldest, most respected pure-blood family in Britain, he carried a weighty legacy, one he'd rather disclaim than flaunt. Yet beneath his casual arrogance lay a lifetime of secrets, betrayals, and daring escapes that made his godson's 2.5 years at Hogwarts seem almost tame by comparison. As the fire crackled in the hearth, and Harry filled in the details of potion mishaps, enchanted duels, and midnight escapades through the castle's corridors, Sirius listened like a schoolboy. For both of them, this was more than a catch-up. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one written in magic and bound by family. Sirius Black's life had always been extraordinary, and that was saying something at Hogwarts. A few weeks after his first arrival, he and James Potter, another heir of a long-lived wizarding family, had forged an instant friendship. In little time, Sirius's daring humor, natural confidence, and fierce loyalty made him one of the school's most beloved and feared students. Over his 7 years at Hogwarts, he and James recruited 2 more mischief-makers to form the Marauders, Peter Pettigrew, timid but devoted, and Remus Lupin, whose secret werewolf condition only deepened their bond. Together, they ruled the castle's hidden passages, pranking professors, keeping impeccable grades, and mercilessly teasing anyone who crossed them. Yet when James finally settled down with Lily Evans, Sirius was the first to congratulate the happy couple and to give them his wholehearted blessings. After graduation, there was no question where Sirius's duty lay. He joined the Order of the Phoenix alongside his fellow Marauders, standing shoulder to shoulder against Voldemort's forces. When the final battle was won, everyone expected him to be lauded as a hero. Instead, a terrible misunderstanding sent him to Azkaban, the wizarding world's most dreaded prison, where he languished for 12 years. Even that ordeal ended with a bang. Sirius became the first and only prisoner ever to break out of Azkaban. His story alone, ancient wizarding pedigree, legendary school exploits, friendship in the face of danger, wartime heroism, a wrongful conviction, and a daring escape would fill volumes. Yet despite all he'd seen and done, nothing prepared him for the tales of his godson's first year at Hogwarts. Harry Potter's adventures still managed to surprise him. At 11 years old, Harry's first year at Hogwarts was already more dangerous than most wizards could imagine. Deep in the castle's dungeons, he came face to face with Lord Voldemort and his faithful Death Eaters. Had it not been for Lily's ancient protective magic, energized by Harry's steadfast, quick-thinking friends, he would have perished long before the autumn holidays. A year later, Harry confronted Voldemort once more, though this time the Dark Lord still existed, only in the body of Tom Riddle. From Sirius's vantage point, the young Riddle carried an even darker weight than the Voldemort everyone feared. In Sirius's own school days, the Chamber of Secrets was nothing more than a cautionary tale. He never imagined that, decades later, a 50-year-old diary and a sliver of a preserved memory could be enough to pry open the legendary chamber, unleash a basilisk on Hogwarts, and terrorize students and staff alike. Fortunately, Harry's second-year rescue was far more orderly than his first. Armed with carefully laid plans, courtesy of his cleverest friends, and with trusted allies waiting in the wings, they pinpointed the chamber's hidden entrance and thwarted the basilisk before it could do irreparable harm. By the time the school year ended, the crisis was contained and Hogwarts could breathe easier. Harry's third year proved almost mundane by comparison. Though shadows still lurked at the fringes of the wizarding world, there were no basilisks, no souvenir diaries, and no direct clashes with Voldemort. For once, Hogwarts was just a school again, and for Harry, that tasted like a small but hard-won victory. Sirius Black, who'd been burning with the desire to exact revenge on Peter Pettigrew, had originally resolved to wait until the holidays ended and Hogwarts resumed before making his move. He never imagined, though, that Pettigrew would be unmasked before the break was even over. Nor did he expect the Ministry of Magic to cooperate so readily, first with polite deference, then with almost fawning haste. Everything had fallen into place far more smoothly than he'd dared hope. Leaning back in his chair, Sirius found himself comparing Rai's exploits to his own youth. At Harry's age, he and his closest friends were still off pulling pranks on unsuspecting girls and making Professor Snape's life miserable. By contrast, Harry had achieved in a handful of days what Sirius and his mates never managed, if they ever did at all. The gulf between their experiences struck him sharply. There was one name Harry mentioned above all others, Sherlock Holmes. Through Harry's glowing accounts, Sirius saw it clearly. Without Holmes's brilliant mind guiding them, none of this would have been possible. The Ministry's swift capture of Pettigrew, a crisis averted, and the entire wizarding world's relief, it was all Holmes's doing in the background. A twinge of guilt twisted in Sirius's chest. He'd been a woefully neglectful godfather. 12 long years, locked away in Azkaban, he'd told himself it was penance for his sins, a chance to atone. But in truth, it had been selfish. He'd abandoned Harry when the boy needed him most. Now, with fresh resolve, Sirius vowed to make up for lost time, and to ensure that, from this day forward, he would never let Harry or Sherlock face danger alone. Sirius took a steadying breath, caught Sherlock's eye for a moment, then let his trademark carefree grin take over. He lifted his glass high and called out, "Welcome, everyone, to our not quite grand, but very much livable old pile. I admit the place is a bit of a wreck, but rest assured the food tonight is entirely the handiwork of 3 remarkable ladies. So don't be shy, dive right in. Just, try not to tear the roof off, and we'll all get along splendidly." Cheers! The toast was met with a raucous chorus of cheers from the assembled friends. With that, the kitchen sprang to life. Sirius had spared no expense on quality ingredients, and Molly, Hermione, and Fleur each lent their finest culinary talents. The result was a feast that surpassed everyone's expectations. Ron, true to form, attacked his plate with enthusiastic gusto, clutching a chicken leg in each hand. "This is amazing, Sirius," he declared around a mouthful of meat. "You've really outdone yourself." As laughter and lively chatter filled the room, Mrs. Weasley gently tapped her spoon against her glass to get everyone's attention. "Sirius," she began, her tone shifting to something more serious. "When I came by earlier, I noticed the writing desk in the sitting room upstairs. It's locked, and yet I could swear there's something moving inside, rattling about. It might be nothing more than a boggart, but I thought you should know." A hush fell over the table. With plates half empty and utensils paused midair, all eyes turned to Sirius, who simply raised an eyebrow and nodded. Whatever was behind that lock, it was about to demand an explanation. "I think it'd be best to have Moody give it a once-over before we officially release it." "Absolutely," Sirius agreed without hesitation. Mrs. Weasley, spotting Sirius's nod, added, "Also, I've just discovered flobberworms nesting in the curtains. I'll have to sort that out tomorrow." "I'd be most grateful," Sirius said warmly. "Harry and I wouldn't even know where to begin with those." Harry winced in self-conscious amusement. That very morning, after years of coping with the Dursleys' drab Muggle household, he'd fancied himself fully prepared to handle any old wizard's home. He hadn't anticipated magical pests or enchanted decor, and frankly had been a touch overconfident. "Who's this Moody?" Sherlock asked, turning from the window. Arthur and Molly Weasley exchanged glances before Molly replied, "Alastor Moody." "I know. You mean Mad-Eye Moody, right?" George Butler Weasley interrupted, liberally spreading marmalade on his toast. "He's that." "Your father respects him immensely," Mrs. Weasley said crisply, clearly disapproving of George's casual dismissal. Sirius simply smiled. Between securing Mad-Eye's approval and Mrs. Weasley's curtain-cleaning crusade, Harry suspected this holiday would be anything but dull. Fred leaned in close to Sherlock and murmured, "You know how my dad collects plugs? I reckon Moody and Dad are cut from the same cloth." "Don't think I didn't hear that." Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out, startling both Fred and George into instant silence. She turned to Sherlock, her tone gentler now. "Ignore their chatter, Sherlock." She folded her hands and continued seriously. "Alastor Mad-Eye Moody was one of the most extraordinary wizards of his time, and he still is, of course. An old friend of Dumbledore's, he served with the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. He was unmatched at tracking down dark wizards. It's said that half the prisoners in Azkaban owe their cells to him." Sherlock nodded, visibly intrigued. A man with Moody's record certainly stood leagues above the bureaucrats at the Ministry. Mrs. Weasley sighed, a note of concern entering her voice. "But achievements like his come at a price. He made plenty of enemies along the way. You can imagine the families of those he caught weren't exactly grateful." Sherlock shook his head. "No, it wasn't a big problem at first. But as he got older, he grew increasingly suspicious, trusted almost no one. Basically, he started seeing Death Eaters around every corner," George muttered from his place at the table. Mrs. Weasley shot him a withering look, and he immediately ducked back to his plate. Mr. Weasley sighed, pushing a stray lock of red hair out of his eyes. Between that and a bit of encouragement from certain quarters, he decided it was time to retire. Honestly, I think it did him good. He's finally getting the quiet, peaceful life he's always deserved. Sherlock inclined his head. Even Mrs. Weasley had insisted on calling in a professional to inspect the house before they began clearing out any magical residue. That alone spoke volumes about just how troublesome an old wizarding home could be. "Pardon me," Sherlock said, turning toward Mrs. Holmes. "What exactly are boggarts and flobberworms?" Mrs. Holmes bristled with curiosity. She'd been enjoying every minute of the Weasleys' charming, chaotic wizarding world. "Boggarts and flobberworms are both peculiar creatures from the magical realm," she began, leaning forward as everyone else fell silent, eager for the explanation. "Boggarts are mischievous, shape-shifting spirits that assume the form of a person's deepest fear. Flobberworms, sometimes called biting fairies, appear almost human in miniature, but they're so tiny you'd scarcely notice them at first glance. They breed by the hundreds in any room they infest, weaving themselves into fabrics and upholstery until they're impossible to ignore." Hermione pulled a fat textbook from her bag, flipping it open to a well-worn page. Mrs. Weasley leaned forward, nodding approvingly. "It's a pity I didn't bring this book along. Then we could have started our lesson today." Ginny frowned at her mother. "What book, Mum?" Mrs. Weasley offered a wry smile. "Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. It really is an excellent resource." At the mention of Lockhart, Mrs. Weasley's expression grew distant with nostalgia. Professor Lockhart was quite the character, wasn't he? Such a shame he's still lingering in that coma. Chapter 367, Screaming. After lunch, Harry firmly steered Sherlock and Hermione toward the firebolt. The Weasley twins, meanwhile, bounded off on their own. Sirius had given them free rein to explore, so long as they didn't bring down the ceiling, and they were itching to find a suitable spot for their next experiment. In the cramped rooms of number 12, Grimmauld Place, the clatter and boom of their tinkering grew louder by the minute, much to Mrs. Weasley's mounting disapproval. Ron joined the trio, genuinely eager to inspect the legendary broom again. Ginny followed close behind, but her motives were different. With her entire family under one roof for the first time in ages, she was determined to steal whatever moments she could alone with Harry, moments that never presented themselves back at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Harry's mind had been so consumed by the mysteries of the old house over the past 2 days that he hadn't noticed the quiet longing in her every glance. Sherlock caught sight of Ginny skulking along behind them and turned, eyebrows raised. "So," he said to Harry, "how was the Christmas gift Ginny gave you?" Harry, still tasting it, replied on autopilot, "It was really good." Then he stopped. "Wait, how did you know what she gave me? I haven't told you." "Deduction," Sherlock replied coolly, then shifted his gaze to Hermione. "She gave you cookies too, didn't she?" Hermione shot Ginny a wary look, then leaned in to whisper to Sherlock. "Yes, she tested dozens of batches and gave Harry the ones she was most pleased with. Ours were perfectly edible, but not quite as refined. The really awful first efforts went to Fred, George, Ron. I heard Ron say Percy nearly cracked a tooth." Sherlock nodded thoughtfully. Ginny Weasley might be young, but she clearly had a knack for baking, albeit at the expense of her brother's dental health. And having just inspected Harry's new firebolt, Sherlock was forced to admit it lived up to its legendary reputation. Harry had been on the verge of asking just how much Sirius had overpaid compared to the shop's listed price, but, true to form, Sirius had brushed aside his question. With a casual nod, he instructed the shop assistant to fetch the gold straight from his vault, and that was the end of it. Now, apart from the assistant himself, no one at Hogwarts had any clue what Sirius Black really shelled out for Harry's new firebolt, but you didn't need hard numbers to appreciate the stir it caused. This was a broom built for international competition, sleek, fast, and breathtakingly expensive, and it had just arrived at a school where most students still raced around on hand-me-down cleanse-weeps. "I can't wait to see the look on the Slytherins' faces," Ron breathed, eyes fixed on the crimson shaft of Harry's firebolt. Ron's grin widened. "Think about it. Malfoy's dad bought every single Slytherin team member a Nimbus 2001 just so Draco could get trialed as Seeker, but he never guessed that one firebolt would cost more than all 7 of those Nimbuses combined." Harry nodded and forced a smile. He almost added that Draco might have made Seeker on his own. Malfoy did have an impressive flair for flying, but he stopped himself. Now wasn't the time to remind Ron that Draco Malfoy could outfly him. Some truths were better left unsaid. "Harry, how can you side with Malfoy?" Ron's tone made it clear he thought Harry was betraying him. "I'm just stating the facts," Harry replied evenly. "If I were actually on Malfoy's side," he thought, "you'd be throwing a fit right now. Honestly, you're sounding like Sherlock again." Ron ground his teeth, then remembered something. He turned to Sherlock. "Malfoy's broom got smashed by the humping willow too. You don't suppose his father would just buy him a firebolt, do you?" Sherlock shook his head firmly. "Impossible." Surprised, Ron pressed on. "Why not? The Malfoys are filthy rich. Surely they can afford a firebolt." "They could," Sherlock agreed, "but not without feeling the pinching out. A single firebolt costs more than 7 Nimbus 2001s. Last year, Lucius Malfoy bought 7 Nimbus 2001s at once. That was already a major outlay. Then came the Chamber of Secrets scandal. Malfoy Sr. not only suffered heavy financial losses covering up the mess, he was kicked off the school board. He's had to spend even more to smooth things over since. A brand new firebolt? It would be a strain they won't willingly take on. So buying another firebolt right now would bankrupt them, Sherlock remarked quietly. The Weasleys simply can't afford that. Hermione nodded. He's right. And there's another point. The firebolt claims it can go from 0 to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. If that's true. It must be, Ron said at once. The Irish International Quidditch Club ordered 7 of them. If the manufacturers were lying, someone would have cried foul long ago. Hermione's skin went pale. Then it really is terrifying. Do either of you understand what it means to accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles an hour in 10 seconds? Ron and Ginny exchanged blank looks. Raised in wizarding households, they had little concept of the laws of physics. Harry had a hazy idea of what Hermione was worried about, but even he didn't grasp why she looked so serious. Only Sherlock listened impassively, his expression unreadable. Hermione sighed and ran a hand through her hair. That means the firebolt can accelerate at nearly 6.7 meters per second squared, almost 70% of the force of gravity. Ginny frowned. What's gravitational acceleration? Hermione gave her a patient look. You really don't need the physics lecture. The short version is that this broom accelerates faster than any ordinary car, on a level with a sprinting cheetah or a top-of-the-line sports car. Fred tilted his head. So, what's that got to do with anything? There's a huge difference between sitting safely inside a car and flying exposed through the air on a broomstick, Hermione said, her voice growing serious. At 150 miles per hour, possibly more, you're completely unprotected. Even professional Quidditch players would find it almost impossible to control. She turned to Harry, worry etched on her face. Harry, it's incredibly dangerous. You have to be careful. Before he could answer, Ron waved a hand dismissively and flashed a confident grin. Relax, Hermione. Harry's a once-in-a-generation Quidditch prodigy. If anyone can handle the firebolt, it's him. Don't worry, nothing's going to happen to him, Ginny said, giving Hermione's arm a reassuring squeeze. Top-tier broomsticks like the firebolt have excellent safety enchantments. Harry smiled, finally catching Hermione's worry. Honestly, Hermione, it's fine. If professional players can compete on a firebolt, I'm sure I can handle it in a friendly game. Hermione simply stared at him, speechless. Sherlock, by contrast, remained calm. They were in the magical world, after all. Many of the strict physical rules of the Muggle realm didn't apply here. As the old wizarding saying went, if there's no logical explanation, magic fills the gap. And since the firebolt was Sirius's Christmas gift to Harry, it had to be top quality. More importantly, Harry was over the moon. Hermione pressed her lips together. She knew that if Lily were still alive, she'd have been furious at Sirius for giving a 13-year-old such an expensive and potentially dangerous broom. Possibly she'd have kicked him right out of the house. But Lily was gone. Pushing down the ache in her chest, Hermione cleared her throat and shifted the topic. Our match against Slytherin is at the end of term, isn't it? Ever since we swapped places with Hufflepuff, Harry said, our Quidditch schedule has been spread out, one match each term. We've already done Hufflepuff. Next term it's Ravenclaw, and after Easter we go up against Slytherin. Ravenclaw's no real challenge, Ron proclaimed, chest puffed out. Hermione shot him a warning look. Actually, Ron, Ravenclaw is stronger than Hufflepuff was. And last time we lost to Hufflepuff, it wasn't because they were better. It was just bad loo. CK. Ron waved her off. The biggest obstacle that season was the Dementors messing up Harry's concentration, but they've left Hogwarts for good now. Cho Chang might be a decent seeker, but she's still not on Harry's level. Besides, all she's got is a Comet 260. Everyone knows that compared to a firebolt, it's practically a toy. Harry smiled wryly. I appreciate your confidence, Ron, but let's not underestimate Ravenclaw, or Slytherin for that matter. We've got to train hard if we want to keep our house cup. Hermione nodded in agreement, though she cast one last worried glance at the gleaming firebolt leaning against the wall. Just promise me we'll stay focused, no more accidents. Ron grinned. Accidents? With that broom? Piece of cake. Under the circumstances, I really don't see how we could lose, unless... Ron gave Harry a pointed look. Now that Hermione said it out loud, I'm actually a bit worried about you, mate. Harry frowned. Worried about what? With the Dementor crisis behind them, and Harry now flying a top-of-the-line broom that gave their team a clear edge, there wasn't much to fear. Ron leaned forward, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You're not planning to take it easy just because you're friends with Cho Chang, are you? Harry went quiet. Ginny, who'd been listening in silence, couldn't help herself. She shot Ron a triumphant thumbs up. Finally, he'd said something helpful. Ronald, what on earth are you talking about? Harry's not that kind of person. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She hadn't appreciated the insinuation that Harry would deliberately underperform against Cho's team. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Honestly, Ron, you're overthinking this. I'll play to win. No favors, no friendships, just Quidditch. Harry leaned back in his chair, a slow grin spreading across his face. The very first time Cho and I met, she told me something rather cheeky. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Hermione, seated beside him, gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Harry continued, chuckling. She said if I went easy on her in the Gryffindor-Ravenclaw match, she'd think less of me. Hermione beamed. Smart girl. Ron, caught off guard by the praise, rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I was only joking, honest. He forced a laugh, but it came out more like a squeak. Ginny shot Harry a look that mixed amusement and exasperation. He just shrugged, savoring the moment. Sensing the growing pause, Ron hurried to change the subject. Anyway, I've got news. Sirius sent me an owl. With a flourish of his wand, a tiny gray owl materialized on Ron's outstretched arm. It trilled happily and nipped at his finger. Ron winced. Pigwidgeon's way of showing affection. Honestly, I've told him a dozen times to leave me alone, but he's hopeless. Harry and Sherlock exchanged amused glances. Hermione stifled a giggle. Ginny reached out and stroked the owl's soft feathers. We call him Pigwidgeon because he's, well, a bit daft. Did you know his original name was Hedwig? Ron groaned theatrically. Yes, I know. It was silly, so I changed it. Pigwidgeon hooted in agreement, bobbing his head. The group burst into laughter, and the common room filled with the warm glow of friendship, and just a hint of magical mischief. Ginny was the one who first christened the little owl Pigwidgeon. She thought it sounded utterly charming. By the time she realized she might prefer something more dignified, it was too late. Pigwidgeon would answer to nothing else. Call him any other name, and he simply blinked at you in stubborn silence. Ron gave his sister a self-satisfied grin. He's maddeningly loud. Even Errol and Hermes can't stand him. Honestly, I'm not his biggest fan either. No sooner had he spoken than Hedwig swooped into the room, circling overhead and unleashing a triumphant shriek that echoed off the walls. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Hermione hid a smile. They'd long ago learned not to take Ron's complaints too seriously. Doing so only led to disappointment, the most recent reminder as still fresh in their minds. Back in Ron's first year at Hogwarts, he'd spent weeks grumbling about his pet rat, Scabbers. When Crookshanks began chasing the poor creature, Ron was incensed, so much so that he and Hermione had a full-blown falling out before the truth ever came to light. Ron wasn't entirely blameless in the mess that had just unfolded, but even this tiny incident revealed his true nature. He said no with every breath, yet his body told the honest story. He had always griped about Scabbers, yet was devoted to him all the same, and now it was exactly the same with this new owl, Pigwidgeon. He moaned about the noise, but Sherlock noticed the gentleness in Ron's eyes whenever the bird ruffled its feathers. Sherlock thought of Crookshanks, the big ginger cat who had helped them capture Peter Pettigrew, and turned to Hermione. Where is he? Didn't you bring Crookshanks with you? I did, Hermione said, glancing around the cluttered room. He's probably in the drawing room, exploring. He's never seen so many strange little artifacts. He loves chasing Creature through all the nooks and crannies. Hermione started to add, Sherlock, I really don't think house elves. But her words were abruptly cut off by a scream so blood-curdling it froze everyone mid-sentence. No, the cry echoed, chilling them to the core. Harry lunged out of bed. He and Sherlock exchanged a quick, knowing look, no further explanation was needed, and sprinted for the stairs. Wait for me, Hermione called, scrambling over chairs as she followed. Ron and Ginny, shaken but determined, shook off their momentary shock and joined the frantic descent. In an instant, the entire household was racing downstairs, hearts pounding, ready to face whatever horror awaited them below. Chapter 368, I Smell a Criminal. When Sherlock stepped onto the first floor of the Black family's ancestral home, he noticed the velvet curtain they'd passed moments before had been swept aside, fully exposing the enormous portrait behind it. At that very instant, the painted figure began to scream, loud, frantic, and splintering the silence like a banshee in torment. In the 2.5 years Sherlock had spent in the magical world, he'd grown accustomed to the occasional talking portrait. None, however, matched the sheer aggravation of Sir Cadogan, the hapless stand-in for the fat lady. Cadogan rarely performed his guard duties. Instead, he constantly challenged passers-by to duels and delighted in changing the password at random. His daily capriciousness forced scatterbrained students to scribble every new word onto scraps of parchment just to get into their common room. He bragged endlessly about his chivalry, yet his mouth was full of coarse language that made even the boldest witch or wizard wince. Compared to him, the frantic Lady Black before Sherlock seemed a model of restraint. The portrait's subject was an elderly woman wearing a battered sorting hat, her face twisted in agony. Sherlock's sharp eyes took in every detail, the deep creases around her eyes, the trembling of her hands, even the way the brim of the hat drooped as she screamed. He had heard rumors of trouble in the House of Black, of secrets some would kill to protect. Yet nothing had prepared him for this. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Quite the welcome," he murmured to himself. Then, stepping closer, he called out, "Lady Black? Is that you? What's happened?" His voice echoed against the polished marble floor, but the portrait's cries only grew more intense. Gently, Sherlock extended a hand. "Madam, calm yourself. Report your condition." He spoke not as a mere observer, but as a detective determined to unravel the mystery. The painting's shrieking faltered, replaced by a strained gasp. The sorting hat quivered, and at last the elderly woman's voice emerged, ragged but recognizable. "There's a criminal among us," she whispered. "He's here, hiding in plain sight." Sherlock's pulse quickened. He had come in search of clues to Black family secrets, but now the case had taken a darker turn. Drawing closer, he prepared to listen to every fragile word. In the hush that followed, the game was afoot. Walburga Black's portrait loomed over the entrance hall, her gaunt, sallow face drawn taut by rage. Drool glistened at the corners of her cracked lips, and her wild eyes swept the room as a frantic scream tore from her throat. Yet, if one looked past the hysteria, there remained a hint of the aristocratic features that once marked her as a great beauty, and as Sirius Black's formidable mother. Her shriek alone would have been enough to shatter the silence, but the real havoc began when every other painting in the hall sprang to life. One by one, canvases stirred and joined her in a nightmarish chorus. Portraits that had hung placidly for decades now contorted, mouths opening in synchronized outrage. The uproar echoed off marble floors and stone pillars until it became both physically and mentally overwhelming. At that very moment, the last of the evening's guests arrived. Sherlock Holmes and his wife stopped dead in their tracks, eyes wide as saucers. Hermione Granger and her husband, having seen Walburga's outburst before, fared only marginally better. Hermione still clung to her mate's arm as though it were the only thing keeping her grounded. Behind them bustled Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley's hand tight around his wife's as he prepared to shepherd everyone to safety. Confusion and alarm rippled through the assembled company. Walburga's piercing cries and the shrieks of the bewitched portraits filled the hall with a clamorous frenzy. No one could say why she had erupted in such fury, but one thing was certain. The night's proceedings had veered sharply from civilized decorum into something wholly uncontainable. Mr. Weasley rushed over without preceding a word, and together he and Mrs. Weasley wrestled at the heavy tapestry, determined to conceal the portrait of the Black Lady once more. There's an old saying that when husband and wife are of one mind, they can even cut through steel, but for some reason, their combined strength couldn't budge the thick drapes. The Black Lady's screams only grew more ear-splitting, her claw-like hands slashing at the air as she shrieked. "Beasts! Harlots! Bastards! Freaks! Uglies! Get out of here! How dare scoundrels like you defile my ancestors' home?" Her tirade spilled into a flood of vulgarities, and almost every other portrait in the hall joined in, cursing and jeering until the din was overwhelming. Sherlock frowned at the chaos. He was about to step forward when Mrs. Weasley halted her efforts on the drapes, spun on her heel, and sprinted to the far end of the entrance hall. In one fluid motion, she drew her wand and cast Stupefy. The stunning spell struck every portrait but the Black Lady's, and one by one their voices were snuffed out. For the first time since they'd arrived, the only sound echoing through the hall was the Black Lady's furious, undiminished screams. The single portrait's power outclassed every other painting in the gallery combined. Just then, Sirius burst into the room. Spotting the uproar, he thundered, "Shut up, you wicked old hag, shut up!" He lunged for the heavy curtain Mrs. Weasley had just let fall. "You, how dare you!" The Lady Black's painted face drained of color, her eyes widening at the sight of her son. She shrieked in a shrill, piercing voice, "You prodigal wretch, the scandal of the House of Black! How could I ever have borne such a bastard?" "I said, shut up!" Sirius roared back, his voice echoing off the walls. Together with Mr. Weasley, he hauled on the drape until it finally snapped closed, muffling the Lady Black's insults. Sirius let the curtain fall into place, chest heaving from exertion, and faced Mr. and Mrs. Holmes, both utterly aghast, and a frowning Sherlock. "Well," he said, voice still ringing in the sudden hush, "now everyone's had the pleasure of meeting my dear mother." Even the famously eloquent Mr. Holmes was left speechless. After that spectacle, who wouldn't be? Prodigal son, the portrait had hissed at its own subject. Disgrace, bastard. In return, the young man on the floor spat back, "You horrible old witch." Sherlock Holmes, observing this exchange of insults, cleared his throat. "Perhaps the simplest solution," he offered, "would be to take it off the wall." Sirius Black gave him a weary look. "Harry and I have been trying to remove her for over a week," he said flatly. "She's enchanted the back of the canvas with a permanent sticking charm. No matter how hard we pull, she won't budge." He glanced at the portrait's curled lips and wild eyes. "Honestly, all we can do is clear out of here before she wakes up again." At his words, the assembled party dispersed as if startled by a gunshot. Even Holmes, his curiosity sated, had no wish to provoke the portrait further. The witch in the frame was clearly unstable, her every utterance a tirade of curses and pointless spite. Better to let her rant in peace than risk drawing her ire. Sherlock didn't mind pausing for a moment's conversation. He hoped to glean whatever useful information he could. All in all, the day at 12 Grimmauld Place had proven exceptionally intriguing, even after their shock at the unexpected appearance of the Black Lady. For Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Granger, who had never set foot in a wizarding household before, everything was delightfully novel. The kitchen knives that chopped meat and vegetables on their own, the plates and chopsticks that cleaned themselves with a tap of a wand, and the bawdy portraits lining the walls, trading crude insults in hushed tones. To the young wizards, the ancient and mysterious House of Black held an irresistible allure, and it was here that Sherlock finally met the house elf Creature. Draped in nothing more than a filthy rag, reminiscent of Dobby's pat, shed pillowcase, Creature's sallow skin hung in loose folds, as though far more skin had been stretched over his tiny frame than it needed. His head was bald, except for tufts of white hair sprouting from bat-like ears, and his eyes were bloodshot, watery, and perpetually cloudy. His fleshy nose was disproportionately large, completing an appearance as unsettling as it was pitiable. Unlike the sprightly Dobby and the other house elves Harry had met in Hogwarts kitchens, Creature was unmistakably ancient, stooped, gaunt, and moving with deliberate slowness. That matched Sirius's warnings, yet something still felt off. When Harry led the trio up to the second-floor drawing room, Ron barely had time to slam the door before Creature slunk in through the narrow crack. The moment he stepped inside, though, his nimble intrusion gave way to a shuffling shuffle, shoulders hunching, feet dragging, as if he couldn't even see the people in the room. All the while, he muttered in a guttural croak, "I smell the stench of gutters and criminals." Sherlock Holmes lifted one eyebrow at the elf's words. Creature's voice dripped contempt. "Ever since the young master returned from Azkaban, he's been parading his little brats through my mistress's halls, exposing her home to riff-raff like you." He jabbed a bony finger in Harry's direction, as if the boy who lived were personally responsible for every indignity. Harry only shrugged. He'd grown used to Creature's bitter barbs, and if truth be told, he wondered whether there might be more to this wizened creature than met the eye. Chapter 7. Creature's Outburst. The gloomy kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place was lit only by a single flickering candle, but the house elf paid no heed to the shadows dancing on the walls. He marched down the corridor ahead of them, his thin frame bent with indignation, his voice rising in a steady, accusing drone. "Oh, my poor mistress," he muttered, hands clasped before him. "If she could see what's going on beneath her own roof, if she knew the scum they've brought into her house, what would she say to old Creature? Mudbloods, the lot of them. Old degenerates and young degenerates too, all willing to call themselves brothers with filth like that. Oh, poor old creature. What's he to do but listen to this disgrace? Sherlock Holmes, who had been quietly observing from the doorway, stepped forward. He bent down to meet the elf's pale, resentful gaze. "You say you can smell criminals?" he asked, his tone casual but curious. "Fascinating. That's the first time I've heard of a house elf possessing a talent similar to my own." At the unexpected question, Creature paused mid-gripe. His salt and pepper eyebrows rose in shock, and for a moment he looked as if he were about to nod in agreement. Then, as though the very idea of speaking to a mudblood had set him ablaze, he snapped back, faster than before. "A mudblood dares address Creature? As if—" His voice broke on a gasp. Oh, what would Mistress say if she saw him consorting with such filth? Before he could finish, two sharp voices cut through the stale kitchen air in unison. "Don't call him a mudblood." Harry Potter was on his feet, fists clenched. Hermione Granger, eyes blazing, stood beside him. Their rebuke carried the force of a thunderclap, and in its wake, silence fell over Creature like a blanket. Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins, Fred and George, exchanged looks of wide-eyed surprise. They'd never seen Hermione so fiercely protective, never heard her voice ring so emphatically with indignation. Even Sherlock Holmes, usually the picture of composed curiosity, raised an eyebrow at the unexpected alliance of wizarding outrage and muggle-born pride. Creature lowered his head, his protests dying in his throat, while a heavy tension settled over the company. In that moment, it was clear. No one, house elf, detective, or heir to the Dark Lord, would soon forget the day Creature's old prejudices collided head-on with the unshakable loyalty of friends. Here's a revised, polished version of the scene. Before Sherlock arrived, Creature had snarled "mudblood" at Hermione, and she hadn't flinched. When Harry and Ron leapt to her defense, she waved them off with a calm, "It's all right." After all, Creature was mad. He didn't truly understand his own slurs. Ginny, however, had been less forgiving, accusing Hermione of self-deception. The house elf knew exactly what he was saying. Yet now, as Creature spat the same vile word at Sherlock, Hermione's reaction was entirely different. Why? A soft chuckle stirred the silence. In one fluid motion, Sherlock knelt before Creature. The curious gleam in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden, razor-sharp intensity. His steel-gray gaze, precise as a surgeon's scalpel, sliced through the elf's dull facade and drilled straight into his soul. Instinctively, Creature recoiled, but then forced himself to straighten his hunchbacked frame. Panic flickered in his cloudy eyes as he clung to the guise of madness. His muttering crescendoed in frantic tones. Creature shouldn't speak. The vile mudblood glared at Creature with an intensity that sent shivers through the room. What was he planning? Surely he wouldn't dare lay a finger on the house elf. Enough! Stop this clumsy charade. Sherlock's voice was low, but carried an unmistakable authority, cutting off Creature's frantic protests in an instant. You two think you can keep your secrets hidden, but next to that house elf from the Malfoys, you're positively incompetent. At Sherlock's words, the young wizards clustered around, exchanged eager glances. Those who knew him well recognized the telltale spark in his eyes. It meant he was about to put on a very memorable show. Chapter 369. Someone like Sherlock should be one of a kind. Sherlock's gaze, heavy and unyielding, swept over Creature and the ragged cloth draped around him. The house elf quivered under that look, its habitual mumbling stifled before it could form a full word. Sherlock's words came fast and sharp, each syllable striking like a blade. You know exactly what you're saying, and you know exactly who you're speaking to. Mad? Senile? Those are nothing but self-deluding masks to hide your rotten, ingrained pure-blood fanaticism and the malice festering in your heart. With every breath you take, you drive another nail into the coffin of the Black family, yet you still cling to madness as your excuse? Creature shook so violently that its frail bones rattled. Its lips parted for a word, but only the fragment "mud" escaped. "Mudblood," Sherlock finished for it, his voice laced with contempt. "Whether you admit it or not, this decaying mansion and your mistress's obsession have hollowed out your soul. You're nothing more than a puppet, an empty shell masquerading as a house elf, feeding on hatred and clinging to long-dead glories." The elf recoiled, claws scraping against the cold stone floor. Sherlock took a step forward, his eyes never wavering. "But the true madness," he added softly, "is believing that your bigotry can save you or restore any greatness to this family." Silence fell like a thick curtain in the dim hallway. Creature cowered against the wall, its eyes wide with fear. Behind them, the ancestral portraits of the Blacks seemed to watch, their painted faces grim in the flickering firelight. In that moment, the once proud legacy crumbled, not by dark wizardry or outside forces, but by the rancor of a single embittered soul. Now, you're both a venomous insect spitting curses at your master from the gutter and a self-appointed guardian of the tomb. Feigning madness is your only weapon. Well said! Sherlock's words still hung in the air when applause broke out behind Harry. Sirius stepped forward, clapping vigorously, his eyes alight with amusement. "Sherlock, that was sharper than any barb Snape's ever delivered." Sirius had long since reached his limit with Kreacher, the Black family's house elf. He didn't much care about the curses themselves. What grated on him was Kreacher's obsessive devotion to the House of Black, its erratic half-mad tantrums, and the constant nagging whisper that wormed its way into his thoughts. He'd spent a dozen years in Azkaban under the Dementor's sway, where words were a luxury he couldn't afford. Now his mind teemed with cutting comebacks, but his tongue felt hopelessly out of practice. Sirius couldn't help but think of that greasy-haired fellow. For all his contempt, Sherlock Holmes's barbs were scarily precise. Who'd have guessed his godson would befriend someone like him? Sherlock Holmes, damned, wonderfully damned, fantastically damned. As if summoned by the thought, Sherlock stepped into the drawing room. He'd clearly trailed Sirius's entrance, and the moment he caught Sirius's private assessment, a faint smile curved his lips. "I'll take that as a compliment, Mr. Black." Sirius merely raised an eyebrow. Sherlock's gaze drifted down to Kreacher, the Black family's house elf, who had been lurking by the door. Intrigued, Holmes silently noted the elf's sharp eyes and tense posture. This was no ordinary servant's caution. He'd assumed Hogwarts bristled with secrets, but he hadn't expected even a Black house elf to have so much on its mind. He'd have to speak with Sirius and Harry about this later. At that instant, Kreacher caught sight of Sirius and threw himself into an almost painful bow. His back curved in an extreme arch, nose nearly brushing the floor, in a display that would have made Dobby blush. Holmes stifled a quiet chuckle and exchanged a glance with Sirius, already plotting the questions he intended to ask. Sirius stormed into the study and froze at the sight of Kreacher, crouched over the polished floorboards. Impatient, he called out, "Stand up, Creake!" Her. The house elf halted mid-scrub, then rose with a low bow. "Yes, young master." Sirius folded his arms. "What are you doing here?" "Kreacher was merely cleaning," came the humble reply. "Kreacher serves the noble House of Black for life." "The house only grows darker by the day," Sirius interrupted, his tone sharp. "The more you scrub, the dirtier it looks." Kreacher dipped his head. "The young master is always so witty." Then, in a voice barely above a hiss, "Truly, the young master is an odious, ungrateful boy who broke his poor mother's heart." A murmur rippled through the other young wizards crowded into the room. Sirius's eyes narrowed. "My mother had no heart, Kreacher," he said coolly. "She existed on resentment alone." The elf bobbed another bow, each word dripping with feigned respect and scathing contempt. "Perhaps, but you're hardly fit to polish her shoes. Oh, what my poor mistress would say if she saw me serving you now. She despised you. You were her greatest disappointment." "That's enough!" Sirius's patience snapped. He lurched forward, voice low and dangerous. "What do you think you're doing, Kreacher?" Kreacher sank back a step, bowing so low his head nearly touched the floor, but his defiance gleamed in his dark, bead-like eyes. The clash between master and servant crackled in the stillness, each waiting for the other to make the next move. Sirius's voice was ice-cold as he watched the house elf hover at the foot of the stairs. "Every time we're clearing out this place, you pretend to be helping, but you sneak things off to your room so we can't throw them away." Kreacher stammered, backing away. Mistress would never forgive Kreacher if he removed anything from young master's house. He broke off and launched into the familiar chant. "If the tapestry is discarded, Mistress will be furious. It has hung in this house for 7 centuries. Kreacher must preserve it. He will not allow young master, or those half-breeds, degenerates, and mudbloods, to destroy it. Sirius let out a low, humorless chuckle. I knew it. He tilted his head toward the far wall. There's probably another permanent sticking charm hidden behind that tapestry, just like the one behind her portrait. If I could rip it down myself, I wouldn't hesitate. Creature bowed his head and crept backward. Yes, young master. Right away, young master. But as soon as the door swung shut, the house elf glared back over his shoulder, eyes blazing with loathing. Under his breath, he grumbled, back from Azkaban, and already ordering Creature about. Creature's thin voice drifted along the corridor before he even reached the door. Oh, my poor mistress, what would she say if she could see the house now? Vile folk have moved in, her priceless heirlooms cast aside like rubbish. She promised to disown him as her son, and now he's returned, and they call him a murderer. If you don't stop that incessant muttering, Sirius snarled, slamming the door in the house elf's face, I swear I will find someone to kill. Relief washed over the assembled young wizards as the door shut. All except Sherlock Holmes and Hermione Granger exhaled at once. He's finally gone, they thought. Hermione approached Sirius hesitantly, once Creature's footsteps had faded down the stairs. Sirius, are you sure he knew we could hear him? Sirius turned on her with a quirked eyebrow. You just heard what Sherlock said. Do you still believe he didn't know? Hermione bit her lip. I'm not so certain he was aware. He's been lonely here for years. Sirius's expression softened, though a tired edge remained in his pale eyes. Perhaps you're not entirely wrong. I wasn't here to keep him company, and the portrait of my mother has been, well, less than kind. She issues mad orders, day and night. No wonder Creature's trapped in that endless loop of lamentations. He ran a hand through his dark hair, pinching the bridge of his nose. Still, his constant grumbling nearly drove me mad. But that doesn't mean he can't be troubled, poor thing. Hermione reached out to stand a hand on his arm. He's just frightened, Sirius, and lonely. Maybe. Sirius looked down at her, something like gratitude flickering in his gaze. All right, he conceded softly. But if he starts up again, someone really will end up hurt. Behind them, the hall lay quiet once more, the echoes of Creature's sorrow lingering like a stubborn shadow in the old walls. But honestly, he's a dreadful little thing, Hermione murmured, her voice hushed. What if you set him free? Maybe. I can't, Sirius cut in sharply. If you tried to free him, the shock alone would kill him. Don't believe me? Go on, tell him to leave the house, right this instant, and watch what happens. Hermione fell silent. She knew better than anyone that freedom for a house elf was a death sentence. It was doubly so for those bound to an old, proud family like the Blacks. The grim trophy heads lining the staircase between the first and second floors stood as mute witnesses. Not even poor, senile Creature had escaped the same fate. Just then, Sherlock spoke up, his tone deliberately measured. If what you say is true, Mr. Black, I'd suggest you choose your commands with far greater precision in the future. Sirius blinked, clearly baffled by the remark. Sirius stared at Sherlock, brow furrowed. More precise, he repeated, clearly baffled. Sherlock nodded slowly. You just told the elf you may go. Sirius blinked. Yes. What's wrong with that? Go where? Sherlock asked, leaning forward. Sirius frowned. Isn't that obvious? As far as I understand, Sherlock explained, house elves cannot disobey a direct command from their master, but when the order is vague, they're free to interpret it however they wish. He turned to Harry. Remember the Malfoy family's elf? Lucius Malfoy forbade it from sharing any information with outsiders, yet it still managed to signal Lucius's movements through subtle hints. Why? Because Mr. Malfoy never gave precise instructions. He left a loophole. If that elf could exploit such ambiguity, so could any other. Harry's eyes widened at the memory of Dobby, thrashing about and banging his head when trying to bend the rules. Sherlock, he whispered, are you saying? If I were that elf, Sherlock went on calmly, I could easily twist Sirius's casual you may go into an order to leave this room altogether. Sirius's jaw tightened, and the group of young wizards exchanged anxious glances. Sherlock raised a hand to stay their rising alarm. Not that it changes things right now. Even interpreted that way, it poses no immediate threat. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, his shoulders tense. But imagine, just for a moment, that we're all caught in some extraordinary situation. That elf could slip away and relay everything we've discussed here. Given his attitude toward you, Mr. Sirius, Hermione added coolly, it wouldn't surprise me if he did exactly that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Sirius exclaimed, flapping his hands. I forbade him from saying a word of importance to anyone. He's bound by house elf magic. He can't possibly disobey me. Hermione's eyes narrowed, and that's precisely the problem. She glanced at Sherlock and noticed the brief, almost pitying look he shot Sirius. Hermione turned back, voice steady. You think these details are insignificant, but they're not. If that elf can recount in full what you and Harry have been doing, every raid, every cleanup, then an enemy could easily piece together your movements from the past few days. Any intelligent opponent could use that information to find a crack in our defenses, and the consequences would be catastrophic. A hush fell over the room. Then, from the corner, came a sudden, awkward gulp. Everyone looked at Ron. He swallowed hard, cheeks flushed, as if wondering how best to explain himself. Sherlock's words were so unsettling that Ron's throat went dry. He could only swallow hard, cheeks flushing as everyone stared at him. His voice wavered. But Sherlock, he stammered, you're one of a kind, right? Nobody else sees the world the way you do, so why worry if others know these things? I don't get it. You're being overcautious. Sherlock smiled faintly, as if amused by the question. My dear Ron, if you mean my powers of observation and deduction, there is someone you know who surpasses even me. Ron's brow furrowed. Who could possibly be more brilliant than Sherlock Holmes? Before he could speak, Harry and Hermione answered in unison. Mycroft! A look of realization dawned on Ron's face. Of course, he'd met Mycroft in person, and from what he'd seen, Sherlock's brother was every bit as formidable in observation and deduction, perhaps even more so. But he's your brother. With two brothers as remarkable as you, there shouldn't be anyone else like you in the world, right? If there's a first, there will be a second, Sherlock replied coolly. And if there's a second, who's to say a third won't follow? His eyes glittered as he spoke each word with deliberate precision. For someone whose existence is already confirmed, I can afford to look down on his intellect. But when it comes to possibilities that haven't yet surfaced, I refuse to underestimate my opponent. Chapter 370, The Most Noble and Ancient House of Black. When Sherlock finished speaking about Creature, an uneasy quiet settled over the room. Harry glanced at Sirius, concern written plainly on his face. Hermione bowed her head in thought, and the other young wizards exchanged nervous looks. Finally, without a word, Sirius rose and crossed to the far wall. There hung the tapestry that Creature had guarded so fiercely. It filled the entire wall, its once vibrant colors now faded, the fabric punctured in places as though foopers had nibbled at it. Yet the quality of the weave remained undeniable, and threads of gold embroidery still caught the light. The tapestry traced the Black family tree, its branches stretching back through the centuries to the Middle Ages. Hermione gently tugged Sherlock's sleeve, and one by one the others gathered at Sirius's side. Sherlock studied the tapestry for only a moment, then gave a slow, approving nod. Creature had not been mistaken. This ancient relic truly had survived 700 years. Atop the wall hung the old Black family tapestry, its silver threads shimmering in the candlelight. In bold letters across the top it declared, "The Most Noble and Ancient House of Black." Just beneath, in plainer script, it read, "I used to be on it." Sirius traced a scorched circle at the very bottom of the branching tree, evidence of a cigarette burn, Creature said. "That's where my name was," he murmured. "After I ran away, my dear old mother made sure there was a little hole to show I'd been disowned." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "You ran away?" Sirius's gaze drifted off as if the past were unfolding around him. "Yes, I was 16, fed up with the family's blood purity obsession, so I left and took refuge at your father's house." He turned to Harry, a distant smile softening his expression. "I've told you how your grandparents accepted me like a second son. Every school break, I'd stay with them at Grimmauld Place. By the time I was 17, I'd saved up enough to get my own place, and never looked back." Sirius leaned back in his chair, a distant look in his gray eyes. "When I was 16, Uncle Alfred died and left me a tidy inheritance, enough to live on comfortably. You might have noticed his old portrait up in the hallway," he added, nodding toward a scorch-marked frame perched above them. He bore the black name in blood only. The family voted to disown him just as they did me. He gave a short, rueful laugh. Once I had the means, I slipped away from Grimmauld Place and vowed to never look back. From then on, I took care of myself. But I never went hungry. Mr. War and Mrs. Potter always set a place for me at their table every Saturday evening. Hermione frowned, perplexed. I still don't understand, Mr. Black. What kind of home life could push a 16-year-old to run away? The Dursleys were cruel to Harry, yet he never left. How could your parents have been so heartless? She let her gaze drift to the blank space beside Sirius's own portrait, imagining the disdainful expression that once lived there. Even after their deaths, their portrait treats you like an enemy. It's unimaginable. How does anyone become so uncaring toward their own child? You want to know why I ran away from home, don't you? Sirius wore a bitter smile. Because I despise them all, except the few who were disowned. My parents and the rest of my family were fanatically devoted to pure-blood supremacy. As blacks, they believed our blood made us inherently noble, and they loathed me for being rebellious, saying I'd tarnished the House of Black's ancient glory. Sherlock shook his head, another casualty of that ridiculous bloodline theory. You play their game, and in the end you lose everything. Sirius looked away. In their eyes, I was already a loser. Sherlock studied him thoughtfully. The Malfoys are much the same. Draco mouths their creed, but his father Lucius at least knows when to be pragmatic. The Blacks, though, they leave no room for compromise. He paused. I read Knott's Pure Blood Directory years ago. It lays out the House of Black as the very definition of pure blood fanaticism. Sirius gave a short, rueful laugh. That's my family in a nutshell. Sherlock leaned closer to the intricate family tree spread before them, piecing together Sirius's offhand remarks. After a moment, he looked up and asked directly, So, you also had a younger brother who's no longer alive? The question jolted everyone around the table, Harry included. Sirius's face darkened as he gave a wry, bitter smile. Yes, he admitted, my poor weak-willed brother. He actually swallowed their nonsense about the House of Black's inherent greatness. Sirius tapped a name at the very bottom of the chart. All eyes followed his finger to the entry beside Sirius's own, neatly crossed off. Regulus Black, 1961 to 1979. He was my brother, Sirius said softly, eyes clouded with regret, and yet all anyone ever did was praise him over me, like I was the family disappointment. Sherlock tilted his head. And that's what drove him into the Death Eater's ranks? Everyone, save Sirius and Hermione, stared at Sherlock, startled by how swiftly he'd unearthed the detail. True, the tree was dense with generations of Black family names, but with a little patience, anyone could have found Regulus's entry. Sherlock simply saw it first. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Sherlock, you must be joking. Sherlock shook his head gravely. I wish I were. But the records are clear. One of Sirius's brothers really did join the Death Eaters. Sirius cut in, his patience wearing thin. He swept a hand around the dusty, peeling drawing room. Look at this place, for Merlin's sake. You've all seen the state of my family home. Do you really think this happened by accident? My people have always been, shall we say, enthusiastic about their heritage. Hermione, cheeks flushing, ventured carefully. Mr. Black, I hope you'll forgive the question, but were your parents ever Death Eaters themselves? Sirius let out a mirthless laugh. Not officially. No, they never took the dark mark, but they worshipped Voldemort's ideology just as fervently. Blood purity, the subjugation of Muggle-born witches and wizards, they believed every word of it. He paused, eyes narrowing at the Weasley twins and Ron, whose pale faces were enough confirmation of the unease rippling through the room. And it didn't stop with my own family. My mother's cousin, Araminta Melliflua, once tried to push a ministry decree to legalize Muggle hunting. A collective gasp went up at that. Even Ron, usually so quick with a quip, found himself at a loss for words. Sirius let his statement hang in the air a moment longer before he added quietly, So forgive me if I don't leap to defend them or pretend they were anything but fanatics. Then, steeling himself, he turned back to Sherlock and Harry. Now that we've got that straight, perhaps we can focus on finding the next Horcrux. They weren't the only ones among the wizarding community to find themselves quietly sympathetic to parts of Voldemort's rhetoric. Before he truly revealed how far he'd go, plenty of witches and wizards thought he had a point here and there. But once he seized real power and began committing atrocities, many of them recoiled in fear and retreated into the shadows. I suppose my parents must have admired Regulus for being among Voldemort's earliest followers, Sirius added, his voice tight. Harry frowned. Your brother? Did an Auror kill him? No, Sirius replied, shaking his head. He wasn't slain by an Auror, he was murdered on Voldemort's orders. He paused, swallowing hard. Regulus never held the rank or status to warrant Voldemort's personal attention, but by the time he tried to back out, he was too deeply entangled. From everything I've learned since his death, he couldn't simply hand in a resignation letter and walk away. With Voldemort, it was all or nothing. You served him for life, or you died. The room fell silent under Sirius's final words. Sherlock gave a quiet nod. Still, in his mind, Voldemort's stature had slipped another notch. He simply couldn't understand how a man like that had ever come to rule the wizarding world. From everything Sherlock had seen so far, Voldemort wasn't even a capable leader, more a ruthless despot. The only version of Tom Riddle who'd shown genuine promise was the one in that diary, 50 years ago. How such a bright boy had ended up a hollow shell remained a mystery. At that moment, Mrs. Holmes swung open the door, carrying a tray piled high with sandwiches and pastries. Everyone, come and help yourselves, she called with a warm smile. Ron was the first to leap up. In seconds, the others swarmed around the tray, grabbing food and chatting excitedly. Only Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione stayed behind, hovering near Sirius. Sirius leaned forward, his eyes tracing the intricate stitches of the house tapestry. After a few tense seconds, he pointed to a small, solemn face among the portraits. I haven't looked at this tapestry in years, he said softly. That's Phineas Nigellus, my great-great-grandfather. See him there, in the dark robes? Harry gave a distracted nod, still holding a half-eaten cake. Hermione, however, drew in a sharp breath. He was a Hogwarts headmaster, too, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. I found his name in Hogwarts, a history, Hermione said. Sirius grinned. Well noticed, Hermione. Still, everyone agrees he was easily the most unpopular headmaster Hogwarts ever had. Sherlock leaned back, arms folded. Yet, paradoxically, he was also its most effective. Hermione tilted her head. What makes you say that, Sherlock? During Phineas Nigellus Black's time as headmaster, Sherlock explained, the four houses set aside their rivalries. The entire school, professors and students alike, got along better than it ever had. Even Gryffindor and Slytherin, normally at each other's throats, would unite if they shared a grievance against him. In short, Phineas Nigellus Black succeeded in forging a single, unified community at Hogwarts, a feat I doubt even Albus Dumbledore managed. Sirius snorted with amusement. Of course the book you're reading wouldn't mention any of this. That's true enough, Sirius, Sherlock replied with a wry smile. After a moment's thought, he added, But there's another thing you might have missed. His portrait hangs in the headmaster's office. Sirius frowned. You mean Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait? Sherlock nodded. The very one. Remember the day you came along with us? He tried to address you, but Professor McGonagall cut him off. Really? Sirius leaned forward, surprised. I had no idea. Why would he even bother? Sherlock shrugged. Knowing him, he probably wanted to hurl some insult your way. He's always looked down on me, and on anyone he considers a troublemaker. Sirius chuckled ruefully. That's not shocking. The House of Black has more than its fair share of self-important fools. He paused, steepling his fingers. Take Araminta Melliflua, for example. She campaigned to legalize the hunting of muggles. And then there's my great-aunt Elladora, who started that ghastly tradition of beheading elderly house elves and hanging their heads on the drawing-room wall. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. Charming. Believe me, Sirius said, shaking his head, not every Black is that monstrous, but there are certainly enough to give our family a bad name. They fell into companionable silence, each lost in thoughts of the many Black family portraits that lined Hogwarts corridors, and the even more unsavory reputations behind them. Every time a decent person appeared in our family, they were promptly disowned. Take Isla, Phineas's sister, banished simply for marrying a muggle. Then there was Phineas's own son, also named Phineas, who was cut off for openly supporting muggle rights. My great-uncle Marius had done nothing wrong. He was merely a squib, and yet even he couldn't escape being cast out. And don't get me started on Uncle Alfred, who just offered to sponsor me as if that erases his hypocrisy. In our generation, the only other rebel beside Desmi, who ran away, is my favorite cousin, Andromeda. Look at her sisters, all in good standing because they married upstanding pure-blood wizards. And then there's Andromeda, who defied them all by marrying a muggle-born, Ted Tonks, of all people. Sherlock followed my gaze to the family tapestry on the wall, its surface riddled with scorched holes. He gave a low, mocking laugh. So they actually burn out blood traitors from their family tree to preserve some so-called purity? You couldn't invent something more ridiculous. Self-deception, nothing more than that. Who says it isn't? Sirius let out a wry laugh, shook his head, then flicked his wand at the tapestry. A fresh scorch mark bloomed where the spell struck. Harry and Hermione remained silent. As Sherlock had warned, all the names Sirius had mentioned before were just charred voids on that ancient cloth, former members of the Black family, expelled for reasons so absurd they bordered on farce. No wonder the Blacks never felt any real kinship among themselves. Harry's gaze drifted to the right of the burn that once bore Andromeda's name, Sirius's beloved cousin, and settled on a few familiar names. At the top was Narcissa Black, two gleaming gold threads linking her to Lucius Malfoy. From their names, a single vertical strand descended to Draco Malfoy's. "You're related to the Malfoys?" Harry blurted, eyes wide. Chapter 371, Childhood Sweethearts, Innocent Playmates. The morning sun filtered through the curtains of number 12, Grimmauld Place, as Sirius Black and Harry Potter settled in for breakfast. Ron Weasley, seated beside Mrs. Holmes, was busy piling his plate high with toast and marmalade, oblivious to the conversation brewing at the table. Sirius leaned forward, fixing Harry with a purposeful look. "You know how pure-blood families are, Harry. If you insist on keeping your lineage strictly pure, your marriage prospects drop off sharply. There simply aren't that many of us left." Harry glanced over at Ron, who was tucking in enthusiastically, then back at Sirius, curiosity etched on his face. "Take Ron's mother, Molly Weasley," Sirius continued. "She was born Molly Prewett. Her uncle, well, her father's brother, Ignatius Prewett, married my aunt, Lucretia Black. So that makes Molly my cousin by marriage. On his father's side, Arthur Weasley is descended from my great-granduncle. In effect, the Weasleys and the Blacks are all part of one giant tangled family tree." Harry's eyes widened. "So Ron is?" Sirius let a small grin break through. "Technically, he's both my nephew and my cousin." For a moment, Harry could only gape. Then he burst out laughing. Ron froze mid-bite, toast halfway to his mouth, as Mrs. Holmes placed a gentle hand on his arm. "Related to the Blacks?" Thus Ron stammered once he found his voice. "You've got to be joking." Harry shook his head, still chuckling. "Looks like our famous blood traitor has more pure-blood connections than he ever imagined." Sirius sipped his tea, eyes twinkling. "Welcome to the family, Ronald. You'll find we're full of surprises." "Actually," Sirius began crisply, "my mother was also my father's cousin." He swept a hand toward the great tapestry on the wall. "If you trace the House of Black far enough back, you'll discover that when Molly married Arthur Weasley, she was in effect marrying her distant uncle, the son of her aunt's cousin." Harry stared, uncomprehending. Sirius shrugged. "But don't bother looking for Molly and Arthur's names here. The Weasleys are notorious blood traitors. Cedrella Black, one of my ancestors, was disowned the moment she married Septimus Weasley, who just happens to be Ron's grandfather." Sherlock leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "So that means both you and Ron are related to Draco Malfoy." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "I can see why Ron would be connected to Malfoy through the Weasleys, but how am I involved in this?" Sherlock smiled. "You're Sirius's godson. By that ancient godparent bond, you're cousins with all of his kin, including Draco. And since Ron's grandfather was Malfoy's great-uncle, you're technically Ron's nephew, too." Harry rubbed his temples. Sirius chuckled and gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Don't lose any sleep over it. Besides, I haven't even told you yet that another branch of the Blacks married into the Potter family. So even if I hadn't been your godfather, you'd still be related to Draco, either by blood or by bond, take your pick. And if you do the math, that makes me your cousin, too." Harry's head spun. His thoughts tangled into a frantic knot of disbelief. Sirius turned away from the old tapestry, slipping his hands into his coat pockets. On anyone else, the gesture might have seemed slick, but on Sirius, it was effortlessly elegant. He walked into the living room and sighed. Honestly, he admitted, I never wanted to come back here. I thought I'd escaped 4 Privet Drive for good. Harry listened, momentarily setting aside his own jumbled feelings for his godfather. He understood exactly how Sirius felt. After growing up desperate to leave that house behind, only to end up living there again, he'd probably feel the same way too. I'm sorry, Harry blurted out, wringing his hands. I didn't realize it would turn out like this. What on earth are you talking about, kid? Sirius asked, halting in his tracks. He reached out and tapped Harry lightly on the forehead. If this were just about me, I never would have come back. But things have changed, he added, his voice softening. He met Harry's gaze with a warmth that made Harry's chest tighten. I'm not alone anymore. At those words, Harry couldn't stop himself. He threw his arms around his godfather. You're right, you're not alone. For a moment, Sirius seemed taken aback by the hug. Then he patted Harry's back awkwardly, twice, and let out a short, rough laugh. Actually, this is perfect. You've got friends looking out for you. Their parents, my old mates, are more than willing to help straighten out this place. The only ones who might grumble are my own parents when they find out their prodigal son inherited the house. Harry raised an eyebrow. And your little cub, he supplied, voice calm. Sirius burst into laughter. He was about to reply when a familiar voice called from the hallway. Dinner's ready, dears, Mrs. Weasley's cheerful tone drifted through the open doorway. Sirius gave Harry a conspiratorial grin and fell into step beside him. Together they followed the sound of Mrs. Weasley's voice, leaving the dusty sitting room and its worries far behind. Mrs. Holmes's voice rang through the dining room. Hurry up, everyone, or there won't be anything left to eat. Despite a hearty lunch, Ron's appetite for Mrs. Holmes's desserts was undiminished. He darted forward eagerly. Sherlock, Harry, and Hermione followed suit, and Mrs. Holmes beamed at them even more warmly. Originally, the guests had planned to leave Grimmauld Place in the afternoon, but the old family seat proved far more intriguing than anyone had expected. After a spirited discussion, they agreed to stay on until after dinner. Fortunately, both the Holmeses and the Grangers lived within Greater London, so the journey home wouldn't be long. The Holmes family had walked to the house and planned to return on foot. The Grangers, who lived a bit farther out, had driven and would simply reverse their route. As for the Weasleys, they decided to spend the night under the same roof. Mrs. Weasley, ever the hostess, immediately volunteered to help Harry and Sirius give the place a thorough cleaning. With both 12 Grimmauld Place and the Burrow connected to the Floo network, any trip home would take only minutes. Harry and Sirius shared a grin, and the rest of the Weasley family exchanged delighted nods. A late dinner and a quick return via the Green Flames sounded like the perfect plan. Sherlock, Hermione, do come back and play with us whenever you're free, Ginny called out cheerfully. Harry, Ron, and Ginny had seen the Holmes and Granger families to the door, waving them off with fond smiles before reluctantly returning inside. Harry's godfather is a good man, Mr. Holmes said quietly, genuine warmth in his voice. Mrs. Holmes nodded in agreement. He truly is, and he's been so kind to Harry. It's just his mother. She paused, her brow creasing in concern. Mr. Holmes reached out, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. I spoke with him about that today. He said his mother is a strict pureblood purist. She refuses to accept witches or wizards from Muggle families like Hermione. In fact, the entire Black family holds that view. Harry's godfather is the rare exception, which is why he feels so out of place there. Mrs. Holmes drew in a quiet breath. I understand. She glanced over at Hermione, who was laughing and chatting with her son, a fond expression softening her features. Magic truly is a wonderful thing. She thought back to when their eldest, Mycroft, was in school. As a mother, she had worried endlessly about his social life. Primary school was manageable. He was too young for romance, after all. But by middle school, and even later at university, he still hadn't so much as asked a girl out. Watching his classmates parade in with dates had kept her awake at night. Now, seeing Hermione so at ease with her own child, Mrs. Holmes felt a warm reassurance she hadn't known she needed. Thanks to magic, her worries were easing at last. Mrs. Holmes had nearly given up hope that her eldest son would ever find lasting happiness, especially now that Mycroft had secured his prestigious position. With their wide age gap, Mycroft's lifelong bachelorhood had become a cautionary tale, one she watched Sherlock closely for ever since he started primary school. To her dismay, she saw the same cool reserve toward women in her younger son that had come to define his brother. It was easy, she feared, to imagine Sherlock following exactly the same lonely trajectory through middle school, university, and beyond. Then, at this critical moment, magic intervened, quite literally. One evening, an owl swooped through an open window and changed their world. Mrs. Holmes could never have anticipated that little witches or wizards would arrive to claim her son as their innocent playmate and, in time, his childhood sweetheart. And there was more than one of them. The wonder of it all filled her with joy. Yet no sooner had that hope taken root than a new worry sprang up in her heart. Hermione had her charms, Gemma had hers. Two remarkable girls, each in her own way perfect for Sherlock. How could she, or he, possibly choose between them? She looked to her husband, seeking reassurance. "It's all right," Mr. Holmes said with his customary calm. "They've still got plenty of time." Sherlock sensed his wife's hesitation, slipped his arm around her waist, and murmured, "Honestly, I'm perfectly happy with how things are." Indeed, things were as good as they could be. But a short distance away, Mr. and Mrs. Granger watched their daughter deep in conversation with Sherlock. Mr. Granger's brow furrowed by the second, and at last he could contain himself no longer. "Hermione, time to get in the car," he called out. "Oh, let them talk a little longer," Mrs. Granger protested. "They hardly ever see each other these days." Mr. Granger shot her an exasperated look. "They see each other at school every day. We've only been home a week after 4 months away. It's past time." Mrs. Granger fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Hermione gave Sherlock a reluctant wave and climbed into the back seat beside her mother, chattering excitedly as Mrs. Granger buckled her in. "So," Mrs. Granger said with a curious smile as she started the engine, "what were you and Sherlock talking about out there, sweetheart? From the moment you met him today, you've been positively buzzing, like a little bird chirping with excitement." Hermione's cheeks heated. "Mom, please stop." Her father, who was driving, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "No need to pretend you're not. If I hadn't called you just now, would you even have thought about coming home?" she huffed. "Dad, that's not fair. I was just talking with Sherlock. If you don't quit teasing me, I'll pretend I never heard you." Mr. Granger only shook his head, smiling indulgently, while Mrs. Granger reached back and gave Hermione's hand a reassuring squeeze. Meanwhile, Sherlock and his friends' first gathering at Harry's new house came to a close on a thoroughly pleasant note. Laughter had echoed through the halls, lively debates had bounced from room to room, and everyone agreed they needed to do this again. As the host, Harry felt that wish most keenly. The place was perfectly large and private, a superb base for future get-togethers. Once he'd given it a proper cleaning, he planned to throw another party and expand the guest list even further. This time, he thought, I'll invite Cho Chang. Sirius can't stop talking about her. And Gemma and Luna, too. Sherlock certainly won't think to include them, so I'll make sure they're on the invitation list. With that, Harry already began imagining the next evening, filled with friends, conversation, and just the right touch of mystery. Harry ran through his mental guest list. Neville, Dean, Dean's 2 roommates, even Cho Chang's friends if they were free. He tapped his fingers, wondering how many people the old house could accommodate. Sirius leaned against the doorway, eyebrow raised in curiosity. "What are you up to, Harry?" "I'm trying to figure out how many people we can squeeze in," Harry admitted. "I want to invite more of my friends." Sirius threw back his head and laughed. "Invite them all. Even if every student at Hogwarts shows up, I'll make sure they have a great time." Harry's face lit up. This, filling a house with laughter and company, felt like the home he'd always longed for. Sirius, too, seemed pleased to discover that 12 Grimmauld Place, the old Black family home, still had a purpose. Over the next few days, the entire Weasley clan pitched in to help Sirius and Harry tidy up. Disinfecting the drawing room alone took the better part of a day, and only then did they turn their attention to the glass-fronted cabinet in the corner, its shelves crowded with an unsettling assortment of dark arts artifacts. Harry, Sirius, Fred, and George stood before the old glass cabinet in the drawing room, bracing themselves for what they knew would be no ordinary spring cleaning. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. "Ready to tackle this lot?" he asked. Harry swallowed. "You do realize none of this is going to behave like Muggle furniture, right?" No sooner had Sirius opened the lowest shelf than a silver snuff box sprang to life and sank razor-sharp teeth into his finger. In seconds, the wound was crusted over in rough, brownish growth, as though his hand had slipped into a calloused glove. Harry barely had time to stifle a yelp before a pair of many-legged metal tweezers skittered off the shelf and began inching up his arm like a monstrous spider. With a thundering bang, Sirius slammed a thick book onto the wriggling pincers, flattening them into a lifeless tangle. From the heart of the cabinet came the soft, insistent melody of a lone music box winding itself down. The lullaby curled around Harry's senses, pulling at his eyelids with a soporific promise. Only Fred and George, veterans of more of their own late-night experiments than they cared to admit, slapped each other awake and laughed. "More enchanted junk in here than Filch's entire confiscation stash," George crowed, slipping a small brass orb into his pocket when no one was looking. Fred, already concealing a corked vial in his robes, winked at Harry. Harry watched in astonishment as the twins reached for a motionless flobberworm, scooping it up with careful tongs. "What do you want with all this stuff?" he demanded. Fred leaned close, voice dropping to a hush. "We're testing out new skiving snack boxes," he explained, "and for that, we need fresh flobberworm venom." George gave Harry a cheeky grin. "Don't worry, mate, you'll be our first volunteer." Harry could only shake his head in wry amusement. Cleaning a wizard's cabinet, he decided, was infinitely more exciting and a lot more hazardous than any Muggle chore he'd ever known. George Weasley leaned over a cluttered workbench, a half-finished clock ticking in his hands. "Honestly, we're always inventing something around here," he said with a proud grin. Harry was about to agree when Ron's gasp drew everyone's attention to a dusty wooden box tucked away on a high shelf. Percy scrambled up, pried off the lid, and revealed a gleaming medal. "First-class Order of Merlin," he read. "Awarded to Alfred Black, Sirius's grandfather, for exceptional service to the Ministry of Magic." Arthur and Molly Weasley exchanged envious glances. Molly's voice trembled with admiration. "Just think, something like that in our house." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Please, he probably bought it with a sack of galleons." With a dismissive flick, he dropped the medal into the rubbish bag. Harry couldn't help but smile wryly. Now, he understood why Sirius had sneered whenever Minister Fudge mentioned his grandfather's honors. Aside from that brief diversion, the great spring cleaning proceeded without a hitch. Brooms swept the last of the dust from floorboards, enchanted cloths polished every surface, and the house slowly began to sparkle. Spirits ran high as the Weasleys congratulated themselves and even started planning one final holiday feast. Then, without warning, the front door swung open so forcefully that the entire burrow trembled on its foundations, an abrupt reminder that, in their world, nothing ever stays quiet for long. Chapter 372, Like Sunshine, Piercing the Night, number 128. King's Road basked in the gentle glow of the winter sun. The fresh snow along the front path glittered like countless diamonds in the pale light. Though the front door stood firmly shut against the cold, it couldn't hold back the inviting warmth spilling from within, the comforting scent of crackling wood mingling with that unmistakable feeling of home. With less than a week of winter break remaining, two unexpected visitors appeared at the doorstep: Harry Potter and his godfather, Sirius Black. Even without prior notice, Mr. and Mrs. Holmes greeted them as though they'd been expected for days. Mrs. Holmes opened the door with a bright smile. "You should have told Sherlock you were coming," she chided playfully, stepping aside to usher them in. "Then I could have prepared something special." Harry's cheeks glowed pink from the cold. At Mrs. Holmes's gentle reproach, his green eyes lit up with excitement. Behind him, Sirius offered a lopsided grin, shrugging as he followed Harry into the warm embrace of the Holmes household. Inside, the hearth's fire crackled merrily, sending dancing shadows across the cozy parlor and promising a welcome refuge from the chill outside. Wind tousled Sirius Black's long hair as he shifted, a flicker of nerves shining in his dark eyes. It was his first time accompanying Harry as his guardian on a visit to the Holmeses. He'd met Mr. and Mrs. Holmes before, of course, but hosting and being hosted were wholly different matters. So when Mrs. Holmes began fussing over their arrival, Sirius inclined his head with polite formality. "Madam, you really needn't go to such lengths," he said softly. "We're already imposing on you." "Nonsense," Mrs. Holmes replied, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at Harry. "I've told you, Harry, this is your home too. You're our second son." Standing quietly behind his wife, Mr. Holmes offered Harry a warm smile and a gentle nod. The pride and affection in his eyes were unmistakable. At Mrs. Holmes's declaration, Sirius and Harry exchanged a look, memories of a story Sirius had once shared surfacing in both their minds. When Sirius was 16, he had run away from home and sought refuge at his best friend James's house. Back then, Harry's grandparents welcomed Sirius as if he were their own, treating him like a second son in the Potter family. Now standing here, Harry felt a strange echo of that past, another set of parents ready to open their hearts to him. A warm current filled his chest. He didn't yet understand how deep his gratitude ran, but Sirius certainly did. To him, this moment was like stepping through a doorway into memories he'd sealed away long ago. He let himself smile, though the curve of his lips carried a hint of sorrow. It was comforting, yes, but bittersweet. Some losses could never truly be undone. Before Harry and Sirius could answer Mrs. Holmes's gracious words, a calm, measured voice cut through the quiet. "Mother, I don't think Sherlock would agree with that." All eyes turned toward the house where Mycroft Holmes emerged. Even at home, he was the picture of precision, a crisp, immaculately tailored suit, polished leather shoes clicking in a steady rhythm as he walked onto the porch. Harry blinked in mild surprise as Mycroft greeted him with a broad smile. "It's been a long time, Harry." Harry returned the smile, thinking that this was anything but a polite formula. They truly hadn't seen each other for years. He noticed immediately that Mycroft looked sturdier than before. His frame was broader, his posture firmer. Was it the result of his work for the Queen's government? Whatever the cause, Mycroft carried himself with an even more assured air than Harry remembered. Once he'd acknowledged Harry, Mycroft turned to Sirius Black, and in one smooth motion extended his right hand, palm down, with impeccable poise. "Mr. Black, pleased to meet you. I am Mycroft Holmes, eldest son of the Holmes family." Harry and Sirius exchanged quick glances at the pointed emphasis on eldest son, but Sirius peeped his expression perfectly polite. "A pleasure, Mr. Holmes," he said, clasping Mycroft's hand firmly. Harry's mind flicked back to that day in the headmaster's office, when Dumbledore had filled him in on Sherlock's older brother, and how instrumental Mycroft had been in shifting the Ministry of Magic's policies. Sirius had been lucky to meet him today, and he wasn't about to let the chance slip by. Quietly, he took in every detail of the man before him. Mycroft stood nearly as tall as Sirius himself, with a straight-backed posture and an unmistakable air of authority. His features were uncannily similar to Sherlock's, resolute and commanding, yet never harsh. What caught Sirius's attention most was that broad forehead and those sharp, penetrating eyes, as if Mycroft could peer straight into your soul. It was clear, this was no ordinary man. "Just call me Mycroft," the other offered, pulling back his hand. His smile softened a fraction. "After all, there are 3 Mr. Holmeses under one roof, aren't there?" He tilted his head, a flicker of keen intelligence in his gaze. Sirius didn't realize that while he was scrutinizing Mycroft, Mycroft had already done the same, and, at inhuman speed, formed an assessment far sharper and more complete than anything Sirius could have hoped to achieve. He had always been astute and fiercely independent, scornful of rules, yet unwaveringly loyal, his passions often tipping into reckless impulsiveness. Loneliness weighed on him like a cloak, and guilt had become his constant companion. That was why he clung so tightly to Harry at his side. Harry, his spiritual anchor, the living reminder of the responsibility he could never abandon. His body ached with exhaustion, his conscience groaned under the weight of what lay ahead. In 3 days his trial would begin. Their mother, oblivious to the tumult she'd caused, leaned back in her chair and announced with a casual air, "By the way, Harry here is actually my and Dad's second son." He swallowed hard, barely stopping himself from lashing out. "Mom, really, just blurting out that Harry is your second child? Mycroft, you should be ashamed." From the doorway, Sherlock's smooth voice drifted across the room. He strolled onto the porch, hands thrust into the pockets of his overcoat, every step relaxed. Meeting Mycroft's gaze, he raised an eyebrow. "Funny, I'd never noticed another brother under this roof." Mycroft's lips curved in wry amusement. "Is that so? I'd have thought someone with your reputation for observation would spot a new sibling immediately." Sherlock offered a nonchalant shrug. "Apparently my powers have slipped," Mycroft chuckled. "I never knew an eldest son could be demoted the moment a new boy arrives." "Consider yourself enlightened," Sherlock replied, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Their mother's voice carried down the hall, feigning exasperation. "All right, you two. Enough. We have guests." Mrs. Holmes paused, a flicker of regret crossing her face. She shouldn't have said that, but in her defense, it wasn't entirely her fault. Since Mycroft left for university, he'd rarely come home. The odds of his being there today were so vanishingly small that she'd simply forgotten to include him when she spoke of Harry. Forced into the moment, she'd referred to Harry as her second son, inadvertently overlooking her eldest child. Mycroft, standing quietly to one side, had caught the mistake immediately. He couldn't very well contradict his mother in front of company, so he shot a pointed look at Sherlock and flung the blame onto him instead. Sherlock bristled, never one to carry a burden he felt wasn't his, and retorted in kind. In seconds, the two brothers were locked in their familiar exchange of sharp words and sharper glances, each determined not to give the other the upper hand. Watching the scene unfold, Sirius let the corner of his mouth lift into a wry smile. Envy warmed him as he remembered his own past, a time when he, too, had a brother. The memory dimmed his eyes, for he knew how easily youth stumbles into folly. If I learned from their mistakes soon enough, he told himself, there was still hope. But he also knew that once you'd tumbled past a certain point, it might already be too late to turn back. After exchanging pleasantries, Harry led Sirius into the living room, and they settled onto the sofa. Harry moved with easy familiarity. After all, this was his second home, but Sirius took it all in at a glance. Holmes's house felt worlds apart from the chilly grandeur of 12 Grimmauld Place. Tall windows set with stained glass caught the weak winter sun, scattering jewel-toned patterns across the polished wooden floor. A fire crackled in the hearth, sending cheer and warmth through the room and banishing London's damp cold. Though not as vast as the Black family mansion, the space was both bright and cozy. An old Persian rug, its edges softly frayed, lay beneath a deep brown leather sofa. Crocheted apricot covers draped the armrests, and a handful of brightly colored throw pillows invited one to sink right in. Just then, Mrs. Holmes appeared with a tray of tea and freshly baked cookies, the buttery scent so inviting it made Sirius's mouth water. She placed everything on the low table, offered them a warm smile, and slipped away to give the two young wizards privacy. Sirius leaned back into the sofa's plush velvet cushions and let his fingertips brush over the apricot cover. He closed his eyes for a second, breathing in the comforting mix of firewood, tea, and warm dough, and realized he might never have expected a place like this to feel so much like home. Sherlock watched as Harry brought his frost-tinged nose closer to the steaming teacup, the rising vapor curling into a ghostly haze on the boy's glasses. The room itself, the fire crackling in the hearth, the walls lined with dusty portraits, felt unexpectedly soothing. Even Sherlock, with all his usual restlessness, found himself slipping into a state of calm. Leaning back against the mantelpiece, he let his eyes drift to Sirius's cuff and then to the back of Harry's left hand. "Your grand cleaning operation didn't go quite to plan, did it?" Harry set his teacup down gently, unsurprised that Sherlock had seen straight through him. "Not really a cleaning operation," he admitted. "More like declaring war on the house." He glanced over at his godfather. Under Sirius's encouraging smile, Harry's shoulders slumped as he launched into his grievance. "That blasted old house fought back at every turn, and not without help. Creature kept popping up right where we were working, snatching items from our bags, tucking them under his ragged cloth, and scuttling off. Whenever we caught him, he'd hurl the most appalling curses at us." Harry rolled his eyes. He only stopped when Sirius threatened to give him proper clothes. Then, with tears in his eyes, he finally said we were free to do as we pleased. Sirius chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unlikely alliance forged between a stubborn house elf and an obstinate godfather, and by the cozy peace that reigned in this once chaotic home. Before Sirius could even turn around, he'd fired off an even nastier string of insults. How nasty are we talking? Mycroft leaned forward in his armchair, eyes alight with curiosity. Sherlock and Harry exchanged uneasy glances. Harry's face went pink as he stammered. Sorry, Mycroft, but I've never heard those words before. I just can't, and That's no excuse, dear Harry, Mycroft interrupted, smiling. The moment he spoke them to you, they ceased to be never heard. Harry fell silent, at once mortified and speechless. Sherlock laid a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ignore him, he murmured. Now, Harry, what is the real purpose of your visit? Mycroft raised a perfectly arched brow. Isn't it obvious, brother? Why must you rely on our friend for the answer you already suspect? Sherlock paused, studying Sirius and Harry in turn. Then, with a playful glint, he turned back to Mycroft. Ah, I see. You detected a rather strong scent of gunpowder. The air in the room wasn't just heavy with cleaning fluid and mildew, it reeked of old Ministry of Magic cold cases. An obvious connection, dear brother, Mycroft remarked coolly, his sharp gaze drifting over Sirius's tense arm muscles and the fresh scratches on Harry's hand. These two warriors just finished a brutal campaign at the Black family's ancestral manor, he went on. They've come here before the dust of their victory even had time to settle. What else could it be but the final step to erase every lingering shadow of the past? Sherlock released a short, amused chuckle. I must admit, you've seen through another layer of mist I never even noticed, Mycroft. Mycroft inclined his head slightly. No need to sell yourself short, brother. Even though our other brother is a muggle, he commands access to more information than you do. Harry and Sirius exchanged puzzled glances at the brothers' cryptic banter. Finally, Harry spoke up, voice edged with curiosity. Sherlock, Mycroft, what exactly are you talking about? What are you referring to? Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile. Your visit. So tell me, when has the Ministry of Magic set Peter Pettigrew's hearing? At the name, Harry felt a jolt of tension mixed with relief. He quickly glanced at his godfather. Sirius, however, froze, caught off guard by how effortlessly the Holmes brothers had unmasked their true purpose. Their earlier, well-meaning squabble had briefly reminded him of Regulus, but Sherlock's pointed question pulled him back to the moment. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who betrayed James and Lily and thrust Harry into the depths of Azkaban. After a heartbeat of silence, Sirius couldn't hold back. You saw right through it? Of course, Sherlock replied coolly. Mycroft just outlined the whole procedure. I don't need to recite it back. Sirius studied him, brow furrowed. And yet you don't look pleased. Why not? Isn't this exactly the breakthrough you've been waiting for, as if sunlight were cutting through the night? Sherlock's eyes narrowed. Or has something changed? Chapter 373, Dawn silently creeps across the sky. Sherlock's voice cut through the early morning hush. The Ministry of Magic has informed us that the accused will face a public trial. The polite smile on Sirius's face vanished in an instant. His once weary gray eyes narrowed, sharp and fierce. A trial? I don't understand, he growled, turning to both Sherlock and Mycroft. The evidence is indisputable. The investigation report is already public, and Fudge himself assured me, just last time in the headmaster's office. He paused, struggling to keep his temper in check. Why drag this out with a courtroom hearing? Why not simply send in the Dementors to administer the kiss and be done with it? Harry, standing close by, felt a cold knot of dread tighten in his chest at the very mention of Dementors. From the moment they'd learned a trial was on the table, both he and Sirius had sensed something was amiss. Fudge's attitude during their last meeting had been maddeningly vague. He'd even hinted that certain ministry factions were pushing to commute Peter Pettigrew's sentence to life imprisonment rather than allow the Dementor's kiss. Now, as dawn's pale light crept across the sky, that ambiguity stood exposed, leaving them to wonder who in the ministry truly pulled the strings, and what their real intentions might be. Even though he had seemed to buckle under the joint pressure of Sirius and Snape, The punishment that everyone thought was set in stone had suddenly been replaced by a trial. The abrupt switch made them uneasy. They suspected someone had changed the game. No sooner had the word reached them than they hurried to Sherlock's flat to plan their next move. Mycroft lifted his teacup, and with that same serene detachment he always wore, said, "You two needn't worry. It's merely a formality." Sirius blinked in surprise. He'd expected Sherlock, not Mycroft, to offer reassurance. "What do you mean, formality?" Mycroft inclined his head slightly, as if stating an obvious truth. "The trial has been set. The Wizengamot will pronounce the verdict that justice demands." "Justice demands?" Sherlock drawled from the sofa. He leaned back, steepling his fingers beneath his chin, his steel-gray eyes narrowing in on Mycroft. "Curious phrasing. Will pronounce rather than should pronounce. You're suggesting the outcome is already decided, aren't you?" Mycroft met his brother's gaze evenly. "If by decided you mean that justice will prevail, then yes." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Then let me ask you this. Which form of justice do we truly want? Justice in procedure or justice in outcome?" The benches reserved for the judges were filled with nothing more than bureaucratic relics, old men far better at whitewashing scandals than dispensing real justice. Frankly, this trial feels like little more than a ministry publicity stunt to salvage its tattered reputation. Mycroft lifted his teacup without pausing, his calm face betraying nothing. "Brother, a flawed process doesn't automatically render a sound conclusion invalid. Every method has two sides. Sometimes procedure hampers progress, but at other times it's precisely what guarantees a just outcome. And tell me, would you really rather see that rat Pettigrew slip away?" Sherlock bristled. "This isn't the hour for your bureaucratic platitudes." Mycroft smiled ever so slightly. "Hardly platitudes, it's dialectical philosophy. Even a necessary performance can be the most effective means to an end. As long as this trial brings Pettigrew's treachery into the light and ensures he pays for his crimes, who cares if the staging is awkward?" He tilted his head toward Sirius Black and Harry Potter. "Especially when there are witnesses whose names have already been dragged through the mud." Sherlock's eyes narrowed. "Enough?" Before he could settle back into his seat, Sirius rose to his feet, face set with determination. The moment stretched thin, the warm comfort of tea and pastries in the drawing room, giving way to an invisible tension. Sirius Black, recently freed but scar, read by over a decade behind bars, the death of his dearest friend, and years spent on the run, could no longer hide his fury. All of it, he knew, came back to the man who now sat across from him, awaiting trial. Mycroft Holmes spoke with his customary calm precision, but each measured word felt like a weight on Sirius's chest. When Mycroft suggested proceeding with the trial as a mere formality, Sirius snapped. "If it's nothing more than a show, why go through with it?" he demanded, voice tight with anger. He rose to his feet, every muscle coiled with rage. "After betraying comrades and condemning two vibrant lives to death," Sirius said, his dark eyes flashing, "wouldn't it be easier, kinder, to see he never leaves this cell alive?" He ground out the last words through clenched teeth. The room fell deathly silent. Harry, seated beside Sirius, traded a worried glance with his godfather. He understood the pain behind Sirius's words, yet the force of his emotion unsettled Harry in a way he hadn't expected. "Mr. Black, please," he began softly. Mycroft finally set down his teacup, his gaze steady. "I understand your anger, Sirius. I know it cuts deeper than any knife." He paused, then added with quiet firmness, "But we must do this by the book." He collected his glass, gesturing for Harry to stand. "Harry, let us prepare for the trial." Sirius remained standing, chest heaving, as Mycroft and Harry moved toward the door. The trial might be a formality, but in that moment, every step felt like a march toward justice, or vengeance, and no one could say which way it would fall. "You mustn't forget," Mycroft said, meeting Sirius Black's furious glare with unsettling calm, "that Peter Pettigrew didn't simply betray his friends and condemn two vibrant lives to death. In covering his tracks, he also caused the deaths of more than a dozen innocent muggles. Muggle lives are just as precious. Every life lost shatters a family. On that basis alone, Peter's end would hardly be a pity." Sirius's hands clenched at his sides, but Mycroft went on, voice steady and pitiless. "For Peter, the Dementor's kiss is not merely a sentence, it is the ultimate obliteration. It will strip him of consciousness, of memory, even of his soul, leaving behind nothing but an empty husk. In the eyes of the wizarding world, no punishment could be more thorough, yet that is only part of the purpose. He paused, his gaze drifting past the courtroom benches, as though he saw some distant horizon. When he spoke again, his tone had turned colder still. The complete eradication of a traitor is merely the foundation for healing old wounds, but this trial serves a larger purpose. It is our public reckoning. The world must see it. The world must remember it. Mycroft's voice was steady as he leaned forward. This must become a record in the archives that can never be erased. He looked Sirius squarely in the eye. You may see it as mere ceremonial language, but it serves to declare for all to hear. The innocent man you defended, the injustice you endured, its true burden must rest on the real culprit. From this day on, Peter Pettigrew's name will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of magic. It will be his disgrace, not yours, as it has been for the past 10 years. Mycroft made no attempt to soften his words. He emphasized that this was more than personal vindication. It was a moment of collective reckoning for the entire wizarding world. By officially restoring your good name, he argued, you not only clear your own honor, but also compel the magical community to confront its past mistake. A hush fell over the drawing room. Sirius sat back in his chair, absorbing the weight of Mycroft's pronouncement. For the first time in years, the fierce anger that had consumed him began to ebb, replaced by a cautious relief. Harry, watching them both, finally let out a long breath. He had worried until the last moment that something might change in the verdict, but now, that justice would prevail as he'd hoped, none of it mattered. For Harry, the prospect of Peter Finn, ally receiving his just deserts, made the idea of a formal trial more than acceptable. It actually felt perfect after Mycroft's explanation. Sherlock studied his brother thoughtfully. He naturally saw farther and deeper than Harry did. Although he privately mocked the Ministry of Magic's glacial bureaucracy, Mycroft's insistence on the trial's public and archival importance cut to the core of the matter. This wasn't just about punishing Peter. It was about decisively overturning the Ministry's entire narrative on the Black Betrayal. A simple announcement of their findings wouldn't suffice. The Ministry may have intended merely to showcase its investigative prowess, but staging a public hearing would make their victory undeniable. The hearing's set for the day after tomorrow, Sirius croaked. I'll appear as a witness. Sherlock and Harry, Dumbledore's vouched for you, are cleared to attend as observers. Full pomp and ceremony, doing everything by the book, Sherlock mused with a faint smile. How delightful. He glanced at Mycroft. You'll be there that day as well? Mycroft looked slightly taken aback. Me? How could I possibly attend? Mycroft murmured, lifting his teacup again. I'm nothing more than a newly appointed civil servant, and a muggle to boot. I've no right to sit in on a magical trial. Your self-importance is nauseating, Mycroft, Sherlock replied flatly. Ah, thank you for the compliment, dear brother, Mycroft said with a mock bow. Silence fell between them. After lunch, Sirius and Harry took their leave, and any hope of further discussion vanished. Just as Mycroft had predicted, the decision to hold an open trial ignited a firestorm across the wizarding community. For 12 years, the tangled story of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, criminal and victim, loyal friend and treacherous betrayer, celebrated hero and court jester, had remained locked away. Now, with the Ministry of Magic stoking the flames for all it was worth, every magical household was in uproar, dissecting every rumor and half-truth. Even the younger witches and wizards clamored for entry to the courtroom. In the end, however, only Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter were granted observer passes, a choice that left their peers fuming with envy and frustration. Hermione's call came through in one breathless rush. Sherlock, this is your most brilliant case yet, unearthing a 12-year-old secret, exonerating Sirius, and turning the entire wizarding world's understanding of Harry's parents' murder upside down. And we only get to read about it in the papers? We didn't even see it happen. That's completely unfair. This is history in the making. Her voice crackled with impatience and frustration. Sherlock held the receiver at arm's length, picturing her pacing back and forth, her notes rustling on the floor. Finally, he said, If it's for your article, I promise I'll walk you through every step of the trial as soon as I'm back." At the sound of that promise, Hermione's tirade softened. She reminded him once more to memorize every detail, then hung up with a relieved sigh. Sherlock replaced the handset, and the flat fell into silence. But he knew Hermione wouldn't stop there. Harry was next on her speed dial. The evening before the trial, the Holmes family gathered for dinner. Mrs. Holmes set down her napkin, then turned to Sherlock. "Your suit's already been pressed and is hanging in your wardrobe," she said. "Put it on after breakfast tomorrow. I've brought your coat downstairs too, and I checked your shirt. Collar and cuffs are all perfect." "All right, Mother," Sherlock replied in his customary flat tone. He didn't see the point of dressing up so formally for what he considered a largely symbolic proceeding. As long as the basic etiquette was satisfied, he'd just as soon wear his usual clothes. Mycroft, observing his mother's solemn preparations, leaned back in his chair with a wry smile. "Why go to all this trouble, Mother? Sherlock will be there as an observer only, sitting quietly in the gallery." Mrs. Holmes wheeled on Ember, her eyes flashing with maternal determination. "And why shouldn't he dress properly? This is a historic trial, a crucial moment to clear the name of that child Harry's godfather. Few people know it was Sherlock who uncovered the truth. He owes it to that boy and to the court to show the utmost respect." Sherlock exchanged a glance with Mycroft. His mother's fierce pride left no room for argument. He inclined his head, conceding the point. "Very well, Mother," he said quietly. "I'll wear the suit." Mrs. Holmes allowed herself a brief, triumphant smile. Across the table, Mycroft's grin widened. His brother would look every bit the part when the gavel fell. "Dressing formally and with care shows how much we honor this occasion," Mrs. Holmes declared, her voice firm. "It reflects respect for our own efforts, and for everyone who has suffered and at last sees justice served." Mycroft Holmes exchanged a look with his mother. Though he was used to deflecting her gentle coaxing, this new, determined logic startled him. He raised his hands in surrender. "All right, Mother, you win. I've already ironed Harry's finest outfit. He'll wear it tomorrow morning." At number 12, Grimmauld Place, Mrs. Weasley was similarly insistent. "Harry, go wash your hair again tonight," she ordered as she fussed over a pile of crisp robes. Fred Weasley groaned. "Come off it, Mum. Harry and Sherlock are just observing tomorrow. Why all the fuss?" Mrs. Weasley fixed him with a steely look. "Tomorrow, that traitor is finally going to answer for his crimes. Do you have any idea how many eyes will be on Harry? He must look the part of a witness. And Sirius, you're testifying too. Tidy yourself up properly." Sirius Black flinched at the stern tone. He wasn't used to Aunt Molly's courtly admonitions, but under her gaze, he slumped in defeat. "Yes, Aunt Molly." Mrs. Weasley softened at his response, her maternal pride shining through. "Thank you, dear. Now get along. Everyone needs their rest before tomorrow." Harry nodded and headed off to the bathroom. Fred and George exchanged amused glances as they stalked after him, plotting pranks they'd shelve until after the trial. Sirius lingered by the hearth, lost in thought, while Mrs. Weasley bustled to prepare a light evening meal. Above them all, the hush of anticipation settled over Grimmauld Place. Tomorrow would bring the long-awaited reckoning, and each of them, dressed in their best, would stand witness to justice at last. "Next," Mr. Weasley called, scanning the gathered witnesses. Sirius Black shot to his feet. Me? Me next?" "Of course," Arthur said with a warm smile. "A good first impression is essential." Sirius's eyes glittered. "But let's be honest, this trial is mere formality. What I'm truly looking forward to is seeing Peter face justice." He discreetly licked his lips, anticipation shining in his gaze. Mrs. Weasley drew in a sharp breath. She knew all too well the ferocity bred into the Black Line. Regulus, Bellatrix, Andromeda, Narcissa, and now Sirius. Softening her tone, she said, "You're right, Sirius. No one deserves punishment more than he does." Arthur stepped forward and laid a reassuring hand on Sirius's arm. "Molly's absolutely correct, but precisely because of what's at stake, you must maintain your composure. Remember James and Lily. Tomorrow, everyone will see who the true hero is and who the real traitor was. You need to present your testimony with honor for Lily and James and for the 12 years that were stolen from you. Your appearance will be the ultimate slap in the face to Peter, far stronger than any gnashing of teeth." The flare of anger in Sirius's dark eyes softened, replaced by weary pain. He ran a hand through his unruly black hair, his voice dropping to a reluctant murmur. "All right, Arthur, Molly, I'll do as you ask." Inside, though, he ached to shift into his great black dog form and teach Peter a lesson he truly deserved. Harry gave Mr. and Mrs. Weasley a grateful look. George, who'd been watching from the corner, seized the moment. "Hey, Mum," he said, "since Harry and Sirius have to look all spick and span, can we get them new dress robes?" Fred nudged his brother with a grin. "Yeah, perfect for Percy's graduation, or for our next trip to the Ministry with Dad." Their deliberate confusion of occasions set the Burrows' living room abuzz with laughter. Ron buried his face in his hands. Ginny couldn't stifle a giggle. Even Sirius allowed himself a brief, wry smile. Mrs. Weasley raised her voice above the mirth. "No more joking around. Now off to your rooms, both of you. Harry, Sirius, come along at once." As the twins dispersed amid lingering chuckles, Harry followed Sirius upstairs, certain that a proper dress robe, though far less satisfying than a rip into dog form, would have to do. "Harry, don't forget to wash your hair again," Mrs. Weasley called, hands planted firmly on her hips as she glared at the twins. "And if I hear another peep about Percy, one of you will be scrubbing garden gnomes tomorrow morning." Fred and George exchanged a mischievous grin, then fell silent. Their laughter had briefly lifted the house's lingering tension, but by the time dinner ended, everyone drifted back to their rooms in subdued moods. The night seemed to stretch on forever. In the hearth, embers popped and crackled, casting restless silhouettes of long-gone Weasleys dancing across the tapestry. Harry tiptoed past Mrs. Black's portrait on the way to his third-floor room. As soon as the door clicked shut, he sank onto his bed and stared up at the ceiling. Tomorrow would bring the moment he'd waited years for. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor responsible for his parents' deaths, would finally face justice. He felt a fierce anticipation mingled with unease at the thought of Sirius's suffering. Earlier, he'd knocked on his godfather's door. It had been quiet inside, so Harry pictured Sirius sitting by the window, gazing out at the London night sky. He'd almost reached for parchment to write, or even considered calling Sherlock Holmes to confess his worries. But at the last moment, he tucked those thoughts away. Tomorrow's trial would come soon enough. For now, all he could do was lie awake and wait. Earlier, Hermione had phoned, imploring him to document every detail of the hearing. From what Harry knew of Sherlock, he was probably coolly straightening the perfectly starched collar Mrs. Weasley had pressed, taking the whole ordeal in stride. Harry, by contrast, had spent hours tossing and turning, convinced he'd never manage to sleep. At last, exhaustion won out. Sometime around midnight, Mrs. Weasley tiptoed into his room and laid a freshly laundered pair of jeans and a t-shirt at the foot of his bed. She paused when she saw Harry curled into a tight ball beneath the covers, breathing evenly in a deep sleep. Smiling to herself, she slipped out without waking him. When Harry next opened his eyes, the darkness of night had already given way to pale dawn. Today, the public trial would begin. Chapter 374, Whose Figure Travels Through Reincarnation. Harry awoke with a jolt before dawn. It felt as if someone had bellowed directly into his ear. Blinking groggily, he checked the clock. It was barely 5:30 a.m. With a sigh, he lay back down, hoping to steal a few more winks, but sleep refused to return. Last term, before the Hufflepuff match, the worry over blustery weather had kept him awake. Now, it was the prospect of walking Peter to his ministry trial that churned through his mind like a whirlpool. Unable to endure the restless minutes any longer, Harry threw back the covers and sat up. He reached for his glasses and blinked at the neat stack of jeans and a t-shirt laid out at the foot of his bed. Mrs. Weasley must have slipped in during the night to leave them there. Harry hadn't heard so much as a floorboard creak. As he dressed, a low chuckle drifted from the blank canvas on the wall. Harry paused, heart thumping. He'd almost forgotten the portrait belonged to Phineas Nigellus Black. The ancient headmaster's painted eyes twinkled with mischief. "Up so early, Potter," Phineas drawled, leaning forward in his frame. "Do tell, what grand worries plague you at this ungodly hour?" Harry pulled on his jeans, shoved his feet into socks, then knelt to lace his boots. "I'm going with Peter to his trial," he said, voice thick with concern. "I can't sleep knowing what he'll face at the ministry." The portrait's smirk deepened. "Ah, the perils of loyalty," Phineas muttered. "Do you truly believe your presence will sway the Wizengamot?" Harry straightened and met the old wizard's gaze. "I have to try." Phineas chuckled again, but there was a note of respect in his tone. "Very well, Potter. Off you go, then. Ministry business waits for no one, not even those who fancy themselves champions of their friends." Harry set his jaw and slipped his glasses into place. Outside, a pale pink light was creeping through the drapes. Armed with both determination and dread, he headed down the corridor, Phineas's quiet laughter echoing behind him. The day was only just beginning, and already it threatened to test him beyond anything he'd faced before. Harry had heard tales of Sirius's great-great-grandfather, the former Hogwarts headmaster, whom Sirius called both the least popular and the most successful of all. Yet, in the 2 weeks Harry had spent at Grimmauld Place, the old portrait had never shown itself. He supposed the ancestor must be confined to the headmaster's office up at Hogwarts. Silently, Harry crept down the grand staircase, tiptoeing past the stern visages of Creature's forebears and the mournful portrait of Mrs. Black, until he reached the kitchen door. He'd assumed the room would be empty at this hour, but a low murmur of voices drifted through the crack beneath the door. Heart-thumping, he pushed it open. Inside, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, and Sirius sat around the kitchen table as though they'd been waiting for him. Sirius looked astonishingly polished, neat robes, slicked-back hair, just as Mrs. Weasley had insisted the night before. Seeing him so composed, Harry had to admit she'd been right. Sirius did radiate an almost heroic air. If you'd shown up here blind, you would never have guessed he'd spent the last decade on the run. You'd swear he was the very embodiment of righteousness. Mr. Weasley, too, was dressed in his finest, his burgundy robes crisply pressed. Only Mrs. Weasley wore something less formal, her simple Muggle-style dress contrasting with her husband's and Sirius's attire, but she still managed to look every bit as determined. Together, they rose as Harry entered, their expressions steady, as if ready to face whatever came next. Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen wearing a casual purple blouse when Harry walked in. The moment she saw him, she stood up and called, "Breakfast," waving her wand as she bustled over to the stove. After a hearty meal, Harry was about to head out when Mrs. Weasley caught him by the shoulders and, with a damp comb in hand, started wrestling his hair into submission. She said down gently but firmly, her brow furrowed in helpless determination as she surveyed the unruliest mop in the wizarding world. "Do you think it'll ever lie flat?" she sighed. "Honestly, Molly," Sirius teased from the table, "James had just as much trouble back then. Harry's no different." "Harry isn't James," Mrs. Weasley retorted, her tone firm. "And sometimes, Sirius, I swear you talk to him as if your best friend has come back to life." Harry felt a cold drop of anxiety run down his neck. Was someone said she was casting a disillusionment charm? He edged in to interrupt. "Actually, Mrs. Weasley, I don't mind." "No," she cut him off gently, brushing aside another stubborn cowlick. "That's exactly the point, Harry. You may look like your father and have some of his mannerisms, but you are not him." Her voice softened. "You're perfectly yourself." In the end, though, even Mrs. Weasley's magic and motherly persistence couldn't tame Harry's hair. With a final, exasperated sigh, she gave up. Harry ruffled his still wild hair, offered her a sheepish grin, and fell in step with Sirius and Mr. Weasley as they headed out the door. Mr. Weasley arrived at Sherlock Holmes's house first thing that morning, his trademark hedgehog hair flying in every direction under the worried stare of Mrs. Weasley. Although his post at the Ministry of Magic required him to be on duty, he hadn't secured official permission to sit in on the trial. Fortunately, he realized that his regular commute to the ministry would at least let him offer a temporary refuge, a spare office where Sherlock, Harry, and the others could wait until the hearing began. When they finally reached 221B King's Road, Harry couldn't help but do a double take. Sherlock was dressed in a freshly pressed suit, polished shoes and all. As if on cue, both Mrs. Holmes and Mrs. Weasley greeted him like beloved sons returned from a long voyage. "Harry, you and Mr. Sirius look so well," Mrs. Holmes exclaimed, giving him an appraising once-over. "That's a very smart outfit, but tell me, have you shot up another inch overnight?" Mrs. Holmes cared just as deeply about today's trial as Mrs. Weasley did, yet her concern felt remarkably lighter. Both women treated Harry with a motherly affection that warmed him to the core, yet at the same time, he found Mrs. Weasley's doting a bit overwhelming. In contrast, Mrs. Holmes never spoke down to him or assumed he was naive. Her warmth came with the quiet confidence that Harry, like Sherlock, was more than capable of standing on his own 2 feet. As she cared for him, she never failed to show him respect. Harry suspected this warmth had something to do with the Holmes brothers. After a brief chat, the 3 bade Mr. and Mrs. Holmes goodbye and stepped out onto the quiet main road. It was still early, and the street was empty. Sirius turned to Sherlock. "Dumbledore wants us to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic." Harry blinked. "When did he tell you that?" Mr. Weasley smiled. "He sent a letter by Fawkes last night. Harry, you were already asleep by then." Sherlock gave a thoughtful nod. "Under the circumstances, it's a practical suggestion." He looked from Sirius to Mr. Weasley. "So, how do we get there? Apparition?" "That's the plan," said Sirius. "I'll take Harry and Mr. Weasley will." Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. "Sirius filled Harry in on the way over, but I still ought to mention a few precautions. Even if you're just a passenger, the first time you apparate can feel quite jarring." Sherlock cut in, flatly. "We can skip that. Professor Flitwick's apparated me several times already." Mr. Weasley's eyes flew wide open. "What?" Mr. Weasley blinked at Sherlock in astonishment. "Professor Flitwick taught you to apparate? When did that happen?" "During my first year," Sherlock replied smoothly. "I was working on the Greek interpreter case at the time, and Flitwick had a connection at the ministry." "Oh, you mean Piers Pocus?" Mr. Weasley interrupted, his eyes lighting up. "He told me all about it." Weasley's realizations seemed to settle something in his mind. "Well, that certainly makes things easier." Sherlock turned to Sirius with a thoughtful expression. "While we're on the subject, may I ask you something? Is there a light black listed anywhere in the House of Black? I don't recall seeing that name on the family tree." Sirius frowned, then shook his head slowly. "Light black? Or black light? No, I don't remember anyone by that name. If he exists, he's probably from a collateral branch I'm not familiar with. Why do you ask?" "Just a passing curiosity," Sherlock said with a slight smile. "Shall we, Mr. Weasley?" Weasley nodded, waved his wand, and in a blink the 2 of them vanished. Sherlock remained perfectly composed. After all, he had practiced apparition several times with Professor Flitwick in his first year. Harry, however, did not fare so well. When he reappeared beside Sirius a moment later, his face was ashen. Knees trembling, he braced himself with both hands and panted heavily, clearly struggling to recover from the jolt of magical transport. "Wait a moment, Arthur," Sirius called, turning to his friend with a hint of concern. "Harry still needs to steady himself." Arthur Weasley nodded. "It's all right. There's plenty of time." Harry slumped against the wall, blinking rapidly as he recovered from the slight disorientation of apparition. While they waited, Sherlock surveyed the immense hall around them. They stood at one end of a long, splendid corridor whose floor was dark wood polished to a mirror sheen. Above them, the ceiling stretched like a canvas of peacock blue, inlaid with golden symbols that shifted and reconfigured themselves in a continuous, mesmerizing display, an aerial ticker tape of arcane runes. The 4 walls were paneled in matching dark wood and punctuated by ornate gilded fireplaces. From each hearth on the left, a wizard would suddenly appear with a gentle pop, while on the right, travelers queued patiently to step into the green soot of the flames and vanish. Sherlock recognized this as the Ministry of Magic's Flu Network, a popular alternative to apparition for moving in and out of the building. He recalled Mr. Weasley's sheepish mention of a strained budget this year, which explained why neither his nor Hermione's fireplaces were connected to the network. Had they been, they could have flowed here instead of apparating. But even now, as they watched, an unending stream of witches and wizards materialized and departed, proof that, today at least, many people preferred the snap and pop of apparition. The grand hall echoed with soft pops and the clatter of dozens of witches' and wizards' footsteps. Nearly everyone wore the look of a tired worker dragged in early for a shift, hurrying toward a row of gilded doors at the far end. Dominating the center of the hall was a circular fountain, its basin cradling a larger-than-life statue cast in pure gold. At its heart stood a noble wizard, wand raised high as if to pierce the very ceiling. Beside him stood a graceful witch, and just behind them a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf gazed up in rapt admiration. From the tips of the wizard's wand, the centaur's arrow, the goblin's pointed hat, and even the house elf's eager ears, jets of water arced outward, their tinkling ripples echoing against the marble floor. "This is—" Sherlock began, his eyes sweeping the scene. Noticing his curiosity, Mr. Weasley, senior official at the Ministry of Magic, cleared his throat, ready to offer an explanation. Sherlock stopped dead in his tracks, drawing everyone's attention to the towering space ahead. "This is the Ministry of Magic's atrium and reception hall," he announced, voice even and composed. "It's where both visitors and employees officially enter the ministry." Mr. Weasley blinked, surprise written all over his face. Before he could gather his wits, Sherlock went on. "We're standing on the 8th basement level. Those elevators just ahead connect to every other floor, except the courtroom on the 10th level, which is on a separate access system." "Sherlock." "Ooh," Mr. Weasley began, but his words trailed off as Sherlock calmly surveyed the room. He nodded toward an elegant fountain rising from the center of the hall. "That's the Fountain of Magical Brethren. It's supposed to celebrate unity among magical beings, but it's really more fantasy than fact. Centaurs and goblins both consider themselves superior to witches and wizards, and while house elves take pride in serving their masters, I doubt they're happy. Just watch how the Black family's house elf treats Sirius." Arthur Weasley's jaw practically hit the floor. Inwardly, he fumed. How does Sherlock know all this? Who's really the ministry insider here? And with Sirius standing right beside them, was it really sensible to criticize the Black family's house elf so bluntly? Mr. Weasley glanced over at Sirius, expecting to see some reaction to Sherlock's observations, but Sirius remained unreadable, his eyes sweeping over the rotunda just as Sherlock's had. Only, unlike Sherlock's cool inquisitiveness, Sirius's gaze was laced with something darker, a sharp blend of disgust, painful recollections, and a faint disdain for this very place that had once robbed him of his youth and his freedom. Mr. Weasley couldn't explain how he knew it, only that he did. Across from them, Harry's earlier discomfort from apparating seemed to have vanished entirely. His face was alight with wonder as he hung on Sherlock's every word. Seeing the boy so enthralled, Mr. Weasley swallowed his impatience and finally voiced the question that had been burning in his mind. "Sherlock," he said, striving to keep his tone calm, "I'm honestly blown away. Your description just now was clearer than what most of our longtime employees could give. And you even knew about that elevator down to the underground courtroom on the 10th floor. How did you manage all that?" His voice trembled with disbelief. Sherlock's eyes flicked away from the flurry of robed figures to settle on Mr. Weasley, his face as serene as ever. "Knowledge," he said evenly, "comes from careful accumulation, Arthur. Back in my first year, I handled a case just before Christmas, and Miss Abbott walked me through the ministry's entire organizational chart. Afterwards, I got hold of the ministry's official report on the Light Black affair and the one about Hannah Abbott's father. Once you've cross-referenced them, all the pieces click into place, and committing the facts to memory is surprisingly simple." "Surprisingly simple," Arthur echoed, his voice trailing off. He ran a hand through hair that had miraculously regrown, thanks, he told himself, to that odd Potter family shampoo, and felt a familiar tide of inadequacy. Sherlock's logic was impeccable, of course, but Arthur Weasley might have needed a lifetime to assemble even 1/10 of the detective's mental dossier. A moment of charged silence followed, then Sirius stepped forward, his tone low and urgent. "How is Harry?" He let his eyes roam the cavernous chamber, as if eager to leave behind its stone walls and the memories they held. He had no interest in debating ministry floor plans, especially not here, where every echo seemed to whisper of past dangers. Harry sat up quickly, brushing damp bangs from his forehead. His cheeks were still pale, but his breathing had steadied. "I'm fine," he assured them, voice low yet steady. Sirius gave him a brief nod, then turned to Mr. Weasley. "Arthur, shall we be going?" Mr. Weasley blinked as if waking from a reverie. Yes, it's getting late." He rose and stepped forward, motioning for Harry and Sirius to follow. The trio slipped away from their secluded corner and re-entered the vast atrium of the Ministry of Magic, where witches and wizards hurried by in robes of every hue. Along the high walls, Oil portraits of long-dead magical families observed them with silent, painted eyes. Sirius felt the weight of those gazes stir memories of lives he'd lived and lost in corridors much like this. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Harry's simple muggle clothes and earnest expression might have made him seem ordinary. Yet there was something unmistakable in the steady set of his shoulders, a spark that marked him as anything but typical. In that moment, three currents of destiny converged, the portrait's watchful souls, Sirius's restless past reaching into the present, and the unassuming boy whose future was bound up in both. And so they moved forward together, carried on the hidden tides of reincarnation and ancient magic. Chapter 375, The Path to the Future Lies Ahead. The 8th-floor atrium of the Ministry of Magic hummed with purpose. Arthur Weasley strode confidently ahead, his ministry badge glinting in the soft glow of enchanted sconces. Behind him, Sherlock Holmes walked with measured steps, his hawk-like eyes cataloging every carving on the marble walls and every hurried wizard passing by. Harry Potter followed close behind, awestruck by the grand splendor that rivaled anything in the Muggle world, or so he imagined. Bringing up the rear was Sirius Black, his jaw set and his expression unreadable, as though he bore the weight of the Ministry's power on his shoulders. Around them, witches and wizards bustled through the atrium at a brisk pace. One man balanced a tottering tower of parchment. A witch with a battered leather briefcase stopped to cross-check a report. Another strolled by, thumbing through the latest Daily Prophet. Their urgency might have been indistinguishable from office workers in London, if not for the occasional swirl of robes or the soft hiss of a spell on the tip of someone's wand. As they passed a grand fountain, Harry noticed coins, shimmering silver sickles and well-worn bronze nuts, scattered on its stone bottom. Beside the basin was a small, weathered sign that read, "All proceeds from the Fountain of Magical Brethren are donated to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Harry slipped a nut between two silver sickles and made a little wish under his breath, then gave Arthur a shy grin. "Hope you don't mind." "Not at all," Arthur replied, returning the grin. "It's exactly why the fountain is there." They rounded a curve in the corridor and entered a hallway lined with portraits of stern-faced wizards. At its end stood a massive bronze gargoyle, wings unfurled, guarding a pair of ornately carved doors bearing the Ministry seal. "What department is this?" Sherlock asked, voice low and precise. Arthur paused. "Muggle Relations. It's where we handle everything that bridges the magical and non-magical worlds. Harry's got business here soon." Harry's stomach fluttered. "Right? I suppose I do." Before they could step closer, the gargoyle's stone eyes glowed and its jaw creaked open. "Name and business," it demanded in a gravelly tone. Arthur held out his ID. "Arthur Weasley, Ministry of Magic, Muggle Relations." Sherlock followed with his own identification. "Sherlock Holmes, Consultant." Harry placed his ministry guest pass next. Sirius merely said, "Sirius Black," and tucked his pass away. The gargoyle's stony gaze lingered on Sirius for a tense moment, then snapped shut in approval. With a grinding of ancient hinges, the doors swung open. Inside, the office bustled with controlled energy. 2 tiers of desks crammed the open space. One witch ratcheted up the volume on a Muggle radio, listening to a faint pop song. Another used a portkey stand to dial in transportation requests. High above, balconies offered supervisors a bird's-eye view of the carefully orchestrated commotion. A slender woman with wire-rimmed spectacles hurried over, papers tucked under one arm. "Arthur, thank goodness you're here. We've been expecting Mr. Potter." Arthur guided Harry forward. "Madam Mallory Tucker, head of Muggle Liaison. Harry, meet Madam Tucker." Madam Tucker extended her hand warmly. "Welcome to the Ministry, Harry. We've heard quite a bit about you." Harry clasped her hand, trying to hide his nerves. "Thank you, Madam Tucker. It's an honor." Behind them, Sherlock inclined his head in greeting, while Sirius slipped quietly into the crowd, his watchful eyes never leaving the activity around him. Arthur put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "This is where our 2 worlds meet. I think you'll find it enlightening." Harry looked around at the busy desks, the shifting mosaics underfoot, and the stained glass windows casting colored light across the hall. The future, full of new challenges and discoveries, stretched out before him. And here, under the vaulted ceilings of the Ministry, the path to that future lay right at their feet. Chapter 7. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Harry paused in front of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, watching the steady stream of witches and wizards swirl around the vast atrium. He caught himself muttering under his breath, "If Peter's hearing goes well today, I'll donate 5 galleons. Harry, this way." Mr. Weasley nudged him gently and set off again through the throng. The roar of the crowd faded behind them as they moved deeper into the Ministry's lowest level. Before long, they reached a pair of ornate golden gates. Slipping through, they veered left and approached a small wooden table. Behind it sat a wizard in a peacock blue robe, his beard stubbly and unkempt, a half-folded copy of the Daily Prophet in his hands. A simple sign overhead read, "Security check." He looked up and lowered the paper, eyes flicking to Arthur Weasley. "What can I do for you, Weasley?" he asked, voice flat. "I've brought 3 guests." Mr. Weasley gestured toward Sherlock Holmes, Harry Potter, and Sirius Black. "They're with me. Could you process them?" The security officer gave each newcomer a cursory once-over. Sherlock caught the bored tilt of his head and allowed himself a faint, amused smile. He was cutting it rather close this morning, but with a perfunctory nod, the wizard began crossing names off his list, motioning them forward through the gate. The security wizard glanced at his pocket watch, then muttered to himself as he raised a slender golden rod, shaped much like a car antenna, sweeping it up and down the fronts and backs of Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius Black. Harry shifted uneasily. Sherlock watched the beam of light with mild curiosity. Sirius scowled, tapping his foot in impatience. The wizard, looking oddly harried, shook his head as though regretting his tardiness. "Late again," he mumbled under his breath. "Wife's still sulking. Couldn't please her last night." With a final wave, he lowered the rod, folded it away, and extended his hand toward the trio. "Wands," he said, voice flat. Harry was first. He produced his wand, a simple holly shaft, and placed it on a curious brass contraption that resembled a one-pan scale. The machine shuddered, then a thin strip of parchment shot out from a slot at its base. The wizard tore it off and read aloud, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, in use for 2.5 years, correct? Harry swallowed. "Right," he said, voice tight. Next came Sherlock's wand. The same steps, onto the brass scale, a slight hum of magic, parchment ejected. The wizard's eyes flicked down the printed line. 10 3/4 inches, unicorn hair, new this year? "Precisely," Sherlock answered, his curiosity piqued more by the machine's workings than by the question. Finally, Sirius stepped forward. He tossed his wand onto the plate with a theatrical flourish. The device shook again, and out popped a third slip of parchment. 12 inches, dragon heartstring, owner for 4 years. Is that accurate? Sirius's lips curled into a half-smile. "Yes, and never fails me." The wizard nodded, stacking the parchments. "All clear." He handed back their wands with a grunt of relief. "Next time, try not to keep me late with domestic troubles." With that, the 3 men gathered their wands and stepped past the checkpoint, free once more to pursue whatever awaited them beyond. 12 inches, dragon heartstring core, used for 2.5 years. The security wizard noted the specification, then looked up as Sirius Black stepped forward. Sirius kept his hands buried in his pockets, making no move for his wand. The wizard cleared his throat. "Sir, please present your wand." Though he prefaced it with "please," impatience crackled beneath his words. Sirius paused, then spoke evenly, his voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. "No." A hush fell over the bustling hall. The wizard stared, astonished, as if Sirius had left him deaf. He blinked, recovered, and repeated more sharply, "What did you say?" "I refused." "Oh, hand over my wand," Sirius said, voice calm but unwavering. The wizard's mouth worked for a moment, searching for a response. Sirius met him with that inescapable black family arrogance, an imperious blend of noble bearing and barely concealed disdain for the ministry's red tape. "I'm not here to be interrogated," he continued. "I'm here to testify at a trial. Have you decided that everyone who walks through these doors is a criminal?" He straightened his shoulders and waited, wand still concealed, daring the ministry to challenge him. "Or does that rule even apply to someone legitimately here on ministry business?" Sirius Black asked, his voice thick with sarcasm. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Mr. Weasley's temple. He stepped forward, hands raised in a placating gesture. Sirius, you don't have to be so touchy. It's just standard procedure. Procedure? Sirius cut in, fixing the security officer with a hard stare. Arthur, I remember those procedures all too well, the very regulations that sent me to Azkaban for 12 years without so much as a trial. Heinous crimes, instant condemnation, no right of appeal. Charming, really. Silence fell. The security wizard's face went pale as he realized who stood before him. Sirius Black, long presumed a dangerous criminal, returned from wrongful imprisonment. The Ministry's act of locking him away without due process had once seemed defensible. Now it looked nothing short of illegal. My freedom, only just restored, and my right to carry a wand, Sirius said, voice low and deadly calm, cannot be taken from me by any bloody security regulation. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Then, with a final, steely glance at the guard, he folded his arms and waited. Tell your superiors, Sirius Black said, his voice flat and unwavering, or record this for the Ministry archives. Unless I'm standing before a recognized wandmaker, or unless I receive a lawful, written order directly from the Ministry of Magic, I will not surrender my wand under any circumstances. The Ministry security wizard's face tightened. He opened his mouth to retort, but Sirius's gaze, a cold stare tempered by real suffering and injustice, froze him mid-word. Rumors about the last heir of House Black flashed through his mind, and he felt as though invisible chains had wrapped around him. He closed his mouth, panic flickering behind his eyes. Being intimidated by a single remark was deeply humiliating, something he'd never experienced before. Desperate, he cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Weasley, the colleague who delivered this intransigent passenger to him. Perhaps Weasley could defuse the situation, or at least rescue him from this disgrace. Mr. Weasley, however, met his look with a polite, unreadable expression. Sirius, sensing his advantage, folded his arms and leaned back, every inch the defiant air of House Black. The security wizard swallowed hard. There would be no wand inspection today, not without higher authority, no matter how much he might protest. Arthur Weasley leaned forward, rubbing his temples. His normally bright eyes were clouded with frustration and something like fear. All right, he sighed. Registration's complete. We've recorded the wands of our 3 guests, Sherlock, Harry. He broke off, carefully omitting any mention of Sirius Black's wand, and shot a pleading look at his colleague. That's everything, right? Eric, we really need to get to the courtroom. Eric spared another glance for the unbowed figure of Sirius Black. At last, with a heavy, reluctant gesture, he waved them on. Fine, he muttered. You may proceed. He handed back Sherlock's and Harry's wands, then impaled the 2 inspection parchments, each bearing the wand engrams, onto a small brass peg. With the task done, he quickly lowered his head, snatched up the Daily Prophet, and burrowed behind its front page. Yet even behind the paper, his hands trembled slightly, a silent testament to how desperately he wanted to end the awkward standoff. Sherlock observed it all without a word. He made no comment on Sirius's defiance, simply inclined his head and turned to Harry with his trademark calm. Shall we, Harry? Harry offered a quick, determined nod. Together they stepped past the desk and into the corridor beyond. He glanced back at his godfather with a flicker of concern. Sirius Black caught his eye and offered a small, reassuring nod, but Sherlock couldn't help noticing a residual flicker of hostility deep in Sirius's gaze. He frowned, but kept silent. Mr. Weasley, clearly relieved, hurried ahead and led them down the corridor. Wiping his brow, he muttered under his breath, I knew it. I just knew this would happen. Sherlock fell into step beside him. I don't believe Mr. Black's behavior was inappropriate, he said evenly. As a witness at a public hearing, there was no requirement for him to relinquish his wand. Mr. Weasley stopped in his tracks, surprise etched across his face. But you cooperated so readily just now. Those are 2 different things, Sherlock interjected, shaking his head. I chose silence to avoid unnecessary conflict, but it would be wrong to fault those who stand their ground. After all, one day will all depend on the very rights they defend. At that, Sirius Black allowed himself the faintest, almost triumphant smile. Mr. Weasley fell silent. With that settled, the trio followed Mr. Weasley through a final set of doors and into a smaller chamber beyond. There were at least 20 elevators lined up, each blocked by an ornate golden grate. With a clang and a rattle, one of the cages descended before them. The grate slid open, and, Led by Mr. Weasley, the four of them, along with a handful of ministry wizards, stepped inside. Sherlock and Harry found themselves pressed against the back wall, while the other passengers gave them curious glances. Sirius Black snorted, strode forward, and planted himself directly in front of the two. Already tall and lean, he seemed to grow even larger in the cramped space, prompting everyone else to shift their gaze uneasily. Strangely, few recognized this handsome giant as the infamous escaped prisoner. With a final clatter, the grate slid shut. The elevator began its ascent, chains rattling overhead, and a cool, mechanical female voice announced, "7th floor. Department of Magical Games and Sports, headquarters of the British and Irish Quidditch League, the official Gobstones Club, and the ludicrous Patents Office." When the doors slid open again, Harry stepped out into a narrow, cluttered corridor, its walls plastered haphazardly with Quidditch team posters. A wizard clutching a broomstick squeezed out into the hallway, disappearing around the corner. The elevator doors slid shut, and the cab gave a slight lurch as it resumed its ascent. A calm female voice announced the next stop. 6th floor, Department of Magical Transportation, home to the Flu Network Authority, Broomstick Regulatory Control, the Portkey Office, and the Apparition Test Center. The doors opened, another wizard stepped off, and a different witch stepped on. They bowed courteously to each other, the witch's robes brushing the threshold before the doors closed once more. 5th floor, Department of International Magical Cooperation, hosting the International Magical Trading Standards Body, the International Magical Law Office, and the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards. Again the doors parted. Wizards and witches flowed in and out, some carrying parchments, others clutching briefcases. A faint rustle of parchment came from the back of the cab. 4th floor, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, including the Beast, Being, and Spirit Divisions, the Goblin Liaison Office, and the Pest Advisory Bureau. As the doors opened, a flurry of light purple paper airplanes drifted in on a sudden draft. Each was stamped with the Ministry of Magic insignia along its wing flaps. They tumbled around the feet of passengers before settling quietly on the floor, waiting for curious hands to pick them up. Then, doors closed. The elevator climbed on, and the announcements continued their steady rhythm. As soon as they stepped into the elevator, it rose smoothly, then suddenly shot out of the shaft just past the first floor. Mr. Weasley leaned close to Harry, Sherlock, and Sirius and whispered, "Those little pigeons are our interdepartmental mail service." He waved at the sleek, winged birds perched on a shelf. "We used to rely on owls, but the mess was unbearable, droppings on every desk." Sherlock and Harry exchanged amused glances. In the Muggle world, a quick phone call would do the trick, but it wasn't clear which was less troublesome. The elevator chimed, and a soft recording announced, 3rd floor, Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and the Muggle-Worthy Excuses Committee. At this stop, most passengers disembarked, leaving only the four of them and a lone witch. From the moment they boarded, she hadn't taken her eyes off Sirius Black, her gaze fixed on him with undisguised admiration. Sirius, however, stared straight ahead, his expression impassive. Sherlock's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Harry and Mr. Weasley exchanged amused looks, doing their best not to laugh aloud. It seemed that whether in the magical world or the Muggle one, male or female, no one could resist Sirius Black's quietly magnetic charm. The elevator lurched again, then continued its ascent. The last few ministry memoranda still spun lazily around the light fixture at the car's ceiling. When the doors slid open, a hollow voice crackled through overhead speakers. 2nd floor, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Office for Improper Use of Magic, Auror Headquarters, and Wizengamot Administration Services. "We've arrived," said Mr. Weasley. Before anyone else could move, Sirius Black strode from the elevator. The witch behind him followed in silence. Harry, Mr. Weasley, and the last member of their party trailed after, stepping into a wide corridor flanked by heavy wooden doors. Mr. Weasley cleared his throat. "My office is on the far side of this floor," he offered with a friendly nod. The witch kept close behind Sirius until they reached a tall window set into the opposite wall. She paused there, her dark eyes fixed on him in a look that was almost mournful. then turned and slipped through the nearest doorway. As the door clicked shut, relief washed over Sirius's face. Suppressing a grin, Harry pointed at the brilliant sunlight flooding through the glass. "Uncle Arthur, shouldn't we still be underground?" Mr. Weasley beamed. "Normally, yes, but these are enchanted windows. They give the illusion of daylight even down here. The Department of Magical Maintenance and Upkeep is in charge of deciding our daily weather," Sherlock explained as they strolled down the stone corridor. "Last time they held out on their rays," he added with a smirk, "we endured nothing but hurricanes for 2 months straight." Harry laughed. "That's one aggressive negotiation tactic." Sherlock chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, but we're almost there." They turned a corner, pushed through a pair of heavy oak doors, and stepped into a vast, cacophonous office. Cubicles stretched in every direction, their occupants chatting and laughing as they tossed memos back and forth like miniature rockets. The energy was contagious, a sharp contrast to the hushed halls they just left. Directly ahead, a slightly crooked sign swung above one of the cubicles, Aurora Headquarters. Harry's breath caught. For reasons he couldn't explain, the sight of those words sent a thrill racing through him, as though this place held the promise of everything he'd yet to discover. Chapter 376. Do not be sad. Do not be afraid. Sherlock walked past the Aurora office with a single appraising glance. Every inch of the walls was plastered in a haphazard collage, wanted posters for escaped wizards, photographs of Aurora's families, tattered Quidditch team flyers, and yellowed clippings from the Daily Prophet. A voice called out, "Morning, Weasley," and several Aurors looked up to nod respectfully. Because Mr. Weasley worked on the same floor, the Aurors greeted him like an old friend. Their eyes flicked over his 3 companions, Harry, Sirius, and Sherlock himself. Sherlock noted that, compared to other Ministry employees, these seasoned Aurors carried themselves with far greater professionalism. They clearly recognized Harry Potter and Sirius Black. Sherlock himself remained, as ever, something of an enigma, unnoticed and unremarked upon. Despite their curiosity, none of the Aurors approached Harry or Sirius. They exchanged quick, guarded glances, but refrained from speaking. Here, protocol outweighed fanfare. Under that watchful silence, Mr. Weasley guided the trio through the crowded office, past clustered desks and low piles of paperwork, and into a dim, crumbling corridor. They reached the corridor's end, where a single door stood slightly ajar. Beyond it lay nothing remarkable at first glance, just a narrow broom closet, its shelves sagging under the weight of mismatched cleaning supplies. Yet Sherlock sensed there was more behind that unassuming door than a few borrowed brooms. The door on the right bore a tarnished brass plaque, Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Compared to the other departments in the Ministry, this room looked particularly run down, so small it was barely larger than the broom closet opposite it. 2 cramped desks squeezed in between walls of overstuffed filing cabinets, their top shelves buckling under piles of precariously stacked folders. There was hardly room to step forward without knocking something over. Sherlock's earlier suspicion that Mr. Weasley was given the world's worst office assignment was now undeniable. And even without Sherlock's powers of deduction, Harry could tell instantly where Mr. Weasley's true interests lay. On the one patch of free wall space were several car blueprints, one showing a fully dismantled engine, 2 illustrations of mailboxes clipped from Muggle children's books, and a detailed diagram of how to install an electrical socket. Perfectly, unmistakably Weasley. The in-tray on Mr. Weasley's desk was heaped with paperwork, and perched beside it sat a framed family portrait. It looked almost identical to the one Harry had glimpsed earlier, everyone standing in front of the Egyptian pyramids. Only noticeably absent was Scabbers. "There aren't any windows in here," Mr. Weasley apologized as he shrugged off his overcoat and draped it over the back of the swivel chair. "We've requested them, but apparently they don't think we need windows. Please, have a seat. Perkins hasn't arrived yet." Harry squeezed himself into the cramped chair behind the desk. Sherlock and Sirius hovered by the door. There simply wasn't room for them to sit. Mr. Weasley winced when he saw how cramped it was. Before he could say anything else, a paper airplane careened through the open door. Mr. Weasley caught it mid-flight, unfolded it, and scanned its contents aloud. Reported, a 3rd incident of public toilet sewage backup has occurred in Barnes Green. Immediate investigation required. This is clearly a jinx. Sherlock and Sirius exchanged glances, still taking in the cluttered office. Harry frowned. Sewage backup? Mr. Weasley shook his head in exasperation. Some anti-muggle pranksters have been cursing the toilets again. We're lucky it's only sewage and not something worse. He tapped the paper airplane against his palm, as though it were evidence of dark magic itself. Harry glanced at the towering piles of paperwork and realized that if investigating a series of bewitched loose was considered mundane work for the Ministry, he was in for one very strange day. Mr. Weasley frowned as he paced the small office. It's happened twice in the last week, once in Wimbledon and again in Elephant and Castle. Muggles flush their toilets, but the waste doesn't vanish. It just sits there. The poor families keep calling in those... What do they call them? Pipe people? You mean plumbers, one of the other investigators prompted. That's it, plumbers. But even when they arrive, they can't do a thing. Whatever's causing it is beyond them. I just hope we can track down whoever's behind this. Shouldn't the Aurors be handling it? Another asked, leaning back in his chair. Oh no, Weasley said dismissively. This is far too minor for Aurors. Our regular magical law enforcement investigations team is perfectly capable. Speaking of which, gentlemen, this is Mr. Perkins. At that moment, the door creaked open. A small, stooped wizard with fluffy gray hair and rimless spectacles entered, out of breath and visibly uneasy. He offered a shaky bow. Thank Merlin you're here, he panted. I wasn't sure where or if I should wait. I sent an owl to your house at dawn, but I suppose it never arrived. Mr. Weasley gave Perkins a reassuring nod. No worries. You're right on time. Let's get started. Just 10 minutes ago, an urgent owl arrived. Mr. Weasley looked up from the pile of notes on his desk, his face deceptively serene. I already know about the plumbing. Perkins's eyes went wide. He swallowed hard. Sir, this isn't about the toilets. It's about Peter Pettigrew's trial. The minister wants you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, and, Mr. Holmes, to appear before him immediately. Arthur's grip on the sewage report slipped. The parchment fluttered toward the floor. His face drained of color. The minister's office? Right now? At once? He blurted, panic edging his voice. But we only just arrived. Perkins, why wasn't there any warning? Perkins dabbed sweat from his brow and thrust a fresh note forward. I only received the owl a few moments ago, Arthur. It says, urgent notice. The minister himself awaits the immediate attendance of Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, and Mr. Holmes. He glanced first at Harry, then at Sirius, and finally at Sherlock Holmes, whose impassive expression betrayed nothing. Perkins shook his head in disbelief. Merlin's beard. This is a disaster. We should have gone straight to the first floor. Why did I lead you on that detour? Quick, follow me. Mr. Weasley yanked his coat off the back of a chair and threw it on without even buttoning it, then bolted for the door. As he passed Perkins's desk, he shoved the note about the sewage backup into the clerk's hand. Perkins promptly scooted aside, sliding between filing cabinet and desk to clear a path. With a nod of thanks, Mr. Weasley darted out of the office and sprinted down the corridor. After a few paces, he stopped short. Nobody was behind him. Glancing back, he saw Sherlock, Harry, and Sirius strolling out of the office at their usual unhurried pace. Harry looked a touch uneasy, but Sherlock and Sirius appeared perfectly at ease. What are you doing? Mr. Weasley called out, panic edging his voice. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. It's just a newly received notice. No need to rush. We've still got plenty of time before Peter's trial. I don't understand, Mr. Weasley said, brow furrowed. Sirius tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. Arthur, why the urgency? Take a breath. The world's not going to end. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth to retort, his cheeks coloring with frustration. Arthur paced back and forth in the cramped hallway, sweat beading at his temples. You just don't understand. A direct summons from the Minister of Magic means this has gone beyond routine. Peter's situation could erupt at any moment, and believe me, that would only make Fudge even more furious. Sirius lounged against the peeling doorframe, idly brushing dust off the faded nameplate. A lazy smile played on his lips. Arthur, I remember you weren't so jumpy during our school days. The Ministry's clearly rubbing off on you. Look, if Fudge truly felt his authority threatened, he'd come to us himself. The fact that he hasn't shows this isn't urgent to him. Sherlock stepped forward, arms folded, his gaze cool and analytical. The irony of power struggles, he said, is that once the weaker party stops fearing the rules, the rule makers lose their leverage. Arthur froze in mid-step, his arguments dying on his lips. Of course they could say that. None of them had a wife and children counting on a salary. If it were just for pleasure, he mused bitterly, he'd never endure the grind of the ministry either. But survival left him no choice. It was a stroke of luck that Mr. Weasley's department frequently handled Muggle affairs, work he found both fascinating and congenial. Yet now, with Harry beside him and an uneasy trio ahead, his nerves offered no help. He couldn't just scoop Harry up and dash off. All he could do was fall and step behind them and wait for the next elevator. Harry, sensing the awkward silence, hurried his pace. The small display of initiative did wonders for Mr. Weasley's impression of him. Fortunately, fewer people were using the lift at this hour than earlier, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The doors slid open to reveal a rich, crimson carpet and a quiet corridor lined with polished wooden doors. A gleaming sign above announced, "First floor, Minister's Office and Support Services." This wasn't the private office of the Minister for Magic, but the administrative wing that housed his senior staff. Each door bore a brass nameplate, Assistant to the Minister, Minister's Advisor, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, and others, each title underscoring the importance of the work done within. The corridor leading to the Minister's office was hushed and gleaming, a world away from the cramped, paper-strewn rooms of the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts they had just left behind. "The Minister's office is at the very end," Arthur Weasley said, guiding Harry, Sherlock, and Sirius along the polished floor. At last they halted before a heavy oak door, the nameplate reading in bold brass letters, "Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic." Weasley squared his shoulders, drew a deep breath, and tapped the door. "Come in," Fudge's voice called from within. Weasley pushed the door open and stepped aside. Sirius, ever bold, slipped through first. Sherlock followed, eyes scanning every detail as he entered. Harry paused only a heartbeat before joining them, heart pounding with anticipation. Arthur brought up the rear, closing the door firmly behind him. Inside, the office was brighter and more comfortable than any of them had expected. Richly carpeted, shelves heavy with leather-bound volumes. But it was the company seated there that truly stopped them. Behind the desk sat Cornelius Fudge, looking every bit the harried politician, and standing behind him were four of Hogwarts' most legendary figures: Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, and Remus Lupin. Relief washed over Arthur Weasley in an instant. At the sight of Dumbledore's calm, reassuring gaze, he felt hope blossom in his chest. With these stalwart allies assembled, he dared to believe that together they could meet whatever challenges lay ahead. Arthur Weasley had expected Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, or even Snape to greet Sirius Black first. Instead, the first man to step forward in the dimly lit grandeur of the minister's office was Cornelius Fudge himself, radiating an enthusiasm that felt wildly out of place. "Black! At last!" Fudge boomed, clasping Sirius's hand with such vigor that Arthur worried he might never let go. The minister's wide grin was unlike any expression Arthur had seen on him these past tense weeks. Leaning closer, as if to ensure everyone heard, Fudge raised his voice. "I thought you and Harry would arrive with Headmaster Dumbledore and the others. Time, gentlemen. Time is of the essence. We must resolve the matter of Peter Pettigrew immediately." Still beaming, Fudge finally released Sirius's hand and turned to Arthur, whose own shoulders sagged with relief. "Arthur!" Arthur stepped forward, forcing a reassuring smile. Despite the minister's buoyant tone, he knew the urgency in Fudge's command was genuine, and that the fate of everyone in that room hinged on what happened next. "Arthur, my dear boy." For a moment, Cornelius Fudge's voice was all warmth and geniality, as if he were greeting an old friend. Then, in the blink of an eye, his tone snapped sharp with urgency. "A bat report your department was supposed to file. The clogged loo down on Basner Green. What's the status?" Arthur Weasley, who had only just steadied himself under the comforting presence of Albus Dumbledore, felt the blood drain from his face. He'd already passed the worrying notice about the sewage overflow to Perkins. Surely that was enough. "Minister, I'm aware of the situation. Are you referring to the same incident?" "Of course I am," Fudge barked. "This is an emergency. Those poor residents have been without a functioning toilet far too long. I need a full, on-the-ground assessment right now. You know how vital public confidence is. We can't afford any mishaps. Arthur, you must take charge of this personally." Mr. Weasley opened his mouth to respond, something along the lines of, "Minister, but Fudge cut him off. "Go at once, Arthur. I want you there yourself, getting me a first-hand report. This reflects on the Ministry's ability to handle crises swiftly." With a dismissive wave, Fudge made it clear the matter was non-negotiable. He didn't see Mr. Weasley's pale face or the slight tremor in his voice. All that mattered was that the Minister of Magic's orders were carried out immediately. Mr. Weasley, who had just escorted Harry Potter and Sirius Black into the Minister's office, froze as his eyes darted from Fudge's impatient frown to Dumbledore's calm composure and McGonagall's stern gaze. On one hand lay the Minister's strict orders, and the ongoing headache of Muggle complaints whenever magic went awry. On the other was the landmark trial of Peter Pettigrew, buoyed by the presence of some of the wizarding world's gravest authorities and the vital witnesses Mr. Weasley had brought with him. A bead of sweat that had just dried on Mr. Blay. Weasley's forehead began to form again. "But, Minister," he began uncertainly. "Get a move on, Arthur," Fudge snapped, tapping his finger on the desk. Then, noticing Weasley's hesitancy, he added more suavely, "Don't worry about Pettigrew's side of things. Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are here to oversee every detail. But make no mistake, every minute you delay reflects poorly on the Ministry's image." The implied rebuke stung. Arthur Weasley, ever diligent head of the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, could not afford a black mark against his department. He straightened his robes and snapped to attention. "Yes, Minister, right away." With that, he turned on his heel and hurried from the room, leaving Harry, Sirius, and the two professors standing before an exasperated Cornelius Fudge. Arthur Weasley clenched his teeth, offered Harry and Sirius an apologetic glance, then fixed Sherlock with a measured look. At last, he gave a curt nod to the Hogwarts professors and stepped out of the minister's office. Percy Fudge had been all too eager to get him out of the way, hardly the heartfelt concern one might expect for a public restroom sewage backup, but Arthur recognized an opportunity. This mishap had become a mission personally assigned by the Ministry's top leader. With the Minister's direct order behind him, he could leverage the situation to his advantage. He pictured those anxious Muggles soon relieved of their woes, and a hint of pride swelled in his chest. As he walked down the corridor, Mr. Weasley straightened his shoulders. Solving the crisis was more than enough reward. Chapter 377, looking forward to tomorrow with confidence. As the door to the minister's office closed behind Weasley, Fudge's anxious expression evaporated in an instant. A genial smile replaced his furrowed brow. "Excellent," he said, turning back to Sirius. "Now we can have a proper conversation, Mr. Black." Then, with equal speed, Fudge's smile vanished the moment his eyes fell on Sherlock. His features snapped tight and serious, so abruptly that Harry was reminded of a Chumilov. "Mr. Holmes," the minister said, his tone still courteous but ice-cold. "There are some highly sensitive operational matters and internal ministry procedures that require discussion. You're only a third-year student, so these details aren't suitable for you to know. I'm sure you understand." Fudge's gaze flicked toward the closed door, an unspoken instruction for Sherlock to leave. Harry's brow knitted in irritation. Hadn't the minister learned his lesson last time? What was really going on here? Hadn't the reprimand in the headmaster's office been enough? Harry thought, frustration tightening his chest. He'd already told Fudge that Sherlock was the pivotal figure, the one who'd uncovered the truth behind the events of 12 years ago. Surely the minister had taken him seriously. Yet here he was, still refusing to give Sherlock any credit. Harry squared his shoulders, ready to step forward and speak up. Chances to defend Sherlock in front of the ministry were few and far between, and he wasn't about to let this one slip away. Before he could move, however, Dumbledore, who'd been sitting quietly in his high-backed armchair, stirred. The old wizard's calm, blue eyes, magnified by half-moon spectacles, drifted from Sherlock and settled on Cornelius Fudge. His voice, soft but impossibly firm, cut through the rising tension. "Cornelius," Dumbledore said. Every word carried a gentle authority that brooked no disagreement. "As I understand it, Mr. Holmes is here ostensibly as an observer. In reality, he is the lead investigator on this matter." Fudge, caught between the headmaster's steady gaze and the weight of his words, fell silent. Harry allowed himself a small, hopeful smile. Dumbledore's intervention might finally tip the scales in Sherlock's favor. "Of course, you might doubt me," Dumbledore said calmly, "but I have personally guaranteed that both Sherlock and Harry will attend this trial. Neither of them may be excluded from the proceedings." At once, Minister Fudge's serene countenance faltered. Before he could reply, Sirius rose to his feet. "If you insist on keeping Sherlock here, then I'll be leaving right alongside him." Harry stood as well. "And me too." Across the table, Professor Snape snorted in disdain. Fudge's polite smile stiffened into a mask of shock and anger. He glanced swiftly at Dumbledore, then at Sirius and Harry, and in that moment he understood their determination. Under ordinary circumstances, he might not have objected to their presence, but exposing his true plan, to exploit the fallout from Arthur Weasley's expulsion and quietly remove Sherlock, would jeopardize both his authority and the Ministry's reputation. He had intended to blindside them, but he had never counted on this student having such formidable protectors. Minister Fudge wasn't ready to admit defeat. He turned back to Sherlock with a pointed look and a knowing half-smile. "Suppose, Mr. Holmes, that you don't mind staying a little longer." In Fudge's eyes, Sherlock was nothing more than a mere student. Even the usually confident Student Union president, Percy, would quake if he met this young genius. A third year at Hogwarts? Surely easy enough to control. But Sherlock ignored the implication entirely. He returned Fudge's gaze with calm amusement. "By all means, Minister," he answered smoothly. "I'm happy to remain." He understood exactly what Fudge was after, and found it almost comical that someone so pliable could sit in the minister's chair. Fudge had more luck than sense. "All right, then," Fudge said, voice cracking just a bit. "But you must promise, nothing that transpires in this office today must ever leave these four walls." With that final stipulation, he steeled himself, eager to regain the upper hand, now that his attempt to send Sherlock away had failed. Professor Dumbledore watched in silence as Minister Fudge shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting away from the headmaster's calm, probing gaze. Almost as quickly, however, Fudge refocused on Sirius Black and spoke with renewed certainty. "Black," he announced, "I was just explaining to the other professors that Peter Pettigrew's list of crimes is so extensive it beggars belief. The proof against him is ironclad, and the only appropriate sentence is the Dementor's kiss." When Sirius offered no immediate reply, Fudge cleared his throat, the certainty in his voice giving way to something more tentative. "You'll understand how crucial it is, given how the public feels right now, to send a clear, strong message. The Ministry's image needs steadying. We're relying on you, on your cooperation to bring you out of Azkaban." He paused, gathering himself, then cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Black, here's what I need from you. At your trial, I want you to emphasize how bravely you escaped from Azkaban and pursued Pettigrew. Make it clear that every step you took was in accordance with a high-level, top-secret ministry directive to track down Pettigrew and bring him to justice." Sirius Black remained motionless, his dark eyes unreadable, as Fudge's words hung heavy in the silent courtroom. "We can present this report perfectly," Fudge declared, leaning forward with bright, eager eyes. His words tumbled out in a rush as he addressed Sirius directly. "Not only will it highlight your heroism and clear your name," he went on, "but it will also prove that Azkaban's security remains entirely under our strategic command. What everyone assumed was a daring escape was, in fact, an officially sanctioned joint operation. In other words, it's a resounding success for the Ministry of Magic, one that will enhance our prestige considerably." He sat back, satisfied, as a hush fell over the office. Harry realized why Fudge had asked Sherlock to step outside moments ago. The fewer witnesses to these plans, the better. What the minister didn't know was that it was Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's brother, who had first applied the pressure that led to today's arrangement. Had Fudge known, his confidence might well have faltered. Harry shifted his gaze to the circle of Hogwarts professors. Dumbledore, seated serenely at the head of the table, met his look with an unreadable expression. Behind those half-moon spectacles, there wasn't the slightest flicker of surprise or concern. Professor Minerva McGonagall's usually composed features were drawn tight with tension. Remus Lupin's eyes glimmered with worry, and Severus Snape let out a quiet, scornful snort. Sherlock Holmes stood motionless, coolly surveying every detail of Cornelius Fudge's ornate office, as though the minister's words were nothing more than idle background noise. Moments earlier, Fudge had even threatened to expel the third-year detective, but now all his attention was fixed on Sirius Black. He leaned forward, eyes pleading, convinced that this time he had the upper hand. Sirius had listened in stony silence as Fudge laid out his case, the backhanded promises, the thinly veiled threats, the offer to clear Sirius's name if he would only parrot the Ministry's version of events. That same silence, Fudge thought, must surely count as agreement. At last, Fudge spoke, voice low and urgent. Sirius, I only ask that you stand before the wizarding world and swear that your 12 years in Azkaban were part of a carefully orchestrated Ministry plan, my plan, to expose the true traitor. In return, your name will be fully restored. Sirius's jaw clenched and his gray eyes blazed. He rose, every inch defiant, and his voice rang out like a spell. You want me to stand up there and lie? To say that my 12 years in that damned prison were nothing but some industry-manufactured spectacle designed to protect your reputation? Minister Fudge, if you think I'll sell my honor and the truth just to save your skin, you've severely overestimated your power. A choking silence fell over the office. Fudge's face went ashen, his confident posture crumpling all at once. Professor McGonagall let out a long breath. Lupin's shoulders sagged with relief, and even Snape's scornful expression faltered. Sherlock Holmes at last turned his cool gaze back to the room, ready for whatever would come next. Just as Sirius was about to unleash a scathing rebuke, Dumbledore's calm voice cut through the tension. Sirius, we must think not only of today, but of tomorrow. At a moment like this, a stable and respected Ministry of Magic is essential if we hope to stand against the rising darkness. Sirius's eyes flashed with anger, but Dumbledore simply offered a gentle smile. Sometimes, he said, the terms of our cooperation have to be flexible. That single word, flexible, stopped Sirius cold. He remembered the letter Dumbledore had sent him the night before, warning that to defeat Lord Voldemort they would need every ounce of strength and unity they could muster, even if it meant setting aside their contempt for certain authorities. Refusing to do so, the headmaster had argued, would only drive that faction into Voldemort's camp. Impulsive though he was, Sirius was no fool. Though he had not replied at once, by morning he had resolved to follow Dumbledore's guidance. His conversation with Sherlock only deepened his conviction. Yet now, standing face to face with Minister Fudge, his old rage threatened to boil over and shatter his hard-won resolve. Deep down, he knew Dumbledore was right, but anger can be a stubborn thing to master. Thanks to Dumbledore's timely intervention, Sirius never let Minister Fudge hear the full force of his indignation, words that might have left neither side any room to back down. He turned on his heel and faced the minister once more, noting the tight anxiety in Fudge's posture and the expectant gleam in his eyes. Beneath his calm exterior, Sirius felt his contempt rising, but he spoke evenly. When I testify, he said, I will confirm that the Ministry of Magic was fully aware of the escape. Fudge's color shifted from ashen to flushed in an instant, relief and triumph lighting up his face. He chose to ignore the subtle restraint in Sirius's tone. All that mattered was the admission of the Ministry's knowledge. With that alone, the Ministry could spin the story to placate the public and justify their version of the investigation. Excellent, Black! Splendid! Fudge almost danced in his seat, beaming as if he'd just won the day. I knew you were a reasonable man. Minister Fudge gave Sirius a hearty slap on the shoulder, as if greeting an old comrade in arms. The Ministry of Magic will never forget your service, he announced, voice booming through the chamber. In recognition of your extraordinary courage in exposing Peter Pettigrew, a crime that threatened the very safety of our world, and for the indispensable assistance you've provided to this department, I, Cornelius Fudge, on behalf of the Minister for Magic, hereby bestow upon you the Order of Merlin, First Class, once these proceedings conclude. His grin was all too bright, dripping with manufactured goodwill as he emphasized selfless cooperation, eager to frame this moment as the perfect marriage of personal heroism and official approval. The room fell into a stunned silence. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a tight line, her eyes cool and unreadable. Lupin glanced at Sirius with a mixture of sympathy and helplessness. From the shadows, Snape's mouth curved into a thin, mocking smile, as if he were watching the most absurd of performances. Harry, standing just behind, felt a sharp pang of discomfort. Fudge's enthusiasm struck him more as sneering condescension than genuine praise. Albus Dumbledore watched the entire exchange impassively, his features betraying nothing. Beside him, Sherlock Holmes remained equally composed, his eyes fixed on Cornelius Fudge. Every nervous adjustment of the minister's robes only confirmed what Sherlock already suspected. Despite years at the helm of the ministry, Fudge was profoundly out of his depth. Surrounded by flatterers, Fudge had begun to confuse the prestige of his office with genuine talent. Take the Order of Merlin, for example. He waited until Sirius Black agreed to help before dangling the prestigious award as bait. It was a petty, self-serving move, unworthy of a man in his position. Completely unaware of the thinly veiled contempt around him, Fudge exhaled in triumph. A practiced smile spread across his face as though he had just negotiated a world-changing treaty. "A most astute decision, Sirius," he declared. "Truly the best outcome for everyone involved." Minister Fudge snapped back into his authoritative stride. "There's no time to lose. This interrogation can't be delayed any longer. Please, everyone, follow me." He strode to the gleaming mahogany door, swung it open with a flourish, and beckoned the others to hurry along. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as they met Dumbledore's gaze. Now that the crisis was contained, Fudge allowed himself to look ahead. After today's hearing, he was convinced word of Cornelius Fudge's wisdom and his role in exposing the truth would echo throughout the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore rose from his chair, his expression measured. "You're right. Time is of the essence." Leading the way down the corridor, Dumbledore's robes whispered across the polished floor. The rest of the group followed closely behind. No sooner had they left the office than a young wizard came hurrying up to meet them, cheeks flushed from running. "Ah, meet my assistant, Rufus," Fudge said, presenting the youth with a proud nod. "Where to now, Rufus?" Catching his breath, Rufus straightened and replied, "Trial room 10, Minister." "Very good," Fudge said crisply. "Let's proceed without another moment's delay." The old courtroom hadn't seen use in years, save for the grim trials of Death Eaters who'd sworn themselves to the Dark Lord. Rufus was just explaining this when Minister Fudge cut him off. "Just tell me where it is," he snapped. "No need for a history lesson." Fudge's impatience struck a nerve. He'd deliberately forgotten that it was in those very chambers that Sirius Black had lost his freedom, condemned to Azkaban for life without a proper trial. Sirius watched the minister coolly. "Minister," he said at last, "I'm not so petty. Since I've agreed to help you, I shan't dwell on old injustices." Quite right, Fudge stammered, all too eager to smooth things over. Rufus leaned back, eyes narrowing as he regarded Sirius. Unseen by either of them, Sherlock Holmes also glanced his way, curiosity flickering behind those trademark steel-gray eyes. Chapter 378, A New Storm Has Arisen. Sherlock needed no introduction to confirm Rufus's identity. The moment the assistant minister for magic stepped into view, Sherlock recognized him instantly. Cornelius Fudge's nephew. Every door on the ministry's first floor bore a small brass plaque naming its occupant and office. Rufus stood before one reading, "Rufus Fudge, Assistant Minister for Magic." That familiar surname, coupled with the subtle tells in his posture and speech, left no room for doubt. Yes, it was nepotism. Strictly speaking, entrusting a capable relative with an important post wasn't wholly improper. Better the devil you know than an untested outsider. But this Rufus? Sherlock concealed a rueful shake of his head. If Minister Fudge continued to prop up his nephew in such a pivotal role, the boy would surely undermine the very department he was meant to serve. Still, that was the ministry's and Fudge's concern, not his. With a polite nod, Rufus led the party toward the lift. Its polished doors slid open with a soft whoosh, and, one after another, they stepped inside. As the chamber hummed to life, Sherlock remained silent, his mind already calculating the challenges this new storm might bring. Rufus Kettering threw open the doors to a gleaming elevator and announced with obvious pride, "This lift is reserved exclusively for the minister's office staff. It takes us straight to the 9th floor without a single intermediate stop. Minister Fudge had it installed as one of his first acts in office, and it's already made our workflow vastly more efficient." At this, Cornelius Fudge discreetly puffed up his chest and lifted his chin, his voice polite yet unmistakably triumphant. "The minister's office is the beating heart of the Ministry of Magic," he declared. "It must serve the entire wizarding community, and it's only proper that we equip it accordingly." Sherlock Holmes, standing to one side, let out a soft chuckle. Privileged officials flaunting a private elevator, surely nothing to be proud of. Rufus's eyes flashed as he fixed Sherlock with a reproachful glare. "What's so amusing?" he demanded. He then shot a stern look at Professor Dumbledore and the other Hogwarts staff, who had accompanied them. With the minister present, did they not realize a certain solemnity was called for? Under that unwavering gaze, even the venerable headmaster straightened his robes. The elevator doors slid shut, and with a quiet hum, they began their ascent to the 9th floor, where the true business of the ministry would unfold. "I just thought of something cheerful." Rufus hadn't expected Sherlock to reply, and on reflex he asked, "What cheerful thing?" Everyone except Fudge shot Rufus a look that said he must be joking. After all, without Sherlock spelling it out, they all already knew exactly what sort of place was on this floor. Department of Mysteries. A cold, mechanical voice intoned the name over the elevator's speakers. It was odd. Throughout their descent, whenever the lift reached one of the 1st through 8th floors, the same voice had offered a full description of the department waiting beyond the doors. But now, after announcing this single phrase, it fell silent. With a soft clang, the elevator doors slid open. "We've arrived." Rufus, momentarily forgetting everything else, hurried to guide Fudge out of the lift. The rest of the group followed in single file. They stepped onto a long, narrow corridor that felt worlds away from the ornate halls above. Here the walls were bare and unadorned. No plaques, no windows, not even a single side door. At the very end stood a single, stern-looking black door. Sherlock leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. The Department of Mysteries. Within the Ministry of Magic, it was the most enigmatic and tightly guarded division of all. And now they were standing right at its threshold. No one outside the Department of Mysteries ever knew what went on behind its doors. Its work was too highly classified. When Hannah first toured the ministry, she learned that the wizards stationed there went by a single, whispered title, Unspeakables. Even her own father, who served alongside them, could only say their projects were confidential. That was all anyone was allowed to know. To Hannah, it sounded more like a legend than a real job. Now, standing in the silent corridor, Harry felt the same hush of secrecy pressing in on him. A massive bronze door lay just ahead, its surface etched with runes he didn't recognize. Sherlock's dark eyes were fixed on it, and without thinking, Harry took a step forward. "Harry, wait! Don't go there!" Professor Lupin's voice was low but urgent. He caught Harry's arm and spun him toward a narrow side passage. At the far end stood a winding staircase carved from white stone. Harry hesitated, but before he could reply, Cornelius Fudge stepped forward, lips pinched in disapproval. Rufus Scrimgeour, standing beside him, glared at Harry so fiercely that Harry almost winced. "You," Rufus began, only to be cut off by Fudge's quiet command. "Lead the way, Rufus." Harry whirled back to the main corridor and noticed that Sherlock was already moving, silently falling in beside Sirius Black at the bottom of the stairs. Both men watched expectantly, as though they had known all along this was where they'd end up. Rufus bowed his head and descended the staircase first. "This way," he said over his shoulder. One by one, the group followed him into the heart of the unknown. The heavy door stayed closed behind them, a promise of mysteries yet to be revealed. "The lift doesn't go any lower than the 9th floor," Rufus explained as he stepped off. "From here, we'll have to take the stairs." They climbed down one flight after another, the walls closing in around them, until at last they emerged into a long, torch-lit corridor. Harry's pulse quickened. This place felt eerily familiar. Rough, hewn stone walls rose on either side, punctuated by flickering sconces that cast dancing shadows. The air was heavy, damp, and foreboding, just like the hallways of Hogwarts leading to Snape's potions dungeon. Harry found himself studying Professor Snape, whose expression remained unreadable. Catching Harry's gaze, Snape turned slowly, his face as cold and impenetrable as the stone surrounding them. Harry blushed and looked away first. He wasn't in the habit of challenging the potions master's glare. Sherlock, taking note of their silent exchange, allowed a small, wry smile to play at his lips, but said nothing. His eyes, however, were busy taking in everything. The heavy wooden doors, set at regular intervals, each fitted with iron handles and keyholes big enough to peer through. It was as though every door guarded an unspeakable secret. At the end of the corridor, Rufus halted before a massive black door, its surface scarred by age and bound in iron. A hefty lock barred the way. He reached into his robes, producing a large, ornate key, and slid it into the keyhole. The echo of metal against metal rang out sharply in the stillness. Sherlock leaned forward, curiosity piqued, as Harry swallowed and waited for the door to creak open. "Minister, everyone, Trial Chamber 10 is ready," Rufus Scrimgeour announced, his voice echoing against the stone corridor. Cornelius Fudge gave a curt nod. "Let's go in." Rufus grasped the massive iron handle. With a grinding shriek, the heavy black stone door swung inward. A rush of chill air, redolent of damp rock, stale dust, and something more foreboding, spilled into the hallway. Fudge beckoned to Albus Dumbledore, who stepped through first, his cloak sweeping the threshold. Behind him followed Professor McGonagall, her posture as rigid as ever, then Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, and Sirius Black. At the rear walked Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter, side by side. Harry paused at the chamber's threshold, breath catching in his throat. Before him lay a vast circular hall carved from rough, jet-black stone. Towering walls bristled with ancient iron sconces, each holding a roaring torch. The orange-red flames cast flickering shadows that danced wildly across the walls, but they did nothing to dispel the room's bone-deep cold. Every echo, every distant drip of moisture, seemed to hum with silent menace, reminding Harry that this place, Trial Chamber 10, had its own story to tell. Rows of empty stone benches climbed the walls on either side, forming a cold, amphitheater-like chamber. At the very top seats, shadowy figures clustered together, murmuring in low tones. Rufus was the last to step inside. The heavy door thudded shut behind him, and at once the whispers died away, replaced by a suffocating hush. In the center of the floor stood a solitary chair. Its armrests were encased in heavy iron chains, the sight sending a chill through Harry's spine. The room's bare stone walls, its lack of adornment or portraiture, only heightened the oppressive feel. He couldn't help but think of Snape's potion classroom, so bleak and unwelcoming. "Well then," Cornelius Fudge called cheerfully, as if addressing guests at a garden party, "let's all take our seats. Once everyone's here, we'll begin the interrogation." Oblivious to the chamber's strangeness, Fudge made his way to the front row, where 50 or so robed figures already sat. Their deep magenta gowns bore an embroidered silver W over the left breast, an insignia Harry did not recognize. Dumbledore, seated a few benches back, gave a subtle nod, and the murmuring audience settled into expectant silence. Harry swallowed hard, his eyes flicking from the chained chair to the assembled witnesses. He'd walked into plenty of unpleasant places before, but something about this felt darker than any courtroom he'd known, and whichever question came first, he feared the answer might be worse. Under Rufus's direction, Fudge made his way to the heart of the front row and settled into the very center bench. His imposing frame filled more space than anyone else's, and his plain robe stood out starkly against the sea of magenta. To his left sat a broad-shouldered, square-jawed witch whose short, silver-gray hair framed a sharply angled face. A single monocle perched over one eye, lending her a stern, no-nonsense air. On his right, another witch lingered toward the back of the bench. Shadows veiled her features, making her expression and her intentions impossible to read. Once Fudge was seated, Rufus slipped quietly to the end of the same row. At that moment, the stewards began ushering the remaining guests into place. On a long bench directly opposite Fudge, and mirroring his position around an empty, iron-shackled chair, sat Severus Snape, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Remus Lupin, each taking their seat in solemn procession. Farther back, almost at the very peak of the chamber, Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter took their places. From there, they could survey the entire assembly and be as far as possible from that ominous vacant chair. Harry's heart sank slightly. His static vision had never been great, and he worried he might struggle to make out details as the trial went on. At least the benches were tiered, so no one would block his view. His mind drifted to Sirius. Called as a witness, he hadn't joined the dozen or so spectators in the gallery, but had been led away by attendants. Harry had no idea where they'd taken him. He was about to lean toward Sherlock with a quiet remark to ease the oppressive atmosphere when the heavy black oak door in the corner of the chamber burst open with a deafening crash. A lone figure filled the threshold, a man wrapped in a travel-worn black cloak, leaning heavily on a gnarled staff. Instantly, every head in the stone hall swiveled toward him. The stranger threw back his hood, sending a shock of grizzled hair tumbling over his shoulders. He hobbled forward, each step punctuated by the hollow thump of his staff against the flagstones. Thump, 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 echoing through the vaulted chamber. As he drew nearer, the torchlight carved his face into sharp relief. Harry's breath caught. The lines etched into that visage spoke of losses, of battles hard-fought and horrors witnessed. Never had he seen a countenance so ravaged by time and trial. It was as if someone had tried to carve a human face out of rotten wood, clumsy, indistinct, and marred at every turn. His flesh looked scarred and flayed. His mouth was nothing more than a crooked slash, and where his nose ought to have been lay only an empty hollow. Harry had endured worse horrors. He had seen Lord Voldemort clinging to Professor Quirrell's skull back in his first year, so the man's mutilated features, while grotesque, did not terrify him. What truly unnerved Harry were the man's eyes. One was small, black, and gleaming. The other was a massive, coin-sized orb of vivid blue. That blue eye moved of its own accord, rolling upward, downward, sideways, lunging forward and darting back, entirely detached from its partner. As Harry watched, the enormous pupil suddenly flipped and slipped back into the man's skull, leaving behind a blank white socket. A calm voice broke the silence. Sherlock Holmes stepped forward and spoke the name softly but firmly. Alastor Moody. Harry stared at Sherlock in surprise. "You know him?" he asked, bewildered by Sherlock's sudden familiarity with this stranger. Sherlock offered a faint smile. "Not just me. You should recognize him too, my friend." "I? How could I possibly know him?" Harry protested, shaking his head. "Come now," said Sherlock, amusement in his voice. "Has anyone ever forgotten that face? A few days ago, Mrs. Weasley herself said she wanted to ask him for help." Harry frowned, willing the memory to surface. At last, a name floated up through the mist. "Mad-Eye Moody," Sherlock nodded. "See? Nicknames stick in the mind far better than proper names." "But how did you know he was?" Harry began. Before he could finish, the scarred man strode over to Professor Dumbledore. Moody's bewitched eye swept the great hall before he extended his hand, its knuckles as marred as the skin around his single, watchful orb. Dumbledore clasped it warmly and murmured a few quiet words. Afterward, Moody settled onto the bench beside Professor Snape, who discreetly scooted over to make room. Sherlock watched the exchange with a satisfied grin. "Given that welcome, I doubt you'll question his identity any longer." With that wild-eyed glare, nobody could doubt why they called him Mad-Eye. One by one, figures as ragged and eccentric as Moody filtered into the chamber until the vast hall thrummed with hushed chatter. Harry estimated there must be at least 200 wizards present. Before he could speak, Sherlock's slender fingers drummed against his knee. "To be precise," Sherlock murmured, "there are 255. He straightened, voice crisp in the sudden lull. "I think it's time to begin." A heavy silence fell over the trial chamber as the great curtain swept open. Beyond it lay the stage for what promised to be a storm unlike any before. Chapter 379, How Can We Stay Still? No sooner had Sherlock finished speaking than faint footsteps echoed down the corridor. The corner door creaked open again, and 3 figures drifted into the room. 2 tall forms flanked a smaller one in the center, their heights forming an unsettling silhouette. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air grew frigid, so cold that Harry felt it seep into his bones. Something was very wrong. As the figures glided nearer, Harry's blood ran cold. They weren't human. The 2 on either side bore the unmistakable shape of Dementors. The room fell into an oppressive silence, and Harry's body began to shake. Sherlock, whose eyes were keener than Harry's, recognized them instantly. They were wrapped head to toe in tattered black cloaks, floating instead of walking, and beneath those hoods their hands were decayed, corpse-like, proof enough of their dreadful nature. For a heartbeat, time seemed to freeze. Then Harry knew. There was no standing still now. At that moment, two Dementors flanked Peter Pettigrew, each gripping one of his arms, and guided him step by slow step toward the armchair at the room's center. Pettigrew looked on the verge of collapse. Understandable, since even those seated in the front rows had found a Dementor's chill presence overwhelming. Sandwiched between two of them, Pettigrew was positively petrified. With deliberate care, the pair of hooded sentinels seated him in the heavy, chained chair, then turned and glided out of the room. Only when the heavy oak door thudded shut did the atmosphere thaw ever so slightly. The silence that followed spoke of how terrifying those wraith-like beings truly were. Pettigrew's condition was pitiable. His once fine robes were now thin and tattered. His body trembled so violently it seemed he might shake himself off the chair entirely. It was a lamentable sight, far worse than his public unmasking by Sherlock in the headmaster's office. Sherlock Holmes watched him with careful interest. Then, without any overt gesture, the iron chains affixed to the armrests shimmered with a soft golden light. They wriggled like living serpents and tightened around Pettigrew's wrists, binding him firmly to the seat. In an instant, escape was made impossible. Sherlock scanned the growing crowd. We're up to 256 now. Fear truly is a fascinating sight. Harry swallowed hard. He's not going to turn animagus and bolt, is he? Sherlock's lips curved in a faint, dismissive smile. If Peter Pettigrew could pull off an escape right now, Voldemort himself would hand him that nickname. Brother, Sherlock added coolly, please stop asking questions that insult my intelligence. Harry bristled, but he knew Pettigrew couldn't possibly flee with Dementors on the prowl. The appearance of those soul-sucking guardians, however, had left a chill in his veins and a queasy flutter in his stomach. He'd been griping all afternoon about how far back their seats were, but now he felt lucky. If they'd been any closer to the Dementors, he might have collapsed on the spot. And what a scene that would have made. Sherlock's gray eyes flicked to Harry's face. You look pale. Did they affect you? Harry tried to force out a quick denial. Instead, the truth slipped free. No, well, yes, it was awful. He'd already fainted twice in front of his big brother. What was one more? Just bear with it. It'll pass, Sherlock murmured. Harry expected more. Another incisive observation, a wry quip. But when he waited in silence, nothing followed. Turning back to Sherlock, Harry was surprised to find him staring intently at Peter Pettigrew. Harry swallowed. He had a feeling today's proceedings would be anything but ordinary. Very well, Minister Fudge announced, drawing the courtroom's attention. The defendant has arrived. I believe we may now begin. Are we ready? From the far side of the bench came a crisp reply. Yes, Minister. Rufus, who had been seated beside Fudge, quill in hand, nodded as he poised his parchment, prepared to record every word. Fudge rapped his gavel. The trial of January 6th is officially in session. At once, Rufus's quill scratched across the parchment as Fudge proclaimed, We are here to examine Peter Pettigrew on the following charges. First, divulging the Potter's secret whereabouts 13 years ago while serving as their secret keeper. Second, falsely accusing Sirius Black to conceal his own betrayal. And third, the murder of 13 Muggles. Presiding officers, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic, and his appointed interrogator. Silence fell over the courtroom as Fudge laid down the opening statements, and with that, Peter Pettigrew's long-overdue reckoning began. The hearing chamber was deathly silent as Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, ascended the dais. To her right sat Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge, her expression as unreadable as ever. Behind a polished oak desk, trial recorder Rufus Elliot Fudge shuffled a stack of parchments, his quill hovering in anticipation. Next witness, Sirius Black, Fudge announced, his voice echoing off the high ceiling. The heavy doors at the back of the room swung open. Flanked by two aurors, Sirius Black stepped in with purposeful calm. One of the aurors carried a simple wooden stool. Without a word, Sirius took it from him and strode to the front, setting it deliberately on the floor. right beside the chained figure of Peter Pettigrew. He sat down and folded his hands, but his ice-cold gaze never wavered from Pettigrew's shrinking form, as though he might at any moment shift into a monstrous dog and rend the traitor limb from limb. Pettigrew's body convulsed, the iron links of his shackles clanking. He cowered lower, his eyes darting from Sirius to the judges, sweat gleaming on his sallow cheeks and darkening the collar of his ragged robes. Fudge cleared his throat and raised the top sheet of parchment. "Very well," he said, peering at Pettigrew over the edge of the paper. "Tell us, are you Peter Pettigrew?" At that single question, Pettigrew trembled like a rabbit cornered in the wild. He forced himself to stagger upright, lips quivering, as every drop of sweat traced a cold path down his sunken face. The courtroom held its breath. He hesitated, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the assembled crowd as if searching in vain for an escape, just as he had when Professor McGonagall forced him to reveal his true form. A sharp voice cut through the hall. "Answer the minister's question." From the shadows came a shrill, almost childlike voice, the witch in dark robes. Pettigrew jerked his head back, mouth opening and closing. "Yes, I am Peter." "Very well," the witch continued. "Do you admit that you are an unregistered animagus?" Pettigrew swallowed hard. "Yes, but in 1981, the witch pressed on, did you act as secret keeper for James and Lily Potter instead of Sirius Black?" He nodded, voice shaking. "Yes, but—" "As secret keeper," she went on relentlessly, knowing full well that the Fidelius charm protected the Potters' home, did you nonetheless reveal their location? Pettigrew's voice hitched. "Yes, but—" A cold laughter threaded through the witch's next words. "You were their friend, Peter. Did you willingly betray the Potters in Godric's Hollow to Lord Voldemort, directly causing James and Lily Potter's deaths?" Pettigrew's lips quivered as the question hung in the air. He fell silent. "Answer the question." The witch wearing the monocle spoke, her voice echoing through the courtroom. "Did you tell this to you-know-who?" Pettigrew's gaze wavered. Only after Sirius Black, standing just behind him, snorted in contempt did he finally lower his head and whisper, "Ah, yes." Although everyone already suspected the truth, Pettigrew's admission unleashed a ripple of murmurs among the onlookers, angry hisses and contemptuous stares. Sirius clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He trembled with barely contained rage. 12 years locked away for a crime he didn't commit. 12 years in the suffocating presence of dementors. Those nightmares now flared to life in his eyes like living embers. He could still see it, James and Lily, lying motionless that night, cut down by betrayal. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley had been right. Sirius Black's anger burned brighter the longer he stared at Peter Pettigrew. His rage wasn't simply because Pettigrew had betrayed him. It was because he'd lost James, his oldest friend. At times when Sirius looked at Harry or spoke his name, it was as though James himself had come back from the grave. "You damn traitor!" Sirius spat. Pettigrew let out a strangled whimper, as though stung by 100 scorpions. He slumped forward in his seat, eyes glazed over and unfocused. For a heartbeat, it almost seemed he regretted what he'd done. But that flicker of remorse vanished, eclipsed by a terror so profound it numbed him to reality. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong," he stammered, voice shaking. Sirius leaned in, every word spilling from clenched teeth. "No, Peter. You don't know you were wrong. You know you're about to die." Across the courtroom, Minister Fudge smiled at the dramatic scene. Satisfied with the shock it had produced, he turned to the witch wearing the monocle, Madame Bones, and nodded. "Thank you for your question, Amelia," he said, his tone conspicuously pleased. He raised his voice so the whole room could hear. "Mr. Pettigrew, do you admit that you provided information to Lord Voldemort which directly led to the tragic deaths of James and Lily Potter? And that you did so deliberately in order to conceal your own treachery and frame Mr. Sirius Black?" Pettigrew flinched, as though struck, and looked desperately around for a way out, but there was none. The entire wizarding world held its breath, waiting for his answer. "Mr. Black, you planned and cast an exploding charm on a London street, killing more than 10 people. 13 muggles died," Amelia Bones corrected, her voice steady but laced with anger. She shot Minister Fudge a sharp look, clearly unimpressed by his understatement. 13 innocent muggles. Fudge sighed heavily. "And after the explosion, you faked your death, assumed the form of a rat, and remained at large for 12 years. At the mention of his 12-year flight, Peter Pettigrew shrank into himself. His head dropped to his chest, and he emitted nothing but pitiful whimpers and broken sobs. Tears mingled with snot as they ran down his face. The sight of him trembling in that chair, so utterly defeated, stirred only disgust in the room. Here was the perfect picture of despicable betrayal and abject cowardice. "Very good," Fudge said quietly, as if to himself. He glanced at his nephew, Rufus, who was furiously jotting notes on a piece of parchment. Then Fudge addressed Bones. "Let's continue." They resumed their questioning, each inquiry meeting only Pettigrew's stifled muffles. No answers, no defiance, only the ragged sound of a man crushed by his own guilt. Minister Fudge had clearly foreseen their objections. With a slight turn in his seat, he cleared his throat and announced, "As presiding officer, I recognize Senior Undersecretary Dolores Jane Umbridge." The witch seated to his right leaned forward at once, and for the first time Sherlock could study her properly. She was short and stout, her broad, flabby face flush with pink, and, like Harry's Uncle Vernon, she appeared to have no visible neck. A large mouth sagged at the corners, as if weighed down by disapproval. Her round, slightly protruding eyes gave her a toad-like stare, accentuated by the flurry of curls framing her head and the single black velvet bow pinned on one side. The mismatch between her shrill, self-important manner and her carefully wrought appearance was jarring. She might have been an old cucumber painted green, trying desperately to pass for something younger. With a prim dip of her chin, she addressed the courtroom in her high, reedy voice. According to the Ministry of Magic's investigation, Peter Pettigrew vanished immediately after triggering that explosion. The only piece of evidence left at the crime scene, Umbridge's report claimed, was a single severed finger. Curiously, the animagus rat they'd captured was missing one claw, an exact match. Then, almost word for word, she repeated the deductions Sherlock Holmes had laid out that very morning in Dumbledore's office, deductions the headmaster had already forwarded to the Ministry of Magic. In her version, however, it was the Ministry itself that had uncovered the trail of clues and immediately summoned Hogwarts to assist in the inquiry. According to Umbridge's summary, Professor McGonagall had promptly identified the rat as an animagus and forced him to revert to human form. Professor Snape, under the influence of Veritaserum, had compelled Peter Pettigrew to divulge every detail of his betrayal and years in hiding. Professor Lupin had confirmed the power and use of the exploding charm, and drawing on his old friendship, re-established contact with the true fugitive, Sirius Black. In the staff room, those who'd been on the real stakeout exchanged calm glances, while everyone else sat in stunned silence. The previously published inquiry report had confined itself to the bare facts. It never explained how Pettigrew had been unmasked. This hearing, however, carried far more weight. Virtually every high and mid-level witch and wizard in the magical world was in attendance. As Umbridge laid out the details, many who heard them for the first time visibly reeled with shock. While the room hung on her words, Sherlock happened to notice a witch seated mid-row, directly opposite him. She had cropped blonde hair, wore a striking magenta robe, and kept biting the end of a garish green quill. Sherlock recognized her immediately as a journalist, an astute one. Her placement offered an unobstructed view of the defendant and witness in the center, of the interrogators and recorder on the dais, and of nearly every attendee. A perfect spot for reporting and photographing the proceedings. What caught Sherlock's attention most, though, was how often she glanced in their direction. He was certain she wasn't looking at him, but at Harry, an almost unheard-of focus from the audience. Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge clearly thrived on being the center of attention. Credit for someone else's work? No problem. After all, Hogwarts was just a school, and the Ministry of Magic stood leagues above it. Besides, Dumbledore himself had admitted that it was a third-year student who first uncovered the truth, which meant Umbridge felt even less guilt about parading the discovery as her own. Peter Pettigrew sat before her, pale and silent, but why should that slow her down? As Minister Fudge's most trusted advisor, she was determined to steer this trial right to its conclusion. With that in mind, Umbridge adopted her trademark, high-pitched drawl and gave a series of tinkling giggles. "Now," she announced, drawing every eye in the courtroom. Our principal witness in this matter, Sirius Black, will speak. Chapter 380, An Unexpected Turn. The moment Dolores Umbridge, the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic, let out a tinkling series of girlish giggles, Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck prickle. He wasn't sure what other people made of it, but to him, her laugh sounded unsettling. He leaned toward Sherlock and whispered, I thought I'd hear some raspy, ugly voice behind that smile. Sherlock offered a faint, knowing smile. Don't judge a book by its cover, Harry. Harry froze at that, but the shiver of discomfort remained. Before he could respond, Sirius Black cleared his throat and stood to speak. Harry snapped back to attention, determined not to miss a word. Sirius's gaze locked onto Peter Pettigrew, his voice low and deliberately measured. I once thought I had a brilliant idea, urging James and Lily to change their secret keeper at the very last minute. He paused, the rage in his eyes almost visible. I convinced myself they wouldn't suspect someone so inconspicuous. Each word came out in a suppressed rasp, as though he were squeezing every ounce of bitterness from his chest. I was wrong. A hush fell over the courtroom. Even Umbridge's tinkling giggles had died away, replaced by the heavy weight of Sirius's confession and the tremor of betrayal that still lingered in the air. But I never dreamed it would be the one person who seemed so harmless who betrayed them. Inside the grand hall of the Wizengamot, over 200 witches and wizards fixed their gazes on Sirius Black. As Mrs. Weasley had predicted, Sirius, already tall and handsome, now appeared even more striking after careful grooming. The years he had spent in hiding seemed to have sharpened his features, lending him an almost regal bearing. It was no secret that wizards, like muggles, are influenced by what they see. In that instant, everyone present found themselves instinctively siding with him, their hearts aching at the thought of his loss. Sirius barely noticed the silent support. His full attention was on Peter Pettigrew, the rat-faced man cowering at the center of the chamber. Clearing his throat, Sirius spoke slowly, each word heavy with pain. That night, I discovered that the Secret Keeper's protection had been lifted. I knew at once something terrible had happened. He took a step forward, the torchlight casting long shadows across his face. Every pair of eyes in the hall followed him as he continued, voice low but unwavering. I raced to Godric's Hollow, but by the time I arrived, it was too late. Lily, James, his voice broke on their names. Sirius's shoulders shook as the weight of his grief overtook him. In that instant, the entire chamber fell utterly silent. A moment later, Sirius's words stumbled out faster, as if he were racing to finish his story. After that, I ran into Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, the one who dragged Harry from the rubble. At the time, I thought, good, someone's looking after my godson. Now I can go after that damned traitor and make him pay. I hunted him through winding streets, Sirius continued, voice low and intense, until I finally had him cornered in a narrow alley. He paused, a bitter laugh escaping him. And yet I'd underestimated him once more. His laughter turned to a sneer. Sirius's eyes, alight with contempt, bore into Peter. The palpable hatred in that gaze made Peter's whole body tremble, the chains around his wrists scraping sharply against the stone floor. Sirius didn't flinch. He kept his gaze locked on Peter as he spoke in rapid-fire tones. He bellowed at the top of his lungs so everyone on the street would hear, I killed them! Then, before I could even react, he detonated half the buildings around us. I was completely deceived. I genuinely believed he'd blown himself to pieces along with them. Who would have guessed that this little scavenger following at our heels had such quick wits and such courage? Incredible. Truly incredible. As he spoke, Sirius's eyes drifted to Peter's bound hand, where a knuckle was conspicuously missing. Peter emitted a high-pitched whimper, his body writhing in the chains. Tears and snot slicked his cheeks as he sounded more helpless than any creature Sirius had ever seen. No, I had no choice. He was just too strong. His voice cracked and nearly vanished altogether. Then, before anyone could react, Sirius rose from his seat, strode forward, and delivered a sharp slap across Peter's face. The sound echoed against the stone walls, and every wizard in the room gasped in unison. Without pausing, Sirius spun his hand and backhanded Peter just as hard. The second crack resounded like thunder. Then, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred, Sirius turned and sat down, crossing his arms with an almost casual air. The chamber fell into stunned silence, broken only by Peter's ragged sobs. Madam Bones's sharp command cut through the courtroom chatter. "Stop!" By then, Sirius was already sliding back into his seat, its back legs tipping off the floor as he leaned back with easy indifference. He raised a single eyebrow at her and muttered, "As you wish, madam." Bones clenched her jaw. A witness assaulting the defendant was a flagrant breach of protocol, but Sirius was too quick. Before the members of the Wizengamot could rally their objections, he was seated, nodding earnestly at her admonition. And since Peter Pettigrew's betrayal was universally reviled, the counselors exchanged hushed comments and let the incident pass. Sirius calmly resumed his testimony. Cornelius Fudge cleared his throat, voice brittle. "Witness," he said, addressing Sirius with forced formality. "After the Ministry of Magic provided intelligence suggesting that Peter Pettigrew might still be alive, you entered into an agreement with the Minister for Magic." Fudge paused, eyebrows lifting. "That is, myself, Cornelius Fudge, and then set out together in pursuit of Pettigrew. Is that correct?" Fudge's tone quavered, and a faint tremor ran through his shoulders. He fixed Sirius with a wary stare, as if bracing himself for the word "no." Sirius let out a low, disdainful huff and flicked a glance at Sherlock, who sat calmly beside him. Then Sirius leaned forward, ready to answer. Even he found it strange. At a moment like this, he should have been staring at Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, or his old friend Lupin, yet his gaze kept drifting to Sherlock. Well, if that was where his eyes went, so be it. The instant their gray eyes met, Sirius Black spoke slowly. "That's correct." "Excellent," Minister Fudge crowed, his face lighting up. "Since the defendant has now confessed to the two principal charges, and when you add the earlier veritaserum confirmation and the testimony of our key witness, Sirius Black, this court is prepared to—" But before he could finish, a firm voice cut through the chamber. "Wait a minute." Heads turned to see Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and one of the 3 magistrates presiding over this public hearing. Peter Pettigrew's head snapped up, his eyes blazing with a fierce will to survive. Opposite him, Sirius Black shed his customary cynicism, sat up straight, and fixed Bones with a steely stare. Yet she did not flinch. Amelia Bones fixed Sirius Black with a calm, steady gaze and spoke in her deep, resonant voice. "Mr. Black, you claim to be innocent, yet when the ministry first arrived, you surrendered without so much as a struggle. Why? And after spending 12 years in Azkaban, why did you never once tell the truth about what really happened?" Just when it looked as though the trial would wrap up without further drama, Bones's questions threw everything into chaos. Sirius frowned and shot a look at Cornelius Fudge, who sat at the center of the Wizengamot bench. His expression clearly said, "I've done everything you asked. Why stir up trouble now?" Fudge himself looked thoroughly exasperated. He hadn't authorized this line of questioning, and he had no power to stop Amelia Bones. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and a senior Wizengamot member, she answered to no one but herself. Having lost both parents and a brother to Voldemort during the war, she was famously unyielding and notoriously difficult to work with. In Fudge's book, she was a walking thorn in his side, but there was nothing he could do. Her authority was absolute, and for once, Cornelius Fudge was powerless to intervene. She was, after all, an exceptionally powerful witch, a masterful duelist with a sterling professional reputation, and yet she remained unmarried. Confronted with someone of her caliber, Fudge simply didn't know how to proceed. Not long ago, when the Ministry of Magic tried to bury the truth about Peter Pettigrew, she'd been its most vocal opponent. Now that the ministry was preparing to come clean, she was dissecting every last detail, and it was driving Fudge to distraction. Still, distractions couldn't derail the task at hand. Sirius Black, reckless, stubborn, unpredictable, had finally agreed to cooperate. This rare opportunity couldn't be wasted. "Sir Fudge, the witness has already answered that," Bones began, her tone cool and precise. "From his arrest through his imprisonment, he never knew the defendant was alive. It was only when you supplied him with verified proof of Sirius's survival that he agreed to cooperate with the ministry. We even faked his prison break to throw off any potential spies." Fudge bristled, but Bones wasn't finished. She leaned forward, the rim of her monocle digging into her cheek. All well and good, yet it still doesn't explain why the witness immediately surrendered the moment Aurors arrived, or why he never once defended himself until he learned the defendant lived. Fudge's jaw tightened. What right did this witch have to question the operation? These were the very doubts Sirius should be raising, if anyone. Yet here was Bones, who had only moments before insisted the innocent Sirius be punished, now demanding explanations for a ruse designed to save him. Under mounting pressure from the Muggle Prime Minister, the Ministry of Magic reluctantly altered its position, just as she had hoped. Only recently, several voices inside the ministry argued that Peter Pettigrew should face no more than Azkaban, like the rest of the Death Eaters, rather than execution. Even Fudge had wavered. But Amelia Bones had been adamant. Once an investigation report was finalized, its orders must be obeyed and its promises kept without exception. That was why, on the day of the trial, Fudge had felt confident that Bones would never backtrack. Who could have predicted her sudden change of heart? Instead of cross-examining Pettigrew or his witnesses, she relentlessly grilled one of her own fellow interrogators. Had she lost her mind? "What's gotten into her?" Harry muttered, frowning. He wasn't particularly fond of Fudge, but at least the minister was on his side, for now. Bones, by contrast, seemed preoccupied with every tiny detail. Could she be maneuvering to clear Peter's name? The possibility sent a jolt through Harry. He straightened in his seat and fixed her with a sharp, questioning look. "No, my dear Harry, you're mistaken," Sherlock said softly before Harry could object. "He isn't trying to clear Peter's name," Sherlock continued, reading Harry's furrowed brow as if it were an open book. "Her aim, like mine, is simply to uncover the truth." "Truth?" Harry echoed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Exactly." Sherlock's gaze swept across the courtroom, settling on the second row of benches behind Fudge and Bones. There sat a short, stout wizard with a bushy black beard, leaning close to whisper into the ear of the curly-haired witch beside him. She offered a smug nod in response, as if whatever secret he shared confirmed her worst suspicions. Sherlock glanced away and spoke in a cool, measured tone. "From everything I've seen, this witch is calm and rational, so of course she'd zero in on the case's illogical elements." He paused, then added, "If I were in her shoes, I'd do exactly the same. Only difference is, I already know the answer." Harry frowned, trying to keep up. "What answer?" Sherlock met, his gaze enumerating each word with precision. "Your godfather, Sirius Black, is cunning, rebellious, utterly defiant of rules, yet fiercely loyal, passionate and undeniably impulsive." He leaned forward. "And self-righteous. In fact, in some ways, he reminds me of that house elf who served the Malfoys." Harry blinked in surprise. "Dobby?" "Precisely. Headstrong, determined to impose his will on everyone else, though not as wildly as Dobby. In ordinary times, you manage, but the moment something big happens, he gets tunnel vision. His decisions start to defy all logic." Sherlock's lips curved into a faint smile. That's why he'd do something as reckless as changing the secret keeper without telling anyone. With that in mind, Sherlock concluded, the witch's question strikes directly at the heart of his one weakness. Silence hung between them. Harry's cheeks warmed with annoyance. "Do you have to be so harsh?" he muttered under his breath. "She also knows Sirius." "What?" Harry's eyes went wide. "They know each other?" "Yes," Sherlock replied, his tone flat. "There's no doubt about it." Harry glanced from Sirius to Bones and back again. There was nothing in their expressions to suggest a prior acquaintance. Meanwhile, Fudge, seated directly opposite Bones, was turning an alarming shade of crimson. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It wasn't hard to see why. The Ministry of Magic had contributed nothing to this investigation. If contributed is the right word. In truth, they'd obstructed, bungled, and been chronically unhelpful. The story of the all-knowing Minister of Magic who uncovered the truth, personally collaborated with Sirius, and set up a Hogwarts ministry liaison, every bit of it was fabricated. The ministry's entire case rested on Dumbledore's version of events. They could grasp the big picture, but the moment anyone pressed for details, their ignorance became painfully obvious. Fudge's discomfort swelled with every passing second. Finally Sirius, who had watched this farce in silence, leaned forward and spoke. He bared the most honest, and in his mind, the most foolish desire he had long kept buried in his heart. Chapter 381, The Dementor's Kiss. Because I deserve it. Sirius Black's voice rang out, drowning the murmurs of both Minister Fudge and Madame Bones. Every witch and wizard in the courtroom turned to him. Because I'm the one to blame for their deaths. If I hadn't suggested changing the Secret Keeper, James and Lily Potter would still be alive. Voldemort never would have found them. My arrogance cost my friends their lives. A man as foolish as I am ought to be locked away in Azkaban with the Dementors. Under the relentless questioning of Madame Bones and the sly interjections of Minister Fudge, Sirius's bravado finally shattered. He pressed his hands flat on the desk, eyes blazing with guilt and grief. At once, the courtroom fell utterly silent. No one had expected such raw, unwavering devotion to friendship from the notorious Sirius Black. Even the stern witches in the audience had moist eyes now. Across the room, Sherlock Holmes, who had been observing in grim silence, turned and nodded at Harry. "There, you see?" he murmured, his voice heavy with understanding. Harry Potter himself stood awash in emotion, his throat tight with tears. He had always known Sirius's loyalty ran deep, but to hear it proclaimed so openly, so painfully, shook him to the core. At that moment, Madame Bones closed her book of questions, her expression softening. Minister Fudge, too, found himself at a rare loss for words. The fierce scrutiny that had driven this trial to the brink of cruelty suddenly eased. For the first time since proceedings began, they allowed Sirius a moment of peace, if not freedom, then at least dignity. Silence reigned in the courtroom, broken only by the soft sobs of those who dared let their grief show. And in that hush, Sirius Black stood alone, bearing the weight of his own remorse, and the unbreakable bond of loyalty he would carry for the rest of his life. A sudden glint behind Amelia Bones's spectacles caught Sirius's eye as she fixed him with her cool, assessing gaze. "Mr. Black," she began crisply, "are you saying you surrendered when the ministry arrived and remained silent until you discovered the accused was still alive, simply as a form of atonement to languish in Azkaban?" Sirius met her stare, his voice grave. "Yes, I don't necessarily endorse the method, but I understand the motive." Bones turned to Cornelius Fudge and said, "No further questions." As her wand hand lowered, Sirius exhaled, relief flooding through him. He studied Amelia Bones with a swirl of conflicting emotions. Sherlock had been right. They did know each other, but only as respectful acquaintances, not friends. A steadfast opponent of Lord Voldemort, Amelia had recently become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement after Barty Crouch's transfer to international magical cooperation. She hadn't been involved in Sirius's trial himself. Their only true connection was her brother, Edgar Bones, who, like Sirius, had served in the Order of the Phoenix. Edgar had been a valiant warrior who fell heroically during the Wizarding War, and Sirius had never stopped holding him in the highest regard. In private, he'd hinted at his feelings to Harry before, but he had never spoken so plainly until now. Having finally voiced his thoughts out loud in front of everyone, Sirius felt suddenly self-conscious, as though he'd made a fool of himself. A hush settled over the trial chamber. Dumbledore sat at the head of the room, his gaze fixed on Sirius through those familiar half-moon spectacles. To an outsider, the headmaster's face seemed composed, but the slight quiver of his shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. Seated beside him, Professor McGonagall was rigid with tension. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, her lips pressed into a thin line. Tears pricked at her eyes, and she shook her head almost imperceptibly, murmuring, "Foolish boy, such a foolish boy." It was the same lament she had once directed at Peter Pettigrew, only now it fell upon Sirius. At the far side of the chamber, Remus Lupin looked exhausted beyond measure. Despite the wariness etched into his features, a deeper sorrow lay beneath. His gentle eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Peter Pettigrew, and his expression was a tumult of grief, disappointment, and something else, perhaps a fading hope that things might turn out differently. He looked past the trembling figure of Peter Pettigrew as though he could see right through him to the betrayal of that bloody night 13 years ago. Snape's black robes blended into the shadows of the trial chamber, and ever since the proceedings had opened, a triumphant sneer, like a serpent sizing up trapped prey, had played across his lips. Yet the moment Sirius spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed Snape's cold eyes. Then, barely moving his lips, he hissed the single word, "Idiot." Mad-Eye Moody's face was a storm of conflicting emotions. His gaze at Pettigrew burned with pure hatred, but when he looked at Sirius, there was something else, regret, buried deep behind his steely eye. At a small table nearby, Sherlock leaned back in his chair with an air of complete detachment. Though he sat in the very heart of the trial, his gray eyes remained unreadable, untouched by the chaos around him. Harry, inheriting his mother Lily's vivid green eyes, was no less moved than Professor McGonagall. Both women's cheeks were streaked with tears. Unseen by the others, Sirius let out a quiet sigh, as if the weight he had carried since that night long ago had finally been laid to rest. Minister Fudge exhaled a long, tremulous sigh, far more audible than Sirius's own quiet relief. Seeing that Amelia Bones had finally ceased her relentless questioning, and mindful that any further interruptions might upset the proceedings, he seized his chance. Clearing his throat, he resumed the vote he'd attempted to call moments before. Since the accused has confessed to the two principal charges, and those admissions have been corroborated by veritaserum and the testimony of our key witness, Sirius Black, this court will now proceed to a vote. All those in favor of finding the accused guilty, please raise your hands. Both Sirius and Peter froze, their heads snapping up. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he scanned the chamber. One by one, more than half of the assembled witches and wizards raised their hands. Harry's breath caught. He was about to start counting when Fudge, growing increasingly impatient, barked, "And those in favor of declaring the accusations unfounded, please raise your hands." To Harry's astonishment, 6 or 7 hands went up. Among them were the scruffy, bearded wizard on the second-row bench and the witch seated at his side. Cornelius Fudge fixed a furious glare on the assembled spectators. Committing each of their faces to memory, he would settle those scores later. Drawing a deep breath, he let his voice boom through the courtroom. "Very well, this court is now in session. All rise." Every wizard and witch except Peter Pettigrew stood to his feet. With the chamber silent, Fudge delivered his verdict. "Peter Pettigrew, you are hereby found guilty of treason against the wizarding community during the war. Your title of war hero is revoked. For the murder of 13 muggles, you are stripped of the Order of Merlin. Finally, for endangering magical society by maintaining an illegal animagus form, you are sentenced to receive the Dementor's kiss, effective immediately." At the proclamation, Pettigrew's body convulsed. The last ember of hope he had clung to was snuffed out in an instant. He had known this day must come ever since Sherlock Holmes exposed him, and in truth, he'd feared it from the very moment he chose betrayal. A strangled cough escaped Pettigrew as his eyes rolled skyward. In the courtroom's shadowed gallery, Sirius Black exhaled a long, low breath. His face never betrayed his relief, yet his heart thundered noisily within his chest. Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's own brother, had been right all along. Justice, at last, had been served. Though this was merely a public formality, Fudge's nerves buzzed with relief so potent it surpassed even the thrill of his Azkaban escape. The trial was officially over. Sirius Black had cooperated fully, and the wrongful conviction had finally been overturned, the true culprit exposed and brought to justice. At last, a tremendous weight lifted from the minister's shoulders. He rapped his gavel. "Please be seated." As the hall fell silent and everyone took their places, Fudge straightened his robes and let his voice swell with pride. "Since I assumed the office of Minister for Magic, I have been unwavering in my pursuit of justice. No murderer shall ever go free, and no innocent soul shall ever suffer. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be denied." To those who knew the full story, his self-congratulatory speech was rich with irony. Yet for most in the chamber, it was a stirring affirmation that justice, at long last, had prevailed. Sherlock let out a short, contemptuous laugh. "Can justice delayed still be called justice?" Harry brushed the last tears from his cheeks and offered a shaky grin. "Sherlock, haven't you used that line before?" Despite a few hiccups during the trial, the verdict was met with thunderous applause. Harry's words drew Sherlock's slate-gray eyes, narrowing as he turned to his friend. "My dear Harry, I did borrow it, but only because Dumbledore once said the very same thing. And between the two, I find this Minister for Magic's hypocrisy infinitely more revolting. At least Dumbledore strove for true justice. Fudge, on the other hand, let Sirius be branded a traitor and condemned to 12 years among the Dementors. Peter Pettigrew, transforming into a rat, escapes scrutiny entirely, then is lauded as a hero. And now Fudge has the gall to present himself as the embodiment of fairness, a pioneer of truth? Sherlock's tone grew grave. Everything we've achieved today is merely an attempt to redress the injustice that should never have been allowed in the first place. Cornelius Fudge's grandstanding wasn't something to be proud of. Far from it. A politician could gild a rotten apple and call it sacred fruit. And if justice must trample over the bones of the wrongfully convicted, how does it differ from the executioner's scythe? Fudge's lofty words were nothing more than a funeral dirge dressed up as a sonata. Harry sat in stunned silence. "You know," he whispered under his breath, "he actually makes sense for once." But Fudge, blissfully unaware of Harry's private commentary, pressed on with unshakable fervor. Peter Pettigrew's crimes are among the most heinous this world has ever seen. His betrayal directly precipitated the fall of heroes we held dear. After committing this treachery, he showed no remorse, only cold calculation. He framed an innocent man, allowing injustice to fester for over a decade, then callously slaughtered more than 10 muggles. Such despicable acts, and with consequences so grave, are virtually unparalleled in the magical community. To uphold the might of justice and purify our society's moral atmosphere, this court hereby endorses both the prior investigation's findings and the verdict just rendered. In the case of the criminal known as Peter Pettigrew, Fudge's voice faltered for a moment as he drew in a deep, solemn breath. The hush that fell over the courtroom felt like the stillness before an executioner's blow. Lord Fudge's sweat beaded on his brow, glinting in the firelight. When every pair of eyes settled on him, he bellowed, "We shall administer the Dementor's kiss in court immediately." Peter Pettigrew let out a shrill, inhuman scream, his body twisting and straining against the steel chains. A freezing hush fell over the courtroom. At the very mention of Dementor's kiss, Harry's stomach lurched. He pictured Ron's grim description, the soul drawn out, leaving behind only an empty shell, a fate worse than death. Even though Pettigrew had earned the harshest punishment imaginable, Harry felt a wave of physical revulsion at what was about to happen. He gripped Sherlock's arm so hard his knuckles turned white. Leaning close, he whispered, "Sherlock, if I pass out, promise you'll hold me up. Don't let me slide off the bench." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, giving him a sideways glance that said, "You're worrying about the wrong things." Before Harry could respond, Fudge's voice rang out again, and the door in the far corner of the chamber swung open. 2 Dementors drifted into the courtroom once more, their tattered cloaks trailing like living shadows. The sight robbed Sirius of color. He lurched to his feet and staggered backward. He had willingly surrendered himself to Azkaban to atone for his alleged crimes, but 12 years imprisoned under the Dementor's watch had left him deeply scarred. Each exhale felt like an assault, every frozen shudder of air a fresh wound. Now that he'd reclaimed his wand, his resolve was stronger, but the old terror still lurked in his veins. As one Dementor hovered nearer, Sirius's hand went for his wand, ready to summon an expecto patronum. A heartbeat later, however, he reminded himself why he had resisted. The creature was here for Peter Pettigrew, not him. With great effort, Sirius pushed down his instinct to fight and stepped aside. He forced himself to watch, cold determination stealing his nerves. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. "The verdict takes effect immediately," Minister Fudge's voice rang out, cutting through the courtroom's hush. "To maintain order, everyone stay where you are." At those words, Peter Pettigrew attempted to claw his way from the dock. He shrieked in panic, his voice cracking. "No, please don't. Anything but that." He collapsed into himself, whimpering as the Dementor drifted ever closer, ready to administer the sentence Sirius Black had already endured. "Send me to Azkaban. Azkaban's fine. I still have." Tears and mucus blurred Peter Pettigrew's vision as he spun toward Sirius Black, voice cracking in a desperate plea. He reached out, as if clinging to whatever mercy he might find. But Sirius felt nothing but cold disgust and a grim satisfaction. He met Pettigrew's tear-streaked face with a hard, unblinking stare and spat out through clenched teeth, "You deserve this, you traitor." Without another word, a Dementor glided forward and hovered over Pettigrew's cowering form. Its tattered cloak swirled like living shadow, and the torches along the courtroom walls flickered weakly, as though the creatures were swallowing every last ember of light and warmth. Pettigrew screamed, thrashing at the hooded figure, but the Dementor's inexorable, icy embrace tightened. His shouts grew hoarse, the air ripped from his lungs by the cold. Summoning enough breath for one final cry, Pettigrew rasped, I have vital information. Severus Snape. He's one of them, one of the Dark Lord's allies. I swear he's a Death Eater. Harry Potter's heart lurched. He spun to face Professor Snape, eyes wide with shock, nearly forgetting the suffocating chill pressing against his own chest.